AC inverter 1 to main A.
That's correct. Now AC inverter 1, AC bus 1 on.
Okay, AC inverter 1 to AC bus 1 to on.
That's correct. And we're going to also put AC inverter 1, AC bus 2 on.
Okay, AC inverter 1 to AC bus 2 on.
That's correct. Back to panel 5. Circuit breaker. GPS sensor signal AC 1 and 2 closed.
Stand by, Ken. I'm going to pick up here. You got cut out.
Roger.
Okay, could you repeat that, please?
Okay, on panel 5, circuit breakers, EPS, sensor, signal, AC 1 and 2, closed.
Okay, CB, EPS, sensor signal, AC1 and AC2.
That's correct. Circuit breaker, EPS, sensor, unit, AC 1 and 2, closed.
Okay, CB, EPS, sensor unit, AC1 and AC2 closed.
That's correct. And circuit breaker, caution and warning, main A, closed.
CB, caution and warning, main A closed.
That's correct. On panel 3, AC inverter, AC bus 1 and 2. Reset and back to the center.
Okay, AC inverter, bus 1 and 2, reset, then center.
That's correct. On panel 225, circuit breaker, flight bus, main A and main B closed.
Okay, panel. Okay, CB, flight bus, main A and main B closed.
That's correct. CB, CTE, main A and main B closed.
CB, CTE, main A and main B closed.
That's correct. On panel 4, telecom, group 1, AC 1.
Telecom group 1 to AC 1.
And telecom group 2 to AC 2.
Telecom group 2 to AC 2.
That's correct. On panel 3, S-band normal transponder to primary.
S-band normal transponder to primary.
That's correct. We want to take power, SCE to normal.
Power SCE to normal.
All right, and power, PMP to normal.
Power PMP to normal.
That's correct. And up telemetry, command reset to reset, and then normal.
Up telemetry, command reset, reset, then normal.
Okay, on panel 2, up telemetry, CMC to accept.
Up telemetry, CMC to accept.
On panel 275, circuit breaker, flight, post landing, main A and main B closed.
A panel 275, CB, flight and post landing, main A and main B closed.
That's correct. And configure for COM on panel 6, 9, and 10.
Okay. Okay, are you with me?
All right, so you got that. Panel 5, circuit breaker, IMU, main A and main B closed.
CB, IMU, main A and main B closed.
That's correct. Circuit breaker, optics, main A and main B closed.
Okay, CB optics, main A and main B closed.
That's correct. CB, GNN, power, AC1 and AC2 closed.
CB, GNN power, AC1 and AC2 closed.
That's correct. And the GNN power switch to AC2.
Okay, GNN power switch to AC2.
That's correct. Now we want to perform the CMC power-up for the CSM GNC checklist. G2-2.
Perform CMC power-up for the GNC checklist, page 2-2.
That's correct. Perform the EMS check, step 32 of the entry book, page 1-4.
Okay, perform the EMS check per step 32 for the entry checklist, page 1-4.
That's correct. Okay, now the ground is going to give you a P27 update at EI minus 2 plus 1.5. That's a time that you need to be configured to accept up telemetry. And what they're going to give you on a P27 update will be a clock increment, a state vector. They'll give you a verb 66. They'll give you 2 REFSMMATs. There'll be an actual and a preferred and the entry target load. Now if you'd like to copy those, I can take it a little slower.
No, I got them. They're going to give me a clock Delta, state vector, verb 66, 2 REFSMMAT, and an entry target load.
That's correct. Okay, then we'll do
There isn't much else they can give me, is there, Ken?
No, not very much. How about IMU power up? According to the GNC checklist, G2-1.
Okay, perform IMU power up for GNC checklist page 2-1.
That's correct. And while you're there, you can do the optics power up on G2-3.
Perform the optics power up for page 2-3.
That's correct. And on panel 229, circuit breaker timers, main A closed.
Okay, panel 229, CB, timer, main A, closed.
That's correct. The next thing you'll do will be to set the mission timer. And what we've done is to only turn on the mission timer on the MDC. And you probably have to wait here until they get through with the uplink so you can have the computer.
Okay, set it from the CMC, huh?
That's firm. Okay, now we're getting ready to start the alignment sequence. And are you familiar with the general sequence of events we're going to use, Jack?
How do you mean? We're going to make an alignment on the moon and on the sun. Other than that, I didn't get any. I wasn't on the headset when the general information was passed up, so if there was any more than that, I didn't get it.
Okay, basically that's correct. Let me just run through it hand-waving type for a minute, then I'll read you the steps. I think it'll make more sense. The scheme is that the limb can fly to a set of ball angles that will point your optics at the moon. Now, any time, in any attitude that we happen to be at, if you can look in the telescope and recognize star patterns sufficient that you believe you can make an alignment all on your own, that's the place we'd like to break off and let you go ahead and take over with your own alignment. However, we're giving you a procedure which will give you things we know you can see in the telescope without worrying about any reflections or anything of that nature. And it's not intended that this procedure has to be followed past the point where you know you've got good definition of star patterns in your telescope. If you need to go on, we'll maneuver, take a look at the moon, we'll take a mark there, and we'll then maneuver with the limb, FDAI angles again, and take a look at the sun. And get yourself another mark on the sun, and that'll complete the alignment. Now the alignment scheme is that we're going to give you a set of angles that you can course align the ball to when the limb is pointing you at the moon. Now this set of angles will agree with the REFSMMAT that you have in as a nominal REFSMMAT in your CMC. You can course align to that, set a drift flag and a REFSMMAT flag, and you'll have a good platform. And we'll be within a couple of degrees of a good alignment. And if we had to, we could break off at this point and go ahead with an entry. However, in an attempt to get a good platform, we're going to have you then do a P52 option 1. And what you're going to find in the option 1 slots is the entry REFSMMAT. You'll come up with the now 22 values, and we intend to go ahead and course align the ball to the entry REFSMMAT attitude, and then we'll go ahead and take marks through a normal P52 sequence. So that's the general scheme that we're going to use. If you think you have a handle on that, I'll go ahead and read you the steps.
Okay, well, let me ask a question. The LEM maneuvers to a set of moon viewing angles. Okay, at this time I'm going to do a P52, is that right? With the planet option?
The first thing we're going to do is to course align the platform and get it inertial based on the REFSMMAT that you have in the present slots inside the CMC. We'll then go and do
Okay,
a P52, option 4, correction, option 1.
Okay, that's after the LEM gets established at the attitude. Jim says I'm here at the moon, viewing attitude. I do verb 41 down 20 to the set of angles that you're going to give me in the pad.
That's
Then I enter the P52.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I enter the P52, and that's an option 3, right?
Now, the P52 will be done as an option 1. The only reason you have the other REFSMMAT inside the computer is that in order to set the REFSMMAT flag, you need some relative orientation.
Okay, I see. I do P52 option 1, and when do I set the REFSMMAT flag, the drift flag?
Okay, that'll be before entering P52. I'm going to give you this procedure in detail.
Okay, all right, let's go at it. Maybe it'll all fall out and I won't have any questions. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready to start reading again. We start with a verb 41, noun 20.
Okay, when the LEM is at the moon viewing attitude, I do a verb 41 noun 20 enter.
That's right, and you'll put in the attitudes that you'll get from one of the pads, and this will be for the course align angles when the LEM is at the moon viewing attitude. Then when they're all squared away, they tell you they've got the right attitude. We then pick up again with a verb 40, noun 20, enter.
Hello, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
Okay, verb 40 noun 20
Ken Mattingly is giving Jack Swigger the entry procedures, and this will be going on for the next hours.
According to the GNC checklist, page G7-1, steps 3 and 4.
As pilots, we have to terminate the battery B charge on the command module in approximately 54 minutes. Secure the command module.
Now verb 37, enter. 52, enter.
And verify that everything is that where it should be.
Verb 37 enter, 52 enter, option 1.
That's correct. And we'll do the course align.
Okay, perform the course align function.
Okay, now when it gets back to the mark routines, we want to take a mark on the moon.
Okay, mark on the moon with the crosshairs in the center, is that right?
That's affirmative. Okay, when that's complete, the LEM will maneuver to the sun viewing angle, or attitude. And when they get there, you take a mark on the sun using the sun filter and the telescope, and again, we're marking on the center.
Okay, now, well, let me ask you a question. Is the first mark on the moon made with the, are always made with the telescope and not the sextant?
I'm not sure right offhand what the angular size of the moon is, Jack. If you can get it in the sextant, that's the best thing to do. But you may have to go into the telescope in order to define the center. Either one's acceptable.
Okay, if I can define the center through the sextant, do it that way. If I can't, use the telescope.
That's affirmed. but we know you're going to use the telescope on the sun. Okay, you ready to press on?
I'm ready.
Okay, I just reminded we owe somebody a Bat B voltage.
And charge the code.
Okay, another volts and amps coming up.
All right, thank you. And this left us in P52 with 2 marks, and we'll go ahead and torque the now 93s.
Okay, pulse torque to now 93 after the 2 marks.
Okay, so that gives us a good platform. Now the LEM will maneuver to the jettison attitude. And the only thing of significance here is that you want to watch to make sure that the path they choose to go to the jettison attitude avoids gimbal lock on your own platform.
Okay, the LEM maneuvers to the jettison attitude, and I just monitor the maneuver and yell at Jim if he gets near gimbal lock.
That's firm. Okay, and then the LEM will go to a max deadband attitude hold in the jettison attitude.
Okay, the LEM goes to max deadband attitude hold.
Okay, now we're ready to go back to work. The next thing I'll do is continue the power-up procedures. Do you have any further questions on that alignment, Jack?
No, I think it's all self-explanatory now.
Okay, the one thing that everybody would like for you to understand is we certainly don't insist on using the moon and the earth. If you find you have good stars, why use them. However, this alignment was more than adequate to give us a good guided entry.
Okay, if I get a set of good stars, do I start right out and do a basic P51 and a P52 option 1?
Affirmative, flight.
That's affirmative.
Okay.
Okay, now we're ready to go to work on panel 275. And it starts with circuit breaker, main A.
Wait just a minute. Wait just
Okay.
a minute. I owe you some volts and amps.
All right.
Okay, and volts are 39.4, amps 1.25.
Okay, I thought maybe your meter was stuck before.
So,
All right, you ready to go back to 275? Have a circuit breaker, main A, bat bus A, closed.
CB, main A, bat bus A, closed.
That's correct. And circuit breaker, main B, bat C, closed.
CB, main Baker, bat Charlie, closed.
Okay, that's correct. Now we're up to EI minus 1 plus 30. And at this time, we're going to proceed with the closeout and hatch installation.
Okay, close out hatch installation at EI minus 130.
That's right, Jack. And we're going to close the LEM hatch. And we'll make the dump valve in the LEM hatch closed.
I understand you're going to close the dump valve now in the left hatch, right?
That's correct.
Okay, this is a change from what we had understood previously.
That's correct.
Personally, I'm happy to see it, but that's good.
Okay. That's one vote on your side. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and do the use the decal to perform the hatch installation, and we'll start on the hatch integrity check.
Okay, turn the decal, perform the hatch installation, and start on the hatch integrity check.
That's correct.
Okay, Ken, one thing I think that, I don't know whether anybody, the decal don't take into account the fact that we still have the umbilical connected. At what point in time should they be removed?
Yeah, I think the
Okay, Jack,
difference
that doesn't matter.
between
We're gonna be
those,
separating the tunnel, upstream of those umbilicals,
I
and
will
you can
say
leave them right
it's
there.
more accurate start alignment, of course, but
Okay,
the difference will
does it
be
make any difference if we just engage
accepted
the limb
for
as the limb,
this particular entry.
we have pulled the circuit breaker
We need
limb
a
on
precise
so
platform,
we
but
choose to
with a little bit of deviation is okay
That's
for
right.
a
No sweat.
successful entry.
John Aaron's just saying that they may be hot. He's checking on that. So how about holding the decision on that and let me come back to you?
okay.
Okay, and let me tell you what we're going to do since we told you a different story this afternoon on this tunnel. We're actually going to vent the tunnel down so we end up with about 1.5 to 2 psi absolute in the tunnel. And this will give us a delta P of 3. So we'll do our hatch integrity check at the same time we're venting the tunnel down.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. Now let me give you some plumbing switches here. Let's take the surge tank oxygen valve to on.
Surge tank O2 to on.
Alright. Take the main regs to open.
Okay, main regs 2 to open.
Okay. And the water glycol tank pressure, the pressure valve and the relief valves to both.
The magnification on the
Okay, water
telescope.
glycol tank pressure and relief
Well,
valve
to mark on stars, you use
That's
the
correct.
sextant,
And
and to
emergency
mark
cabin pressure
on
valve to
planets or moon or Earth or Sun, you use the telescope. I don't know the magnification.
emergency cabin pressure to both.
both. That's correct. And the suit demand regs to both.
Suit demand regs to both.
That's correct. Okay, now we're going to panel 5. Circuit breaker, ECS, transducers, pressure group 1 and 2, main A and main B. That's 4 circuit breakers closed.
ECS transducer, group 1 and 2, main A and main B, 4 to close.
That's correct. Okay, now circuit breaker ECS transducers temperature, main A and main B. That's 2 of them closed.
CB ECS transducer temperature, main A and main B, closed.
That's correct. On panel 4, primary ECS glycol pumps 1 to AC 1.
primary ECS glycol pump to 1 EC1.
That's correct. Okay, then we'll finish going back to the tunnel vent and verify the LEM CM Delta P, make sure it's been holding pressure. And we'll come back again and rehash all of the hatch integrity check and the tunnel vent procedures with you. The next thing I want to read off is EI minus 1 plus 20. We'll go to panel 7, BMAG number 1 power to warm up.
BMAG number 1 power to warm up.
That's correct. Then at EI minus 1 plus 10, we'll perform SCS power up per the checklist page G2-4.
Okay, perform SCS power up per GSC checklist page 2-4.
That's correct. Okay, on panel 4, suit compressor number 2 to AC1.
Suit compressor 2 to AC1.
That's correct. Spacecraft control to SCS.
Spacecraft control to SCS.
Okay, and your manual attitude switches as you desire. We're coming up on jettison of the LEM, so it's just like separation.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll do a GDC align.
You know. Is that from a novel or from a movie? I don't know it.
Okay, perform a GDC align.
Okay, on panel 8, rotation control power direct, 1 and 2, main A / main B.
Okay, these are circuit breakers, rotation control power direct, 1 and 2, main A and main B closed.
Okay, Jack, I was thinking switch. Let me verify that's a circuit breaker too. I think we have to get both of them.
Okay, there's those 4 circuit breakers over there. Ken, when you said panel 8, that's what I thought you were talking about. I don't think the circuit breakers are out right now, but why don't we just verify the circuit breakers, put the switches to main A, main B.
Okay, that's correct, Jack. Okay, at EI minus 1 hour, we're going to be doing the LEM jettison. So just prior to that, we want to do a P47.
Okay, say at about 1 minute prior to LEM jettison, huh?
Yeah, just something that's comfortable for you.
Okay.
All right, after we've done that, we want to get panel 8 sequential pyro arm, 2 of them, on.
Okay, I get a go from Misfit for this.
Okay, John says we can watch it.
Okay.
All right, the next thing is CSM LEM final SEP, 2 of them, on up.
CSM LEM, final step, 2 on.
That's correct. Now we're going back to panel 8, and it's sequential pyro arm, 2 of them to safe.
AFD, how do you read?
Okay, second pyro arm, 2 to safe.
That's correct. And go back to poop.
Haven't heard anything. Did you read? Yeah,
Okay, go to poop.
All right, and now it's time to configure for single ring.
Okay, configure for single ring, RCS.
That's right, and since you're still an hour from EI, I guess it wouldn't hurt to use minimum impulse or something like that rather than the DAP, at least not till you get a little closer down. We'll have the DAP loads for you later.
Okay.
Okay, and as soon as you've gotten yourself all set up with a good control mode, you want to maneuver to the entry attitude.
Maneuver to entry attitude per the path.
That's correct. And we show EI minus 55, which really means when you get to the entry attitude, we have a sextant star check for you. And that'll be on the pad.
Retro flight. Go flight. Okay, you're the Marine
Okay,
retro?
perform the sextant star check.
Okay.
You're
And
just for re-entry.
I want to remind you to park the optics at 90 degree of shaft.
Negative flight. We're just continuing to review it fully, odds and ends together. Okay, keep monitoring.
Okay, say again why, Ken, I didn't understand that.
Okay, this is just a precaution, Jack. If we park the optics with a 90 degree shaft angle, that'll line up the slit so that it gives you the best airflow over that part of the heat shield and avoids a hot spot. If you don't remember it, I don't think it makes much difference. It's just good procedure.
Okay.
Okay, and after you've got it parked wherever you want it, we'll turn the optics power off and stow the optics.
Okay, optics power off, stow the optics.
Okay, that's good. Okay, and the next thing we'll do is to initialize the EMS, and that's on entry checklist, page 2-1, step number 2.
Okay, perform EMS initialization for entry checklist, page 2-1, step 2.
Okay, that's correct. Now we're coming up on EI minus 45 minutes, and we'll give you an entry pad and a final state vector.
Final flight. Go flight. Okay, what's your status? We're green right now, flight. We got a last update we took. for the one.
AEI minus 45, entry pad, and final speed vector from Mississippi.
Okay. Now we're going to perform what we call the moon check. Rather than go into details, you already know what we're doing, just say so. Otherwise, I'll describe the use of the moon attitude set.
Maybe you better describe it.
Okay, Jack, you remember everybody in the past has commented on seeing moon set just a couple of minutes prior to EI. And your horizon will probably be dark at the time you get there. You have an early morning entry, and coming in from the west, you'll still be looking at a dark horizon. So, just as a backup technique, just like you would track the horizon, we're going to give you an attitude which will be on the pad so that you can look directly at the moon. This is an inertial attitude, it won't be changing. And if you'll put the 36-degree window line on the moon, and then just sit there and watch it, and just prior to EI, the Earth will come up and occult it, and you'll then have a good horizon check. And I have some times, I'll give you that later. And if you just look at this thing, at that point you can set the GDC or whatever you desire, and you'll have a known attitude reference. It's just like a horizon check.
Got flight. Go flight.
Okay,
Got anything going?
I maneuvered to the moon check attitude, at which time I put the 36 window line on the moon, and just prior to EI, the Earth will occult the moon.
That's correct.
Okay,
And that corresponds to the same inertial attitude that you'd have on the back of your entry card, where it shows the horizon attitude several minutes prior to EI. It's the same thing.
Yeah, that's that one at 17 minutes prior, okay.
Okay, we're just getting it in a little closer. Okay, the next item on the checklist here is an EI minus 40. We're going to panel 7, and it's BMAG number 2 power to warm up.
Yeah, okay, you're looking at no data really, anything else. I mean, you're monitoring the pad here, and I've got you down for the docking angle. You need that sometime.
Okay, panel 7, BMAG number 2 power to warm up.
That's correct.
Go over what they read them to the CSM.
Now I'd like to verify the surge tank and repress packages are on.
They did what? They read him some stuff that we're going to send up a CSM pad.
This is Apollo Control at 127 hours, 31 minutes. We've completed the shift handover in Mission Control. A change of shift briefing is scheduled to begin in about 15 minutes at 9 p.m. in the main News Center Auditorium, Building 1.
Control system, wastewater, urine duct heater, 2 of them closed.
Tell me, flight. Flight, tell me. Okay, are you the
Panel 5, CBES, basic fuel, urine dump heater 2
Well, I am
to
for right
close.
now, flight. We
That's
can
correct.
over a couple hours later.
Suit compressor, number 2 to
I
off.
got something here to talk to you about here. You got a minute? Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah. Right now, excuse me, wait a minute, stand by a minute. No, I'm with you. Okay, go ahead. Okay,
Suit
right now,
compressor 2 to off.
That's right, Jack. And what we're planning to do in order to conserve power is we're going to run the suit compressor from an hour to this point at minus 40.
And these are the numbers that
We'll be watching the PCO2.
Very good.
If that thing's working, we'll turn it off at the earliest time we have a good cabin. Then we'll just leave it off. And in the event that the PCO2 gauge isn't working properly or something like that, well, we'll just go ahead and run it for this time frame.
The crew, I guess you've been briefed, is
Okay, that
said they
sounds
run out
good.
of steam.
All right, now we're at EI minus 30.
What
Sequential
we were supposed
logic,
to do now
that's 2 of them.
is
On,
to drink
up.
water from our descent tank, which is really gravy. It's like drinking our unusable. There should be about
EI minus 30,
15 pounds in
2
there,
on.
max. Okay.
Okay, and panel 7, the
And,
BMAG,
we'll get your
number 2
procedure.
power to on.
Okay, will that one ascent tank carry us through, will one of the ascent tanks Well, first of all, we're going to feed them. Well,
Okay,
yeah,
welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. We are listening to
That's
Ken
okay.
Mattingly give to the CMP the entry procedures thanks to the Apollo in real-time interactive experience from Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description.
Okay. And we want to activate the
Approximately
primary evaporator.
in 26 minutes we will terminate battery charging on the command module.
What about the lithium hydroxide? When do we want to go on
Activate the primary evaporator.
And get ready for the last sleep period in space on this mission.
That's correct. We started out that way, and we turned the glycol pumps on, and we're just circulating it internally. And we're counting on the command module being a heat sink. It's pretty cold soaked, and looks like this is good enough. You got some relatively low heat loads, and we'll keep watching the temps, and if we need it, well, we'll start the evaporator early.
Okay, that sounds good.
Do you believe it's cold up there?
Yes, we used to call the command module the bedroom and it's now the refrigerator.
Okay, just don't call it the reefer. Okay, at about EI minus 19, we get back into the standard entry checklist on page 2-2, where it starts with P61.
8 hours. Okay, now, are you guys happy with this battery mal thing? Battery 2? Oh yeah, flat it.
Okay, at EI minus 19, we get back into the entry checklist. Page 2-2.
Okay, everybody's
where we start entering pieces.
Hello,
Okay, Jack. Now that's those are the timelines.
no, we fixed the fuel cell. The batteries on the CM are charged through the LEM umbilical by an ingenious procedure that the people on mission control developed.
Tells me that you can get into the descent water for drinking now.
Through the LEM umbilical to the CM using LEM power is how we are charging the LEM batteries, the command module batteries.
So we
I'd like to know whether the descent water will be good until LEM jettison.
Negative. Okay, what we want to do is to go to ascent water in 1 hour at 1:28:30, and we have plenty of. What we want to do is to go to ascent water tanks at 1:28:30.
There is an umbilical which normally provides power from the CM to the lunar module to keep the batteries up during translunar coast, but in this case they used that same umbilical in the opposite direction to charge the CM batteries using LEM power.
That's right, based on the current rate, that's what they predict, and you can go ahead and drink the water. No sweat.
Okay, real fine. And I've got the entry checklist out, and I'm ready to copy. Just give me the page.
Oh, okay.
Jack, you starting to sound like an LMP.
Yeah, but I'm going to come to you guys in a minute and tell you to get everything configured and not bother the crew too much.
I think I'm probably the only CMP that's ever witnessed that a lamp burn from inside the lamp in space flight.
I hope it stays that way. Okay, Jack, we're starting on page 1-1.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, down in the middle of the page on line 9, we're just going to strike out the activate VHF comm checks and line 10, verify the DSE. We're going to leave the DSE off. That's to save power, as is the VHF activation.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, on page 1-2. At minus 2 hours, there's a tidal logic sequence check. And we're deleting that entire sequence. That's included in what I read up to you.
Okay, delete the logic sequence check at minus 2 hours there.
That's correct. and delete lines 23, 24, and 25. That means the maneuver to super entry attitude, everything below that is deleted.
Okay, delete lines 23 through 28.
That's correct. You got ahead of me. All right, on line 29 on page 1-3, we're going to put in a time of minus 0055. That's the time we gave you for the bore side check.
Okay.
It's a sextant check, really.
Got that?
Okay, on the top of page 1-4, where it said 1 hour and 15 minutes next to line 32, we're going to change that to minus 2 hours and 30 minutes.
Okay, minus 230, opposite item 32.
Okay, down at the bottom of the EMS entry
Control
check,
flight.
right there where we are, the
That's
bottom
right.
line now reads
Yes,
EMS
following
mode to
it,
standby. Well, just above that,
Yes,
I'd like to
following it,
remind you to
supporting
put
it,
a remark, do not initialize the range to go.
Okay, supposing that the RC
This is because you're going to come into the EMS entry check. You're going to run through all these things, and we're going to remove power from the EMS. And just didn't want you to get ahead of yourself and initialize the entry parameters, because you'll lose them when we power up.
You pulse in that system to see if you can extend exercise.
Okay.
And after we go EMS
Okay.
mode to standby, I'd like for you to add circuit breaker EMS 2 to open.
Okay, CB EMS 2 to open.
That's correct. And we want to delete this setup camera that's listed on the bottom of the page. We're deleting that for power reasons. That's line 33 alpha.
Okay, we're way ahead of you. We already got it stowed.
Okay. On the top of the next page, where it says secondary water evap, just keep in mind, we don't plan to use the secondary evaporators unless the primary fails. On line 35 on page 1-5, next to command module RCS preheat, the time is now minus 6:30.
Okay, minus 630, and the foliage reading 3.9 still is good, right?
Okay, very good. Under final stowage, the first thing that's listed on line 36, page 1-5, is optics. And if you want to get started on your stowage, we'd like to leave the optics out because we'll have the star check coming up quite a bit after this. And the rest of that stuff can be taken care of at your convenience.
Okay.
All right, still on page 1-5, line 37. The time is now minus 6:10.
Got that?
Okay, and this is one time it looks like we might actually do the preheat. So that's the reason we wanted to make sure that we know that not more than 20 minutes of time on the preheat. We may not be able to watch you at that time because you aren't powered up.
How about simultaneously?
Okay, either 20 minutes or until 3.9 volts DC.
That's correct, Jack. And now let's go to page 1-6. And about a third of the way down, it shows panel 275, CB main A, bat C closed. We want to strike off that line, the next two lines. So we're going to strike out main A, bat C closed, main B, bat C closed, and DC indicator, main B.
Okay, after that, step on panel 275, strike out. CB main A, band C, CB main B, band C, and DC indicators to main B.
That's correct. Now under panel 8, it tells you to close all circuit breakers except, and I have 4 additions. The first one is CB service module, RCS heaters, quad Charlie, main B, open.
Service module RCS heater, quad Charlie, main Baker open.
Okay, and the same thing for service module RCS heaters, quad Delta, main A, open.
Service module RCS heaters, quad Delta, main A, open.
That's correct. And circuit breaker EMS, that's 2 of them, open.
CB EMS 2 to open.
Alright, and the last is the circuit breakers for SPS gauging, 4 of them, open.
Buddy, go. We need a readout.
SPS gauging 4 to open.
Okay, and how about a readout on the battery and the charger?
Okay, Benson, Wolfen in.
That's firm. And let's go back to page 1-6, line 41. Let's put in a time minus 4:40.
That works, Mike.
Minus
Flight number.
440.
Go ahead and call.
That's correct.
No problems at all. Flight one, good shape. Team is
On
tied to the White
page
House.
2-1.
We're tied to the White House. They're beginning to set that up. That's right, flight. Let me know when that's completed. Right, will do.
Line number 2, put in a time of minus 55 minutes.
Okay, minus 55 minutes.
Okay, and the first thing you want to do under EMS initialization is circuit breakers, EMS, that's 2 of them, to close.
Okay, CB EMS 2 to close.
That's correct. Alright, line 4, or step 4, where it shows CMRCS check, that occurs at minus 4:30.
Okay, minus 430.
Alright, under CMRCS checks, the 4th line down says manual attitude 3 to minimum impulse. We'll have to use Excel command, and the reason for that,
Flight
Jack,
hours.
is we don't have the SCS powered up, so there's no minimum impulse generator.
Okay, manual attitude 3 to Excel command.
That's correct. And on the same page, 2-1, strike out the last 3 lines, starting with RCS transfer to service module.
Right, the last 3 lines are scratched out. We ain't got one of those.
Hello, Owen.
That's correct.
Around
Okay, let's flip to page 2-2.
8 hours or so.
Strike out the first 2 lines.
Okay, wait a second, I need to give you a volts and amps, Ken.
Alright, go ahead.
Okay, it's 39.6, 1.12.
Sounds like you're getting there. Okay,
Around 9
we
hours
scratched out the first 2 lines
for
on
CM
2-2.
power up.
Now we're right below that, it says separation checklist. So we're going to just delete that whole thing. It's included in the notes I gave you.
Okay, it's included in the notation.
I already have
Line
these
number
procedures on the
It says maneuver to horizon check
Apollo
attitude.
13
We're
mission
gonna call this
operations
the moon check
report,
attitude.
so
This
that
one
is
we
why
just gotta
I am
check
just
the angle of 265
listening
is not correct.
In 12 minutes we will terminate the charge of battery B on the command module, and we will secure
step
it.
number 1, that'll be at EI minus 19 minutes, and we're off and running through a normal sequence of events.
Okay, that sounds good. Ken, I guess you've run this thing. Is it a comfortable timeline? Any areas where you had problems with?
Jack, it is very comfortable. We've run it several times now, and in fact it's being run right now again. And we've run it both here at Houston and at the Cape. The only place where you might
6
find
hours
that you
and
need
a
to stay ahead
half.
of things is during the platform alignment period when you're getting ready to close
CM
out the limb.
starts
And then
at
when you get
6
into the
hours and
command
a
module,
half.
jettison the limb while you're back on a very
CM
comfortable time.
power up.
And of course we'll be watching you. Anything we can do, like keeping track of time for you, we'll remind you of that as we go along.
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good, Ken.
Info flight. Flight info. Do you have any problems?
Okay, let me emphasize, Jack, that 2.5 hours is the earliest time we can start in on that power up stuff. Everything else you can do the way you normally would, where you get as far ahead of the game as you can. But the 2.5 hour time is based on saving command module consumables. And if you do that, well, we're fat. We've got plenty of time. Give you some fans on the water even. So that's the one point you don't want to start early on. I do have a couple more lines to run through on the entry checklist and 2 pages in the GNC. And I think that'll clean us up.
The battery charge should be terminated around 128.
128, that's a 10-minute flight.
Yeah.
Now's a convenient time. Why don't we terminate it now?
Well, we got to read up his procedure to do it.
Okay, Capcom. Capcom flight.
Okay, Ken, in the GNC checklist now?
Let me finish a couple more things in the entry.
Go ahead.
You still got that?
We want to terminate battery charge on
Yes, go
Bravo,
ahead.
and we have
Okay,
a
on
procedure here for
these are just cleanup items, Jack. On page 2-3.
Hey, let us finish the
It
CM stuff. We're
lists
near the end.
high separation,
don't mind.
CM, SM, SEP,
Well,
and all that. So
let's do this
obviously
before we
on
start
step
the
5 and
GNC
43
checklist.
minutes down, that's all
Okay.
deleted.
Well, let's see, that's not very long. The problem is that we want
And
to
that
terminate
gets
the
deleted all the way over onto page 2-4 up to the line where it says
Tell
50
you what,
minutes.
it sure be nice. if
And at that
we
point,
could do the
we
GNC
pick back up and
checklist.
everything
Okay,
from
we're
50
almost
minutes
done.
down is valid.
It's only 3 pages. All right. Yeah, those page updates go pretty quick. But we do have to read a procedure.
Okay, delete item 5 down to the point where it says minus 50
Incidentally,
minutes.
if I can get
That's
that
correct,
while
Jack.
we all primed to go.
Okay, on page 2-5, the top line where we have horizon check, that's now the moon set check, and the time is approximately 57:37, and that's minus 2:23.
Sergeant flight. Sergeant flight. Go for it. Okay, what, do you have any problems at all here?
And that angle that you're
Get
listed
started,
look through 177,
Stevie. We
that's
have
really the
We're
horizon
doing a
time
handover
at 2
Flight
minutes
Director
30.
Jerry
You
Griffin
can look that up
and his
up
Flight
on the back of
Dynamics
your
Officer
entry
Bill
card,
Stovall.
and I'll look
Jerry?
that number up again for you tonight.
Okay, I think you've probably followed most of the
Okay.
air ground
Okay,
here recently. We've
another
been doing
thing
this
is to remember
checklist updating for the
when we
entry
begin
phase.
blackout, which is around
We're just about to
4:05,
wind up
you can write this
the
in your checklist
CSM
wherever
portion
it's
of that.
convenient.
And as soon as
Once
we
we've
finish
lost
that,
comm,
then
we're gonna go
we'll
ahead and power
switch over
down
and do the limb
SCE
closeout
power off and the PMP
portion.
power off.
So
And
that'll
we
be
just
a
wanna do
whole lot
that,
shorter than the CSM.
After you lose comm, which comes up
This other
around
thing is
EI,
kind of like reading
anytime after that, just go ahead
War
and
and Peace or something
secure
over the air.
PMP and
I think we've
SCE
been at it
power.
for about an hour now. And of course that task has been in work, I guess, here at MSC and other places for about 3 days now, developing those procedures and running them on the simulators. It just took a long time to pull it together, and we finally kind of got in right under the wire.
That's
Time to
correct,
be
Jack,
in.
and that completes the entry checklist. Let's look at the GNC book.
We didn't do a whole lot else on our shift today. We did do some updating of our mid-course correction stuff, and I'll let Bill talk about that. He can tell you where that stands right now. And
Okay, ready to copy?
We
Okay,
have
let's go to page 2-1.
virtually the same.
Also
considerable
listening
data that
in the
gave you
Apollo
last night.
in
We're not sure
real-time
what we're in
experience
because of
to a press
afternoon.
conference.
But we're about the same position. We have finally emptied the potable water tank in the command module.
Apollo in
And
real-time
we
experience
have
The second line under IMU power.
from Stephen Slater and Ben
FDAI powered
Feist.
both, and
we
we're
got
going
a
to
pretty
make
good
that a
pad
1.
left over there. Besides that, two of them are going to be going to sleep.
For those of you who I will not be able to see tomorrow, or for those of you who will not be able to see me tomorrow, because we will start today very early for persons over Asia or over Europe. I want to thank you all for coming with me so far on this real-time simulation. It's Apollo 13, it's a special one, has been amazing, and I hope to conclude this amazing mission with an amazing splashdown tomorrow. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you on the uploaded videos that I will start to upload after the mission is complete.
Bill, why don't you say something about where the mid-course stands right now, what size it is?
Unfortunately, for this one, we don't have the TV transmission of the last day.
Last night, and it seems to be settling down moderately well.
Where I usually get emotional, but I want to thank you, all of you, for being here and helping me and participating. Thanks very much, has been amazing.
Anticipate a mid-course of somewhere in that
Last one I
vicinity.
have for you is on page 2-1.
Bill, why don't you go ahead and tell them what kind of a burn?
No urine bags, Ryan. No urine bags.
Stays down in this level to do an RCS.
When I live alone, probably we do some most of
on the order
that
of
stuff,
20 to 25
but
seconds long, somewhere in that
I
range,
cannot
depending on the
right
delta
now.
V we need.
Sorry.
Delete that.
And it would be done essentially just like we did the mid-course last night, where they align
How is
ag
everything,
system
Ryan,
using
by the
this
way? Haven't
society
seen
of
you much
planet,
these
this
days.
type of thing. Worked out very well
These
last
days
night. We anticipate it'll
I
work out
know
very well again.
what
The
you were
attitude of the
doing,
maneuver is certainly
and
not
I
critical,
hope that
but we are trying to
it's
adjust the
been
entry
great for
conditions
you.
so it'll be just perfect.
I hope everything is well.
I might mention too the entry angle.
Press conference volume is too high.
6.05.
6.05, which is about 46 hundredths of a degree shallow. We'd like to get it about 6.50, which is what we would target the mid-course to do.
Okay, now let me give you a little bit, because I know you're going to ask. I'll give you a little bit now on the.
Has been amazing, Ryan. Thanks very much for your help during the training, for your patience, for your patience. Thank you very much.
This entry phase is going to really start. At that time, we'll power the main bus.
And I don't know if by the time I do the entry it will be very late for you, but I wish you were here for entry. You, Indy, all the NASSP guys. I wish you were able to be with me for the re-entry.
We'll come along and do mid-course 7 at EI minus, that's EI's entry interface minus 5 hours.
Yep.
And shortly after that, at EI minus 4:30, we'll jettison the service
retrograde MCC.
And we are going to pitch, right after that maneuver, we're going to pitch about 90 degrees. And attempt to take any pictures that we can get of the service module as it moves away.
Thank you very much, Flying Guy.
Push-pull thing that I've talked about before to get the service module away from us, but it'll be at a very slow rate. We're going to be taking pictures out of the limb window, as well as, or windows, as well as window number 5 in the command module. We're going to have a lot of cameras looking at it. And hopefully.
Okay, let's now terminate charging battery B.
It will be uncontrolled, of course.
And I think I am going to do the reload to set the batteries as full now. What do you think about that?
2 hours and 30 minutes.
All right.
From that time on, we'll be completely on the CSM batteries.
I have a question.
We will jettison the LEM.
I am going to
at
decrease the
EI
volume there a
1
little
hour.
bit because it's
Technique for doing that
overlapping
is
me
now
a little bit.
zeroed in on. We will put both.
We'll finish.
Of course,
That's
seal
better,
hatch
right?
in. We'll close the LEM hatch with its vent valve closed. Then we will vent the tunnel
Alright.
down to about 2 psi. When we separate the lunar module off, the pressure in the tunnel will push us off, push us apart. From there on, it's almost normal from EI minus 1 hour on, almost a normal entry.
Complete that procedure as soon as you're through with
As far as the checklist goes, it's
completely.
almost a normal entry. So from there on, we wouldn't see much difference. This profile, the last time I checked, incidentally, we have been charging the batteries. We charged Bat A. It's fully charged now. We are now charging battery B, and we're going to top it off all the way so that we should have approximately 118 amp hours when we start this entry phase. That's in the command
Interesting.
module. This profile
Looks like
runs
something
around
charged here.
106 is the last number I heard, and that may change a little bit because they are doing things a little
But
bit
yeah,
differently,
the
but that's ballpark.
flow is
Giving
not
us,
modeled in NASSP
pad
yet.
on the water
From the lunar module to
somewhere
the
around 12
command
amp
module.
hours. And if you want to convert that to recovery time, it takes about an
Yep.
and a half an hour. In a full-up condition, you can get it longer if you turn off the S-band and go VHF only. There's some other tricks you can play in there to extend that lifetime. Also, that's kind of a 3 sigma low battery amp hour assumption there too. There's probably nearer to 50 amp hours in those batteries than 40, but we play it kind of conservatively there and put those other 10 amp hours in
Okay,
the
Jack,
function.
and we'll get
So,
them back out to you after that.
Looks like things are going real well. We've got
Okay, Jack, it looks like
checklist business. I
we've
think
closed up the loose ends. There's
it's kind of a space first. That's an awful lot of
amazing
reading,
lineup out of all
and
that stuff.
I'm
It looks like we
glad
only
we had
generated
good
one
Tom to
question
do
on
it
the
with.
floor.
We finally had to
And
turn
we'll,
the power amplifier on
research
to
that
make sure we could hear him
We'll even
well,
let you guess what it
and
might have been.
we finally got it up there. I think that's all I got.
If you have any questions after you mull it
You want to give
over,
them those
why,
entry numbers?
we're
Oh, I
all
can give you some.
ask us what you're thinking about.
Okay, entry interface. We'll be at 142.
Hey, count the following comment for the NAS community also. The thing that Jim Lovell is going to say,
55.
make the record for me also in the NAS community.
49.
We did run the
It's
length
coming up,
averages,
the
so,
comment is coming
I
up.
think we've got
Landing
all
at
the
142,
surprises ironed out.
54, 40.
As the tunnels are at
The,
verification procedures,
and that assumes a mid-course correction.
circuit and all that.
The
Get ready to read that up to
Here it comes.
So the command module will be 2140 south, that's degrees in minutes, 21 degrees 40 minutes south, 165, 23 minutes west. The service module, whatever makes it through the atmosphere, should splash somewhere around 25 degrees 21 minutes south, 174, 56 west. And likewise with the LEM, whatever makes it through.
Let's see who in the NAS community can break my record. Coming back to Earth with 98.5% fuel and around 97%, well, around 70% RCS fuel. Who can break that record in the NAS community?
Stand by one.
And the LEM jettison takes place 9,729 miles
Okay, let's go ahead and
above
read
the
it
Earth.
on up. And I think that this is ready to go.
Nautical, those are nautical miles. Oh, on the altitude, the last one. Service module
Hey,
set
Jack,
34,000.
We'll give you this
888.
backup procedure, and then Deke says
And LEM jet
gotta get some sleep. You're gonna need
9,729.
it tomorrow.
Yep, I am going to need
Yeah,
it
we'll take
tomorrow.
questions now.
Okay, I'm ready to
Get
copy
this
the
one
backup
here and
procedure.
come over here and we'll get these.
Okay.
You said something after you
Panel
mentioned the length, or at least
Battery
the amount of
charge off. You've already
amp
done
hours
that,
you had
Jack.
left on the water. That works
Next.
out to 12
AC
to
inverter,
8 hours at
Inverter 2
1.5
off.
an hour. But you mentioned something else. Do you have other batteries?
No. These batteries are rated at 40 amp hours each. However, the batteries we know have some additional. Now, you always can't count on it. You can't measure it for one thing. But there's 5 to 10 additional amp hours in any of these 40 amp hour batteries.
250. Circuit breaker bat A, power entry.
What drain do you expect from the equipment, the radio equipment?
You mean down on the water?
Yeah.
On the water?
Circuit breaker,
an amp and a half.
B, power
continuous.
entry. Post landing.
Ray, I gather you're happy with the way things are going, step by step, but just subjectively, where's your personal confidence level right now?
CB battery charger.
It's good. I'm
charge.
I'm glad to see us get this checklist stuff up. That was the
open
last big thing to do, and
okay, I'll let you read
from
that.
here on in, it's men and equipment performing, and so I feel confident.
Okay, bat charge up. AC inverter 2 off. Main bus tie, bat BC, on up.
Mr. Strobel spoke. That course definitely will be made.
No, but you have to go around the moon and come back. If not, it doesn't count.
Trajectory moving as it is, but it would have to take pretty significant deviations for us not to make the mid-course at the moment.
That's correct. Now that gets
In
you.
fact, I would add to that, as long as it stays in this range, we will make
place
it.
where you can back
If
up
it did show a sudden decrease,
the
then we
big
have to do
battery
it.
charging procedure.
Mr. Lunny
which
spoke
you
this
have,
afternoon of the
and I
spacecraft
think you
still
have the
being
backup
comfortably within
procedure for
the
that,
re-entry
but
corridor,
I'd
and I
like
take
to
it that is
check
still
with you.
true.
Letting him. Go. Did you comment?
You want to talk about that? It's in the corridor.
Yeah, but okay,
It's
everybody, there's a
shallow,
little noise
but
in the room,
it is
gentlemen.
entering.
It's good that we read up at CSM.
So the mid-course that you're going to make then is desirable but not mandatory, is that
So
correct?
anybody that's got anything
Well,
for the
it's really hard to
CSM,
pin down.
come forth with it right now.
It depends on what Flynn thought comfortable was.
Okay, Jack.
It's
Be advised,
6.05 is
Do you
pretty
have
shallow.
that,
Okay, 5.9 really
backup
defines
procedure in your hand there?
the lower point of the corridor, if you will.
Yes, I do,
And
Ben.
Okay,
you're
just to
bumping
verify.
it. I don't know what his
Start,
definition of comfortable was,
Panel
but
3,
I'd say anything within plus
battery
or minus
charge switch off.
2.5,
AC
0.25
inverter 2
degrees.
off.
6.5 would be
main
comfortable.
bus
Anything
type,
other than that
bat AC
starts to get a
on
little
up,
uncomfortable,
etc.
but certainly flyable.
The one Al just asked,
Could you give us a time on this mid-course correction?
That would be a GET, at least the current planning, would show 137.40.
Well, we need to go ahead and change that.
And again, the time's not
Yeah,
critical.
that's
It'll be the
fine.
kind of thing that we had last night where they do it when
and
they
we have
feel
one
good
other
about their
comment
alignment and everything else.
regarding the systems
How many
checklist and
feet do you-
standby
is there any way to measure that?
that'll wrap it up for us.
The feet per second, the delta V would be 2.73, 3.4. These are the kind of numbers we've been looking at all night.
A new item came
But
in,
it's in
Jack.
that range.
We need to switch to asset
Testing on
water,
times. Save us all
and
from
I have a
arithmetic. Could you happen to
three-step
translate
procedure
these,
for you.
Do you recommend me, Ryan? Do you recommend me switching to the ascent water now?
the same? Shortly.
Okay.
It must be about
Descent water valve
shortly
closed.
afternoon, a few minutes.
It's within a minute or two from what I think that
Okay.
you said earlier.
We launched at 1:13.
Back up on the end of the front row.
Ascent water valve to close.
What would
Do
happen?
you recommend me doing that or not?
Two, how many people are going to be taking
Yeah.
And
three,
water tank
what are the
select
chances of
valve
the LEM burning
to
up
ascent.
before it hits the face of the earth?
I can plug up the telemetry on my side and show it on the stream. Which display will I
Make
need?
it in. I can't tell you exactly what pieces. Kind of like the service module, chunks of that usually make it in. And, a lot depends on the orientation that it gets captured in the atmosphere and so forth.
We're going to
So,
watch the ascent flow a little bit.
Pieces of it undoubtedly will probably make it in. It's all out in the deep water in that area. Now let me go back and answer.
Yeah.
Form the mid-course.
I know, but I cannot do anything about it,
The entry would
unfortunately.
be a little bit hotter on as far as temperatures go. It would be actually a lower
Which display?
entry than nominal, and it would mean that we would have to
About an hour flight.
probably fly some lift vector down.
Capcom, what do you He wants to know if
more than we would in a normal entry.
Yes.
We expect him to be able to. We're going to be watching
the G level I'm not sure about, but the rest of it's right. It would definitely be lift vector down. And like I said, it's flyable, and I don't.
Oops,
the retrofit
sorry.
officer would have to tell you which program to make it into and all that.
Shoot.
Understand that you should be able to continue drinking.
It's not that much different. It would just be.
About an hour.
That's why we defined this corridor that way. It's acceptable in between those ranges. Slightly different orientation of the spacecraft as we modulate the roll to affect the lift.
Yeah, Roger. But when he wants to drink,
We'll be taking
69%.
Actually, all three of them, although one of the cameras is sequence.
I vote for not switching to ascent water.
All three of them will be involved in that.
Okay.
priority.
They're all low priority. We've put some priorities on the three sets of cameras, but it's only for our own purposes. We'd rather have the pictures out of the limb because we feel the windows are going to be better. And, but all of it's low priority.
All right.
They don't want to take
Perfect.
That's right.
Yes, in just a minute we'll get through over here.
2-6. This,
Okay,
really what we're
fire
talking
away.
about, Jack, is
I've got a couple.
the
First
hatch
of all, how come
integrity check decal.
the trajectory
I think it'll be
changes?
easiest if you
Secondly,
open
can you
to
give us
S2-6 and I
the
explain
heat
it to you.
of the peak point of the entry, please?
Bill, why don't you answer the first part?
It's not so much that the trajectory itself changes, but the way we measure this trajectory, all the radars across the country are using this what we call the Doppler shift to determine velocity, and we only determine the line of sight velocity. And it takes a very long time with it coming straight down at us to really get a good feel for where the spacecraft is any place else other than along the line of sight and how fast it's going. And last night that perturbation we had when the sheet tank flew. Okay, now that bothers our data, and it takes maybe 8 to 10 hours to recover from something like that. So it's not really the trajectory itself as much as it is our ability to determine the trajectory.
Geometry problem. A lot of it's just the geometry is not real good. So there's noise in your solution.
And we're having the comm situation here is not the best for tracking. Of course, the limb is in a little higher PTC rate than we're used to, and the data doesn't quite fit as well, and the people are just having a lot more trouble fitting it than they normally do.
That's one we can find out for you, and we can get the rectifier off, so we'll have that, but we'll have to get it for you afterwards, and we'll have them call it over. We can give you the peak temperature.
Actually, the part of a fourth line there, which is 8.5
Jerry,
minutes.
what pictures what do you expect to see in these pictures of the service module? Will they be trying to take pictures of the general area where the trouble develops on Tuesday night?
Well, we're going to just have to take what we get. Understand that if the service module as it comes off is uncontrolled, it will probably not be perfectly stable because of the disturbance torques put to it when you blow the power ring. So hopefully it'll come off and turn one way or the other. And before it gets too far away, if there is anything of interest to see on it, which I suspect there probably is, hopefully we can get a picture of it.
And add the following.
Just one more question. Will you be trying to take any pictures of the limb after you jettison the limb?
Is equal to 3.0.
That time, see you 1 hour prior to entry interface, you got all the cameras stowed.
Again, to perhaps save us a little work if you have the answer already, those figures that you gave us for re-entry time,
Descent water valve, let me see.
No, not significantly. They're about like the ones I gave you last night, I think. They're almost the same.
That's
Harry,
that's a note.
and then we'll over to Harry, please.
Jack, that's what we want to end up with ultimately is 1.5.
Ladies first.
Yep, it's open.
Jerry, in the need to conserve power and the
It's
limits
open.
of,
Okay.
first
Then,
of all, what have you lost or
continuing
sacrificed in the way of data?
Everything's okay until you get
Secondly,
down
because
to,
you
on the next
haven't
page,
had things turned on in the
you get through verify O2
Apollo, what have you
indicator,
lost
no
there
increase.
that maybe perhaps you would like to have had?
We would like to
Okay,
delete
the limb data, we've lost almost nothing. We've operated a little more in low bit rate than we would have in a normal mission. We'd have had a little bit more high bit rate data. But since we didn't, most of the high bit rate data on the limb is associated with the pings, the primary guidance and navigation system. Since we didn't have the pings powered up, we really haven't missed much by not having high bit rate data. We've missed a few, odd temperatures and so forth like that.
Yes,
but we
through
really
that.
haven't lost very much data from
leave
the
tunnel line
standpoint of the problem because we had to power the things
Right,
down here.
and just,
As
that's
far
a
as the normal
verify.
spacecraft life support system and all, we've lost nothing. Now, in the command module side, we have lost our ability to,
really what this
since it is
does
powered
for you
down, to
then
continually
is,
monitor the temperature
it gives
trends.
you a
And that's why
pressure,
now 3 times we've taken,
tunnel pressure
well,
integrity,
we've
or a hatch
twice gone in.
pressure
We had
integrity
with conditions at
integrity
shutdown, and then
check
we've twice gone in
with delta
and
P
taken kind of a
3
snapshot of the
PSI
whole
between the
vehicle
tunnel
for
and the
about 5
cabin.
minutes and determine what all the
And,
temperatures were. And you
then
can
you
see
never
the
go on
slopes of all of them
the
plot out
steps of
pretty
venting
nicely.
that on out. You
The
just
vehicle
leave it
cooled
in there
down.
for
Isn't that the distant water?
separate from the limb.
But
That gives you a
we've been able to
shotgun,
get enough data to put the
delta
picture back
V
together.
GNC. You have anything for
Where are
sliders?
the temperatures?
Copy that.
You scared me,
Looks like the
Ryan.
cabin temperature in
I
the
think
command
that's
module
all,
was
but we're
45
pulling the
degrees.
house here to
Last
see if
look we
there's
had.
another comment
The
for you.
general
Standby.
structure, most of the spacecraft was around that same level, 45 to some as high as
It's
50.
okay, right?
And it looked like the whole thing had cooled down about 5 degrees from where it was the last time we looked.
Okay, do you have anything else for the
Will re-entry be controlled by the command module primary guidance and nav system?
Yes.
And if so, when will you fire it up, and how will you tell it where it is and what's going on after it's been sleeping so long?
Okay, we're going to do a cold startup. We're actually going to turn the power on at about minus 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's right after we terminate limb power. We've read up a procedure where he can use the sextant to do an Earth-Sun alignment. Let me take that back. A Moon-Sun alignment.
Yeah, water tank select is here on the right.
However, we told him that when he was looking for the
But as far as I understand,
to go ahead and do a normal P51, P52.
This is the ascent water valve.
And use the limit that way. The only reason we gave him the other technique was to cover all bets, just in case he couldn't see stars. We wanted to make sure he had thought about how to use the sun.
This is the ascent water valve.
So he'll just be bringing up.
This is the
just like we did on Apollo 7. You know, we kept
descent water, and this is the water tank select, which is on descent.
That's the re-entry from 1 hour minus EI on now would be just about normal. What are the differences?
Well, there's some, in order to conserve power, for instance.
Okay, but I think the valve configuration is right, correct?
There's, you know, usually in a normal entry we turn on both evaporators.
Okay, I have to get back to the square one.
We're plenty cool enough already, so we'll be turning on the coolant loops rather late. There's a few other things like that. The EMS, the entry monitor system, we're bringing on a little later than normal.
We were just wanting to verify we didn't get everything flowing, and we can already tell it.
But the things that we are doing are normal. The timing is a little bit different.
We still got a limb update, but we strongly recommend
At EI will be completely normal.
Yes.
Okay, and the other is, I wonder if you could, the water situation a little bit more. I thought I understood that they were carrying water from the LEM to the CM in water bags. I was just wondering if they're going to have any water in the CM for splashdown in case it takes a while to get a ship there.
Yes, they will. We haven't. They haven't done that yet, Mark, but they undoubtedly will. Right now, there's no bags. We asked them a question if they had any water stowed in bags anywhere, and their answer was no. So, but prior to closing out the limb and getting back into the command module, they will take some water in those 8-ounce drinking bags and take it back over to the command module with them. But there's no sense in doing that now. Once we take that water out of the system, we can't get it back in, and just in case we needed it for cooling, we'd have it to cover some other contingency. But they will take some water over there with them.
Okay.
And of course, in their survival kits too, they've got three 5-pound cans, 15 pounds of water in each. There's 5 pounds in each survival kit.
Can you tell me your flight?
Firm, they're not going to suit up, and secondly,
How much of a power drain is it to cool off the suits if they were suiting up?
The answer to your question is that they aren't going to suit up. That's the plan.
We're going to stay in
And,
this configuration.
gee, I don't know what the power drain is to run the suit circuit. It's probably on the order of 5 amps, I think, something around
Takes you
there.
on through.
And,
We put battery 5 on. Yeah, you
a fan and a glycol pump. No.
What will we be down to in the decent batteries by the
May not have figured this, but
Well,
in
we
terms of your
should,
total
we're pretty good
plan, in
shape. I had
terms of
one
reading it
estimate
up,
here, just let
can
me
you
check.
give us an
I think
approximate
93 was
on the
supposed to
time
be at
that it
134,
will
but
take from beginning to end to have
feel,
read
you know,
this
that's
total
based on
plan?
spec numbers. I feel
I think probably by the time we've done it all, it'll be close to
they get down
2
to
hours.
about 2 amps. And if we do, we'll turn it off. But
Mhm.
we probably
Collectively, you mean you can just turn off that particular battery, leave it at the
Questions?
decents on it, not have to
Would
bring
the
up
MCC or the lack of it affect the splashdown
push your where we
point?
already got one
And the
on.
second, what is your latest weather report?
I didn't hear the second part, but the first part, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we got enough
Yeah, I think
capability
we're in
to
good shape.
steer back to the target point, as long as you're in the carpet. Is that right?
I believe so, but I'm getting out of my area there.
It's, we would still target for the same point. Now, someplace, if you're very shallow or very long, you obviously don't have enough lift to get up and in, or you don't have enough negative G or lift to turn you in shorter. But I think within the constraints of the corridors we've defined it, you could get back to the target point. Let me take that. That's another question. I'll find an answer for you. Now, what was your second question? I didn't hear it.
The weather.
The weather.
The weather. Oh, the weather's good. 2,000 scattered clouds, 4-foot seas. Wind is about 15 miles an hour, 10 to 15 miles an hour, and they do expect widely scattered, and when they say widely, they mean 10% or less showers, and in those showers you can expect 2,000-foot broken conditions, which is an overcast as opposed to a scattered cloud. But it's a broken overcast. But that would only be in the showers, and those are 10% of the area or less. It looks real good.
1 second.
Kent, did you have a question while ago, or did somebody answer it?
Okay, we had 2 things.
If you answered this, I didn't hear. Why did you say they're not wearing the suits tomorrow, Jerry?
Well, that's the normal entry. We don't do entries suited anymore unless we have reason to suspect that the cabin's leaking or going to leak or is leaking. So that's just the normal configuration. Now, the reason that we discussed it some today, and you may have heard some commentary on the air ground, was since we're putting the hatch in kind of late, in this case because we're dumping the limbs. Normally we got rid of it back at the moon, and we've flown all the way back, being able to monitor the cabin very closely. In this case, we're putting in the hatch pretty late, and we won't have hours of data, hours and hours of data to see that that hatch made a good seal. But conversely, we also have a lot of confidence in the hatch. Jim said he was going to try a couple of times, practice putting it in and make sure it goes in smoothly and make sure he's squared away on putting it in. And if there was a gross leak, we could detect that in the time that it'll be in there. And that's all that we would be worried about. So in that case, if they did, we might have to have them get in the suit very quickly, but I'm not expecting that. The hatch is a very simple device with a seal around the edge, and you put it in and close it. So the unsuited entry, though, is normal.
About how many miles from the splashdown point of the command module is the splashdown point for the SM and the LM?
Gee, I'd have to plot it up. I think it's on the order of 500 miles, but somebody shaking their head, yeah, it's on the order of 500 miles. Uprange.
Will you be able to recover any of the pieces of the SM that you were talking about, and if so, will they be able to give you any kind of a clue as to what happened Monday night?
No. Like I say, we don't have forces in that area. This is just hunks of metal, and when it hits, it's going to sink. So the likelihood of doing that would be nil. In fact, you just couldn't do it.
Go ahead, play.
Even if you did, I'd have to
Roger, I am just verifying my configuration.
Close to the target area, will the rescue ships be when it hits?
Last we told them, I think we wanted to stand
stand by before they drink.
In other words, if it hits exactly where you want, are the rescue ships going to be able to be in the area?
You're talking about the command module?
When the command module hits, yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll have forces on station.
Okay, I think
Aircraft
we told
carriers
them we wanted to verify
helicopters
SMC
and all kinds of boats.
before they did that. Well, what we said was that they could turn descent to open to get a drink.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, but I think we left it in the question in his mind that we wanted to hold off a little bit on that till we were sure we were going to be able to pump water from the ascent tank. It won't hurt any to remind him of that. And the other thing is that we would like to get a docking angle check, and kind of wouldn't hurt to get that early, maybe even now just before Jack goes to bed, and we won't have to bother him anymore.
Okay, in the tunnel, a docking angle check.
Yes.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
All right, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, Fred, three things. First thing is we need a docking angle check as soon as you can conveniently get it. Second point, you're free to drink all the descent stage water if you want, if that wasn't clear before. And third point,
I am not sure if I should open this breaker or not. I don't find it anywhere on the backup procedures for right now.
why don't you go ahead and look at that? Look at that first, yes.
Okay.
I think it's left closed. No, it's open, it's opened. It's open. Just found it.
This is Apollo Control at 128 hours.
Jim says the docking tunnel index is a plus 2.1 degrees.
Okay, plus 2.1 degrees, docking tunnel index.
Okay, he corrects himself. He says make that sign a minus 2.1 degrees.
Okay, we just changed plus to minus.
Okay, and your second item was we can drink all of that decent water that's left. Looks like about 5%.
Question: should I be?
And I'll get a book here and be ready to start writing.
Okay, get this won't be as long as the
Let's see.
TK read up, but
From what I heard, but I am not sure at all.
Okay, I got lots of
The battery B is completely charged. Battery B charge is complete. They said to get back to the square one configuration. But if I get back to a square one configuration, I lose power transfer from the LEM to the CM. So I am like contradicted. I don't know if I should back out of the power transfer right now just by opening the LEM power and putting LEM power to off.
Okay, read you, okay, Fred.
Or if I should be like I am right now, because this breaker here it's closed at minus 2 hours 30 for what I could see.
Okay, go ahead.
use modified LEM dips?
Let's see, I am trying to basically understand the procedures. I heard that I should get back to the square one configuration, but I am contradicted because if I get to a square one configuration, I lose the power transfer to the lunar module. And then how will I start the CM? I am like contradicted here. I don't know if I should go back to the full square one configuration, or I am good like this with this breaker closed.
And Fred, the time on LEM pre-entry procedure is just... go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, I terminated the battery charge. I already did that. I backed out of the battery bit charge procedure, and I backed out of the general battery charge procedure for the CM. I mean, I did on the ops report, I did page 206.
Under that, deadband max.
And I did the backout on pages 203 and 202. But from there, I don't know what is the correct configuration, if square one or just as I am right now with the main bit but bus B breaker closed.
And under that, attitude control, pitch and roll, pulse, yaw mode control.
Square one. Square one.
Okay, next, EI minus.
Okay, square one.
Configure for CM SM SEP. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay. That was EI minus 4.5? That's correct.
Okay.
That's a firm, and under that
275 is as per square one.
Okay.
250 right now is like on square one.
405 plus 0. .406 plus 0.
Panel 5 says main boost ties to off.
Okay, got it.
And battery charger AC1.
At 0.5.
Non-essential boost to off. And now says panel 5 all open.
Okay. Then CM, SM, SEP. After SEP.
I am going to open the LEM power breakers. That is my question. That is my concern now. If I open the LEM power breakers I will lose the power transfer to the lunar module. Is that correct right now on this part of the mission?
Okay, go ahead. After SEP, null 470 to 0.
Because the removal from CM and LEM umbilical they did at minus 2 hours 30 minutes.
Attitude control.
So I am assuming that we are going to square one now, and then tomorrow before starting on the CM we go back to the power transfer. Well, but I am going to square one now.
Okay. Okay, note, use ACA for control. Okay, we can use the ACA now for control. Roger, EI minus 3
What do you
hours.
mean I should have done first? To open these circuit breakers, the LEM circuit breakers, before opening some other circuit breaker first?
Attitude. Wait a minute, was that maneuver in add hole for moon view, is that right? That's a firm for moon view attitude.
Yeah, but I did the backup procedure.
CM platform release. Okay, it says maneuver and add hole for moon view attitude until CM platform release. That's a firm, better worded it would have been maneuver and hold an attitude for moon view, etc. Okay, that's mainly for Jack to be able to get it in the optic stream. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, Fred, could you give us a read back on everything up to this point? Okay, I'll go back to normal voice. Or is this pretty clear? It's clear. Okay, the master title entry, limb prep, EI minus 6 hours. First, bat 5, normal feed on. Second, use modified limb dips. Flash RCS 30-minute activation checklist. Next is TEI minus 5 hours, MCC 7 if required. Now we have a limb pre-entry procedure.
Flight info.
First, maneuver to service module.
Yeah, when the crew went to down voice back for that hot mic, we lost range. We'd like to have to go back to voice and use bomb.
Under that, deadband max.
And we'll get a ranging back.
And attitude control, 3 to pulse.
That's ranging's gravy though, isn't it?
Thirdly, perform CSM hot
I
fire.
don't know.
Fourth, the limb maneuvers back to SM step attitude. with attitude control, pitch and roll the pulse, attitude control yaw to mode control. How you got that so far, man?
That's correct so far, Fredo.
You, all this ranging you
Okay, at
get ready,
EI minus 4.5 hours. Configured for
Flight. We'd like that if we could get it, of course.
Okay, well, we'll stay where we are right now for a while.
Secondly,
They're almost done.
0 to counter
However, you probably
4, 5, 4, 6,
go back to our
8 out, 4, 7.
configuration and you won't get ranging either. Copy.
Thirdly, translate plus X to
You might
0.5
tell me how important ranging is. Maybe we want to invest a couple of amps here to get it. Echo flight, everything. We got to have the power amp on to get ranging.
Well, right there, it's not going to cost us any power to get ranging in this mode.
I know in this mode, but we're thinking about going out of this mode shortly because we're going to get through all this conversation. And I guess my question is,
Okay.
do we need a power amp to
I am now in square one. So I am understanding that tomorrow, before starting on the CM at EI minus 6 hours 30, I am going to do
reading up the pads, and pretty soon we're going to be through reading up the pads, and we're going to go back to our semi-standard configuration,
Fred,
which is what down voice, back up, etc.
Only a minor point
Power amp off.
that we just picked
Now,
up
I'm asking
at
you,
the
can
very
we get
top.
ranging in that
EI minus 6 hours.
Okay.
The title is
From where we are now,
power
in
up
the 210 foot we've
above
got, we can't get
band
ranging.
5 normal feet on.
That's right. We cannot.
So it costs us the power amp to get ranging.
Okay, the title above bat 5 normal feet on is power up.
Okay, and on the last it was maneuver and hold for moon view
Okay,
attitude until CM.
I understand that tomorrow, before starting to work on the CM, for the first time, I am going to do page 200, E-45 on the mission ops report of Apollo 13. Is that correct?
2.5 hours, Fred.
Okay, EI minus 2.5.
Okay, the title, power removal from CM LEM umbilical.
The thing is that there are two different procedures, E-46 and E-45. Which is the one that I am going to use tomorrow?
That's correct. Next.
E-46 or E-45? Pages 200 and 201 on the mission ops report. Which one I will do tomorrow? Today I did E-46 and I expect tomorrow to do E-45. Yeah.
5 and 6 on normal feet.
Yeah, it's E-45. It's E-45, yeah. Yeah, I think that tomorrow it's E-45 because I put battery 6. That is what it was, had me wondering, but half an hour later I bring up battery 5. All the batteries will be connected until power removal from CM LEM umbilical, which is 4 hours later. Okay, I think I understand.
Next CB.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for your patience, Ryan. It's a bit confusing, at least for me. I don't know if it's really confusing or not.
Sensor signal.
Okay, and with this I am going to
Main B to open.
Reload the scenario, putting the batteries completely full. 1 second.
How much range would it take to give you
EPS
what's the significant
panels 11 and 16.
How long would we have to carry it on from where we are now to get rid of these? I'll have to answer it. Like, we can get a good solution without the ranges. Okay. Now let me go back and find out how long and are the ranges on these. Well, get a better solution. Okay. How much? Better is better. Okay. I get the more. The more we get, of course, the better our solution is. Yeah. But you're saying you're plenty adequate with that range, and I understand that.
Okay. On the left side now. CB EPS 11, panels 11 and 16, cross-tie panel loads closed.
That's correct. Next, CB EPS panel 16. Bat feed tie. 2 of them.
1 second.
Open.
Okay,
I'm checking on that.
EPS panel 16, bat feed tie, 2 open.
Very interesting pattern.
Okay. CB EPS 16. Ascent ECA control to close.
CB EPS panel 16, ascent ECA control closed.
Correct. Battery 1, high voltage to off reset.
Okay, battery 1, high volts off reset.
Battery 5, off reset.
Yeah, resting codes. Ryan, that is correct, right?
Or it should be battery 5, normal feed off reset.
That's affirmative.
Roger.
Well, I leave it on the YouTube chat also. If someone wants to fly 13, that is what you have to do. We will have to do this edit 2 times, now and before jettisoning the LEM.
Battery 5.
Just a normal reset. Problem in play.
Okay.
That's a normal feed.
Let me synchronize the time.
Okay, bat 2, low voltage. Off reset, then on.
Okay, battery 2, low volts off reset, then on.
Okay.
Next, bat 2, high volts, off reset, then on.
still there, man?
Raj, I didn't catch your read back, Fred.
Oh, okay. The last item was item 9, and that was back.
Okay, I will.
Raj, after that,
I will do that.
another one. Bat 2 high volts.
I will do that tomorrow before jettisoning the LEM on the second edit.
Bat 2 high volts off, reset, then on.
Correct. Bat 1 high volts on.
Bat 1 high volts on.
Okay.
Bat 5 normal feed.
Okay, I understand.
On.
Bat 5 normal feed on.
CB EPS 16.
Perfect. All right.
Bat feed tie. 2 of them closed.
Let's see if Earth is around there. Okay, it's about to appear. Perfect.
Bat feed tie 2 closed.
Roger. Next, the LMP should transfer to the CM.
Alright. With these guys, I am going to start the last sleep period here on the Apollo 13 real-time simulation. Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you very much for your patience, for your help. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, and let's see what happens. Hopefully I get to see. Yeah, I know it. I know it. I have to charge my batteries again. Okay, good night, good day, Ryan, good afternoon, see you, bye bye.
Ascent ECA control. Open.
Okay, 1 CB. CB EPS, that's on 16, I assume Ascent ECA control open.
Affirm. Okay, this is EI minus 1 hour 45 minutes. Next.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, maneuver to CM, LEM, jet, attitude. And you'll have a pad for that attitude.
Okay, maneuver to CM, LEM, jet, attitude.
That's affirmed. Matter of fact, Jack has a listing of your pads there, Fredo, so you can review them after this is over.
Okay.
EI minus 1 hour 35 minutes. Configure for...
minus 1 hour 30.
Correct. Configure for jettison.
Okay.
Under that, verify CM free.
Verify CM free.
Okay, next the COM configuration. S-band. PM. Prime.
Hold on, say again now.
Okay. Next, COM configuration.
This is for the command module?
Negative, the step above for CM free was command module, but the COM is for LEM again.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, S-band, PM, primary, primary again, off, PCM, range, off, and high.
Okay, our S-band config is PM prime off, PCM range off high.
That's correct. Standby one.
Do you have any druthers about which Omni?
Yeah, select best Omni.
Select, did you say aft or best?
Best. Best in the west.
Okay, I was wondering if that's still going to be best after it leaves, but okay. Select best Omni at the time.
That's affirmed. Okay, we've covered COM, Fred. Next, ECS.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, under ECS, forward dump valve, close.
Okay, forward dump valve closed.
Suit circuit relief, auto.
Suit circuit relief to auto.
Cabin gas return,
Go ahead,
egress.
Tyler. When you want to talk about ranging slide, I'll be ready. Okay, just a moment. Stop.
Cabin gas return egress.
Suit gas diverter, egress.
Hey, tell me you support. Could you drop your
Gas diverter egress.
symbols on channel 58? That tabular.
Suit isolation valves,
We drop it. You just take it off. Oh, I mean, put it on there.
two of
Tabular one
them
that shows us
disconnect.
that last several hours. Oh, okay. Just don't stop listening. Tell me. I just wanted to get your background to do that.
Okay, ISO valve to the suit disconnect.
They should be able to.
Roger. Pressure regs A and B, close.
Regs A and B to close.
Cabin repress valve, close.
Repress valve closed.
Suit fan off.
How many more steps then?
2 after this, Fredo.
Okay, stand by.
Maybe you need a scroll yet.
Yeah. So I ask him why all these steps just to get rid of a lens that's going to burn up in a half hour. It's ridiculous. Damn it. Too many guys fan off. Good, yeah.
Okay, the last one was suit fan off. Hey Jim, Deke said he thought you were asleep.
Okay. All these steps woke me up.
Okay, we'll try to be quieter. Except I don't know how. Okay, Fredo, did you get
my audio breaker on?
Did you get suit fan off?
Yeah, big fan off.
Okay, circuit breakers. Panel or circuit breaker panel 16 rather. ECS cabin repress to open.
Okay, CD panel 16, EPS cam repress open.
Roger. Overhead dump valve closed. Maybe Jim has a point there though.
Yeah. Overhead dump valve closed and it is already.
Right. Okay, that's all for the ECS. Next, attitude control 3 to mode control.
Okay, stand by one.
Oh, stand by one, Fred. We'd like to change the position of that attitude control 3 mode control to be just under CM free. That's a more convenient time.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, under, it'll be my item B. After verify CM3, is that control 3 to mode control.
And along with that deadband max.
Okay, 3 to mode control, comma, deadband to max.
Next, verify.
Bounce down to clear because I'm holding a flashlight between my teeth.
Right. Okay, now.
I think I'm up with you. Go ahead, Rand.
Okay, now, again, down at the bottom beneath ECS, verify transfer list.
Okay, verify transfer list.
IVT to CM and close hatch.
What was that? What was the first part of that?
Transfer yourself to the CM, or rather IVT, that's the commander, to the CM and close hatch.
Okay. Actually, it's commander transfer to CM, and you mean close hatches, plural, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, that's all for the timeline, Fred. Now the contingency checklist, if it's handy.
Okay, which page?
Turn to 30-minute activation on page 24.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, now, at this point, you have this section marked up already, so what I give you now represents additional deltas to your previously marked up checklist.
Okay, that's all right. I got a different color pen, so it'll show up nicely. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, go down to item 4.
Roger.
Verify ag status switch off. That's an addition.
Do you mean under IVT to the limb, number 4, RCS system AB2 quad 4 auto? That 4?
That's affirmed, yes. It's the only 4 on that page 24, and it presently has after it RCS system AB2 quads 4 to auto. Under that, put verify X status switch to off.
Okay, verify X status switch off.
Okay, at the bottom of the page, okay, you already have that mode control both off. Okay, next page 26, circuit breakers.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first row is okay as is. Second row, under flight displays, GASTA should be closed.
Okay.
Under AC bus A, close GASTA.
Okay, gas the flight displays and AC bus A will be closed.
Roger, that's all on the second line. Now the third line, under stability and control. ATCA pings to closed.
Okay, ATCA pings closed.
That's all on that line. Fourth line, near the right side. LGC standby to closed. And
wait a minute, you mean LGC Disky?
or LGC Disky, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And IMU operate closed.
Okay, IMU operate closed. Okay, Vance, IMU operate closed.
That's correct. Okay. Fourth row is okay as is.
Now we would like to add in a late arrival to row 2.
Flight, W.
Under flight displays,
Okay, we just got
mission
an
timer
here.
closed.
On this checklist we just read up. Yeah. We got a, between two of our tests, we got to wait for a ground to go.
We can look at the ghost season right to the end.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's all for that page, Fred. That should add up to 6 circuit breakers, all closed on that page.
Under the limb, between bat 2 low, all 3 tests in on, and bat 2 high low.
And we look seriously now at just the essential things required to make a safe left jettison. We're not, I don't think we have the time to really do any engineering data that people might want to look at as this thing goes into the atmosphere.
Well, Jim, I think that that was what everybody aimed for, and people down here feel that it's the essentials, that it's what you need.
Well, we'll do everything you think is essential, but I just don't want to be throwing switches at the last minute. We're really thinking about getting that command module in good shape.
Hey, Jim, this is Tom. The only reason we're bringing up the things is to have another reference system just to control the limb when you jettison the thing. Over.
Okay, Tom. I thought the that hole would have been sufficient for this when we first thought about this.
Yeah, I agree, but they decided just in case we have any glitch with the X, we want to make sure we get that limb off in a good shape, and I agree with you on keeping out all the garbage on it.
Okay, Tom.
Hey, would you like to have us play some guitar music to put you to sleep?
Oh, you know how to get that guy.
We'll even have a 12-string guitar for you, Jimbo.
Okay.
Okay, Fred, pitch 28.
Flight coming.
Okay, I'm looking at panel 16 now.
No changes to panel.
Okay.
No changes to panel 16.
You want to wait for 5 seconds?
Okay, I'm on 28 now.
Right.
Yes, that's permanent.
Okay, at the top of the page, under step 4, just above VHS S-band activation, put in
Why is that?
delete.
Okay, we got to verify that battery does go off. Okay.
These are caution lights.
Why? What happened? Because we might have a relay race.
Preamp.
Still,
I'm sorry, preamp
we
and
got to verify
LGC.
that we don't have an audio vehicle.
Okay.
Okay, under VHF S-band activation and checkout, step 2, we have changes to the comm as follows.
Go ahead.
Okay, scratch out the down and down voice. That'll give you a voice.
Okay, that's where we had it last time.
Okay, and we'd like to insert ranging.
Okay, instead of off reset, put ranging.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, under ping's turn on, add in steps 1 and 2 again, which are no attitude light off, verb 96 enter, and set event timer.
Okay, steps 1 and 2 back in.
That's affirm. And underneath set event timer, add the following. Verb 25, noun 07 enter. One, 2, 5, 7 enter.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay, if you got the 1257 enter, then 252 enter, and enter.
Okay, after event set event timer, verb 25 down 07 enter, 1257 enter, 252 enter, enter.
Roger, this activates your upfiring jets.
Say the last again, man.
Plus X.
Roger, what this does, Fred, is activate upfiring jets.
That's same as plus X?
Oh, okay.
They're all, actually all vertical jets.
No, that's wrong, Capcom. Downward jet. Plus X. That activates the plus X.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, next, same page under DAP set gimbal drive. Go to step 2. Okay, add in after noun 46 32021.
Okay, 32021.
Okay, proceeding on down below the noun 47 to the proceed. Insert verb 34, enter, after the proceed. And that would come before the noun 48.
Okay, McCrow, and then do verb 34.
Okay, we have some noise here, Fred. Stand by a minute.
I switched on me, so that.
Hey, that helped. Okay, no changes now on 29, 30, and 31. Next page is 32.
Okay, I'm on 32.
Okay, at the very first step above guidance control AGS, put in verb 76, enter.
Okay, verb 76, enter.
Okay, below guidance control AGS, the third step should be changed to be mode control both to at hold.
Okay, you want mode control both to at hold.
That's affirmed.
Okay.
Okay, at minus 6 hours, or 6 minutes rather, under mode control pings at hold, which was scratched out, insert verb 41, noun 20, enter. And 3 more enters. So it's as shown in your procedure there.
Yeah.
Okay,
course line 000.
Below that, put in DETA 400 plus 5.
Okay, DETA 400 plus 5.
Okay. Okay, we want back in again the next step, which is at burn attitude, verb 40, noun 20, enter.
Okay.
Okay, proceeding on down. Delete burn attitude and the step above it, which is 400 plus 5.
400 plus 5 and the add burn attitude.
Correct. Okay, that's all for page 32, Fred. Next, page 33.
Go ahead.
Okay, under 4 minutes, minus 4 minutes. Add back in, mode control both to add hold.
Mode control both to add hold.
Okay, 2 steps below that, add back in TTCA commander throttle min dips, and add in dips.
Wait a minute.
Stand by one.
Yeah. Seems like he should be in jets. Is this going to be RCS or dips burn?
Okay, this will be jets for RCS and throttle for dips.
Yeah, the fan is, what is this MCC likely to be? I thought it was going to be an RCS.
Well, we expect that, but we're remaining flexible.
Okay. Okay, I'll put it TCCA throttle in for dips, jets for RCS.
That's correct. Okay, that's all on page 33. Go to page 34.
Vital flight. Go flight. Tell me about that track, that range of distance. Okay, at 133 hours.
Okay, 34.
We head over to Honeysuckle.
Okay,
And
beneath
we would like that
everything on that page, add in the following.
10-15 minutes of ranging.
Return to entry.
This time period there is what we'll be using
LEM prep.
to take a final update to compute mid-course 7.
Return to entry.
And like I said,
LEM prep checklist.
Hold on, Vance, I don't understand. We want to delete everything on page 34?
No, that's not correct, Fred. What we want to do is leave everything the way it is on 34 and add this one comment I'm giving you at the bottom of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I misunderstood. Okay, go ahead with your edit comment.
Return to entry LEM prep checklist.
Any tracking between now and Honeysuckle and ranging is really unnecessary for, is that right? That's the problem. Okay.
At EI.
Do you understand? So we'll hand over to Honeysuckle with Honeysuckle just acquired. So we'll be getting
that's a firm at EI minus 5 hours.
Firm up our solution. Yeah, I was assuming it was a geometry problem, or at least that's the advantage. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me take a look and see how that flows now.
Okay, and also you have
okay, that would be the LEM pre-entry procedure. Yep. Okay.
That's correct, and also on that page, from our last correction or addition exercise, you have a section called Reestablish PTC. We'd like to scratch all of that, of course.
Right.
Okay, Capcom, before you read up any changes, let's poll the room here to be sure we've got them all.
Okay, Fred, that's all except for one comment that we have in just a second.
Okay, flight, this is Capcom. Yeah, before you tell him, let's give him our final status here. Let's be sure there's no other comments now.
I have one addition. Well, Charlie was Duke here was talking about powering up the timer. Why don't we just go ahead and tell him that? Oh, you did that already. Okay. All right. On the very first page here, between battery 2, low voltage off, reset, then on, and high voltage off, reset, then on. Tell him you were saying we ought to wait 5 seconds and get a go from this end to be sure that the relay is sequenced in the proper order before we do that.
We'll wait 5 seconds, right?
Yeah, we can do that in real time, but we might as well, we've got time now, we might as well just tell him about what we're going to be doing now. There was some question about the...
Stand by one. Okay, I just pulled out my sheet again.
Oh, okay.
Would you repeat that one?
Down towards the bottom of the page, there under LEM EI-230, down towards the LEM, it says battery 2, low voltage off, reset, then on, and then it's low battery 2, high voltage.
Right.
In between those two steps, we want to wait 5 seconds and then get a misfin go to proceed. And the purpose of that is to verify that all the relays set properly and the umbilical is no longer hot before we take the battery 2 high voltage off, or go to off reset and on.
Okay, we got that one.
Okay, that's one. Now let's see. There was some concern about the thrusters, but I thought you told him adequately. You told him to put the plus X on. And he surely knows that now. Downward and upward is two different things to different people, perhaps. And I can't get too worried about that. If it's minus X, plus X rather. Are we really concerned about that? I thought that's adequately covered. Okay. If the plus X is correct. Now, is there anything else?
Stand by one, Fred. We're polling the room for comments here. Any last minute thoughts from people? We'll be right back with you. Okay.
The overhead dump valve is now closed. That's news to me. Does everybody understand that, I hope?
That was the decision made.
Okay. So you're proposing to go back and tell him after ECS to scratch that, huh? Okay, and FAO, I'm expecting that this is a kind of more marked up checklist than some, and I think you ought to get us some copies that are not marked up, that just printed out like it really is. All these pages that we're talking about here. Well, that's not clear to me. That we'll talk about that after a while. Okay. Because I'm not. Okay. Anything else anybody's got?
Okay. Capcom here is scratching under ECS. Everything except overhead dump valve closed. Is that agreed?
Okay. And that FIDO, that puts all the delta V in just in a tunnel. No, there will be no cabin. We think the forward dump valve is closed, and that's been iterated and reiterated. Okay. Wait a minute, hold it. The FAO is pointing out that we ought to start with step 2. After forward dump valve closed is where we ought to start exiting.
Okay.
Good head there, FAO.
Yeah, we'll agree with that plan.
Isn't that right there, Vance and Charlie?
Okay, that's what... Okay, so ECS, we've got forward dump valve, overhead dump valve, folks.
So we ought to do that, okay? Okay, anybody else have any comments here on the procedure? It's read up. Okay, Capcom?
Okay.
Yeah, you might tell also, I guess after you get security, or after you get through with that, you might tell Fred that the ascent water feed is going very fine. And all that looks good.
Okay.
You might be interested in that.
It's verified on and looking good.
Right, we've been watching it for a couple of hours now, and it's behaving very well.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Fred, just two changes, comments to what we just gave you. The first is near the front at EI in the section under EI minus 2.5 hours. Power removal from CM LEM umbilical. We'll let you turn to that.
Okay, I'm there at EI minus 2.5 hours. Power removal from CM LEM umbilical.
Okay. Under LEM, we have a step BAT 2 low voltage off, reset, then on. Next we have a step BAT 2 high voltage off, reset, then on. We request that you wait in between these two steps for us to give you a go. In other words, we'd like to look and see that all the relays closed and all that sort of thing before you throw BAT 2 high voltage to off, reset, and on.
Okay, after BAT 2 low voltage off, reset, I'll then on. I'll wait for measurements go before proceeding.
Righto. Okay, next at under the section of EI minus 1 hour and 45 minutes. No, change that. Correction, EI minus 1 hour and 35 minutes. Refer to the ECS section, and we have a change.
All right, go ahead, Rich.
Okay, Jim's right. We should cross out all this stuff with a couple of exceptions. Forward dump valve closed. The first step should remain. All other steps should be scratched except for the last one, which is overhead dump valve closed. That leaves two steps.
Okay, under ECS, we delete all except the first step, forward dump valve closed. And step 10, which is overhead dump valve closed, and leave in verify transfer list.
That's a firm leave in what follows, which is verified transfer list and IVT and all that.
And CSM3.
IVT, of course, meaning CDR transferring to the CM.
We wouldn't forget it.
Okay, Fredo, that's the changes. Not quite as extensive as the CSM had, but still pretty long. Any comments or questions to the house here?
Nope, looks pretty good to me, man.
Okay, very good. Only other comment, aside from the checklist, we've been watching your descent stage water, and it looks, or your ascent stage water, and it looks real good.
Okay.
Okay, Fred, we're going to try to refrain from calling you from now on so that you can maybe get a couple of winks.
Let's have a status here.
We're getting a status around the room first to see if anybody has any comments for you.
Things that I think that we're planning on doing. We switched on the ascent water. That's working good. Tell me if you're on.
Go flight.
Okay, we switched on the ascent water. That's still looking fine. You're going to be watching battery number 3. And did you say when it got down to 2.2 amps, you're going to shut it off? I mean, 2 amps?
No, we'll watch it.
Okay, how long do you think it'll be before you need to do something to it?
It'll be a little while yet.
2 hours? 3 hours? You see what I'm asking you? If we're talking about an hour at 1 amp or 2 amps, it doesn't hardly seem worthwhile to we might as well go ahead and shut it off now and let Fred relax and stuff.
No, we don't want to shut it off now, flight. It's still putting out some current, so we'll just let it keep supplying current to the line.
Okay, but you're not going to come to me in 30 minutes and say shut it off, are you?
Negative.
Okay, the other thing we got going is the lithium hydroxide to EI-8, you think, configured to the limit at that time, which is 5 hours from now. Well, that's still valid. Okay, and we already told them about the water, and the ranging in about 4 hours. We're going to give ourselves a shot of ranging, all other things being equal. And what else do we need to tell the crew? Anything at all? God, do you have anything?
No comment, flight.
Do you have nothing for Fred here before we try to let him get off the line here and let him relax?
Negative.
Control? Control flight? Control flight? Do you have anything for Fred here? But we want to pass up all the data for Fred right now and get it over with. And nothing right now, flight. Yeah, don't want to bother him now for 2 or 3 hours, 4 hours. Okay. FAO, you're all satisfied with what we've given Fred. You don't need anything else.
Flight Fido.
Go, Fido.
We're taking an update and showing a gamma entry right now of -6.03. That's the mid-course for about 2.81.
Okay, we can pass that to him. And tell Mew in INCO we should back off of this power amp, I presume.
Right, flight. Your Fido doesn't absolutely need traffic.
No, he doesn't
do that.
He doesn't need ranging. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay, Fido, you said that was 6.05.
03.
6.03, and it's 2.81. 2.81 in control. How much is that in RCS time?
2.81. How about that? 21.39.
That's right. 21.39 seconds. Okay, Capcom flight.
Go flight.
Okay, looks like we're all pretty squared away. Don't think you didn't mention anything to him about the ascent water yet, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you counting all his consumables, all are working out well. And his present gamma is -6.03, kind of hanging in there real close to 6. The mid course we're looking at now is 2.81, which is likewise about the same, and that's about 21 seconds of RCS. And that's about all we have for him, I believe.
Okay, do you want him to turn off the power amp?
And yes, we can turn off the power amp and go to what, INCO, we want to go to down voice backup. And we'll give him a call in about 3.5 hours and ask him to come back up again when we change over to honeysuckle and give us a little bit of ranging at that time.
Okay, and you want ranging off?
Yeah.
No, you can leave the ranging switch on, down voice backup, and pull the power amp through.
Yeah, that'll take care of it.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston.
And if we haven't already told him, he's clear to drink all of well, you said that about drinking water from the descent. Did you specifically tell him about drinking the water from the descent? Fine.
Aquarius, Houston.
Hey, Fredo, are you there?
Go ahead.
Okay, we pulled the room. We don't have much for you. Only comments as follows. Your consumables are looking good. Your entry gamma right now is minus 6.01. We're expecting a mid-course of 2.81 foot per second, which should be about 21 seconds of RCS.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Fred, see you in the morning.
Flight info.
Starting it. Go flight, go ahead.
Yeah, we forgot to count the power amp circuit breaker open and down voice backup.
Oh, yeah, okay. Capcom flight, we've got to have some pull the power amp circuit breaker. Okay. Oh! And down voice backup.
Aquarius Houston, request you open the power amplifier circuit breaker and down voice backup, please.
Complete. Roger. This is Apollo Control at 129 hours, 43 minutes. Recounting events since the change of shift about 3 hours ago. We've completed passing up to the crew checklists for both the command and service module and the lunar module, entry checklists. At about 128 hours, 30 minutes, we had the crew switch over from the descent water tanks, which were down to about 5%, to the LEM ascent stage water tank. For cooling, we instructed the crew that they could drink all they wanted from the descent tank. At about 127 hours, 59 minutes, the battery charging was terminated this had been accomplished using power from the LEM batteries and using that to charge the command module entry batteries, 2 of the 3 CM entry batteries. At the present time, Fred Hayes is on watch. Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert are scheduled for about 5 hours of rest. We're also planning to place a minimum of calls to the spacecraft to allow Fred Hayes to get a bit of rest also at this time. Flight Dynamics Officer and the retro officer, the return to Earth officer, currently predict that our entry interface angle will be minus 6.03 degrees without a mid-course correction. We're presently planning for a mid-course correction 7, which would be 5 hours prior to entry interface. And as it looks right now, this mid-course correction would be quite small to put us on the desired flight path angle of about 6.5 degrees, negative 6.5 degrees entry interface angle. To accomplish this, it looks as if we would have about a 2.8 foot per second burn with the lunar module reaction control system thrusters. This would require about 21 seconds of thrusting. During the course of the evening, both Deke Slayton and Tom Stafford have been standing by the Capcom console, occasionally interjecting a comment. At one point, while Fred Hayes was receiving the lunar module entry checklist with a hot mic, his mic open, we heard a comment from Lovell which prompted a remark from Deke Slayton that, to the effect that he would play up some guitar music if he thought that would soothe Lovell into getting a bit of rest. Ken Mattingly has also been in a good part of the evening. We don't see him at the console at this time. Our capsule communicator up until just a few minutes ago was astronaut Vance Brand, and he has since turned over those duties to astronaut Jack Lausma. At 129 hours 46 minutes, Apollo 13 is 87,684 nautical miles, correction 74,900 nautical miles from the Earth, and traveling at a speed of 6,999 feet per second. All of the consumables aboard the LEM remain in good shape at this time. We've had Fred Hayes remove the LEM power amplifier and in effect reduce the effective power output, radio frequency power output from the LEM from about 20 watts to about 1 watt, which is the normal powered down configuration we've been in with the LEM for communications. We expect this will, as it has in the past, give us periods of noisy communications as the LEM antennas rotate through the so-called null areas. The signal to noise ratio drops off and get a high noise level. And this will persist until the spacecraft rotates through to where we have a good walk-up on the LEM antenna again. At 129 hours, 47 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
GNC, Ecom, Control will tell me how to expand. Guys ought to be thinking, amongst other things, about, if you haven't already done this, and perhaps it's probably already in work, about the things that if we really get into a time bound here that we could give up as real time. And perhaps that's already in work, but I mentioned this on a loop just so people be aware of it. For example, length jettison. If we really got in a bind, I don't know why we wouldn't worry about the things that jettison it with the ags or stabilization. And GNC, for example, if we really got in a bind with it in guidance with its P52, why we wouldn't just do an EMS entry or constant G. Things like that. Now, I expect that's already in work, but I think that we owe the white team some thinking on that when they come in. If that's already been done, which some of it I'm sure has. Guidance flight, you copy that too? Flight. Okay. We're still concerned about the fact that from 2.5 hours on in there, it's very tight in the timeline. Those are the things we ought to be thinking about, what we can give up. Have our thoughts in order on that. flight setting. We've been looking at the timeline here, and in order to help out our timeline down here, we would like to shift the handover to honeysuckle to 1:32:30 instead of 1:33 hours. We've looked at it. For that? No plane unknown. Yeah, we're down to 1:32. That's the front. We'll take care of it, Mike. Flight Feta. Took in another update. Gamma EI. Negative 6.03. Delta V to mid-course still the same. 2.81. Looks like it's hanging in there.
Everybody come up Amber here for just a minute.
Retro's off the loop right now, flight.
When will it be back?
No idea.
Okay, what I'd like to do here in the next probably about 30 minutes from now is we have now got two, here he comes. Call Amber, please, Retro.
Say again?
Call Amber, please. Okay, we have gotten a copy of a thing called the Integrated CSM Entry Procedures, which has got several pages to it, and I think that there are about 20 copies of that order around in the building here. We also have a LEM entry prep, and in something like 30 minutes, what I'd like to do is to sit down and run through that page by page for just a few minutes to be sure everybody understands what it is we're looking at, and have the guys in the MOCR here be sure that they have ample copies of that for their backroom support for the white team, so that we're all ready to hit the ground running when the white team comes in to start running through this. Does anybody have a problem with going over that, say, in 30 minutes? Will it interfere with some timeline stuff you'll be doing?
Are there any more copies anywhere, Flight? For the back room?
No, I'd suggest that you make that you guys, like you guide make the number of copies that you need for your back room. Okay? Okay. Now, can that happen in 30 minutes? Do you suggest that we wait until you get those copies made before we run over it on the loop? I think it'd be a good idea, Flash. Well, I kind of think it would too. Okay. You guys come back to me and tell me if you have. I tell you what, we'll make it in an hour. 0100 local. Okay. And if you guys can't make that, call me in a few minutes and tell me, all right? Everybody else copy. Come back green and please. Decom, did you copy all that? Thank you. Recovery, I guess that really doesn't apply to you, although those calm modes that you mentioned to me may are not in there, but that's something that needs to be thought about. Okay? Recovery?
So Roger?
You can come up green.
This is Apollo Control at 130 hours, 36 minutes. The flight dynamics officer just reported that continued tracking data shows the spacecraft to be within the entry corridor, still at about the same entry interface angle as
okay, for everybody else's
reported.
benefit, I have another checklist recommendation. And
the tracking at this time shows that our entry interface angle remains at about minus 6.03
tell me his point
degrees.
We're in a kind of a
mid-course correction
where we might
4 or 5 hours prior to
repress valve
re-entry, which will be about 7 hours, 3 minutes from now.
Pertaining to the
it's planned at this time to be 2.81 feet per second.
Close.
That would be about a 21-second burn with the spacecraft, the LEM reaction control system thrusters.
Is awake. But before we do that, I'd like to be sure that everybody has
Flight Director Milton Wendler plans to go over once again with the flight controllers
we changed that kind of quickly
all
there.
the step-by-step procedures which the crew will be following tomorrow prior to entry with the command and service
any other things, please bring them to my attention.
At the present time, Apollo 13 is
71,483
nautical miles from the Earth, traveling at a speed of 7,192 feet per second.
You ought to do that in most cases.
All of our consumables on the LEM remain unchanged. We're in good shape on water, battery power, and lithium hydroxide. The present level of carbon dioxide, as measured in the spacecraft telemeter back to the ground, is
checklist where we
about 0.4 millimeter of mercury, which is very good.
Power command module. And we never really
We're showing a total average current on the LEM at this time of between 10 and 12 amps, which is
well, we didn't really see a need to do that. The crew said that they would like to
with the lunar module.
We took the power off the umbilicals and the pyros in a different place.
At the present time,
that was the thinking there.
All three of the astronauts are apparently resting. Astronauts Lovell and Swigert were to have begun a rest period at about 128 hours, 17 minutes. We did hear once or twice from Jim Lovell after that period. At 129 hours, 39 minutes, or about 1 hour ago,
we need to indicate where it's okay to do that.
Completed passing the lunar module pre-entry checklist up to Fred Hayes and advised him that we would keep communications to a minimum in the hope that he would be able to get a little rest also.
This is the place to do it.
At 130 hours, 39 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Flight control.
Go.
I'd like to take 2, please.
Yeah. Okay, for the CSM type people, Neil Hutchinson is pointing out to me that everybody is very familiar with the rear type checklist, which is the three changes, and what the FAO just gave us is pretty handy because it integrates all those in the right sequence, like you would have done if you'd have started out from scratch to build a checklist, and have the checklist come up at the right time that you get ready to do that function instead of having to jump around. However, certainly I don't have any objections to which of those two you use. They should be the same, and if everybody in the CSM area is familiar with this other set, that's fine. My main point, though, is that we should be sure that all of the consoles have a copy of that those checklist changes and be very familiar with them, which they are, I'm sure, if there are adequate copies made. And now's a good time to be making all those copies while we're in this kind of lull period here before the activity starts in 5 or 6 hours. The LIM guys, I don't feel that the one that was read up is adequate, and the one that the FAO put out is much better, and we ought to be using that one. So the LIM guys should go ahead and copy that. Have copies made of that for their back rooms and all. Do y'all concur over there? We're doing that, Mike? Yeah. Do y'all concur with that? Because it's very hard to follow the marked up copy that was read up, I find. And we need to have something that's the best thing that we can have in our hands. Yes. And I believe that's it.
Flight, we're doing a checkpoint.
Calling flight.
We're doing a checkpoint. Okay.
Hey, CNC and Neil, can y'all step up here a minute? Okay, for everybody's benefit here on the Flight Director Loop, we just convened a CPCB, and we're looking at the entry timeline. And at 1 hour and 15, the concern is that we have a lot of things that we're asking to do here from 2:30 to 2:15. And we're saying that one of those things is the EMS entry check, and it's ahead of the IMU, which we can't advance any further. And the thinking is that we'll accept the fact on the EMS entry check that if it doesn't work, there's nothing we can do about it, and we'll fall back on the constant G-type entry. In fact, in closer at something like 1 hour here where there's an EMS initialization, we'll let the crew, if they have time, they can try to perform some limited amount of check there, but we're not going to worry about it there either. So we're saying that we're going to not do the EMS initialization at 2 hours and 30 minutes or thereabouts. I'm sorry, the EMS, I got the wrong nomenclature. The EMS entry check is the terminology there. We will not do that, and that's what we're going to tell the crew next time we have a convenient chance.
Flight Retro, why are we deleting that again?
We're deleting that because we are saying that we're going to assume it's going to work. It's more important to us to power up the IMU and to get ready for the entry, and it takes a fair amount of time to do that. And that
due to the cramped timeline,
that's affirmative.
Power consideration.
Well, yes, of course. The power comes in because we can't move anything in the timeline. That's what. But other than that, that's a consideration. The question is, are we moving it or are we throwing it out? And I think that you ought to consider we're throwing it out, although with the words that we're going to tell the crew are that they can do it on an uninterference basis at the EMS initialization time. And that means if they have the chance, they can try to do some kind of a check, but if there's any time constraint at all, we just pass over it.
Well, do we need this check to calibrate the EMS and so forth?
For what?
Accelerometer bias and so forth. DNC shaking his head no, okay.
Okay. We're concerned now with getting the primary guidance system up and running, and then we'll want to see if that's going to fail, and if it does, we want to have an adequate backup, and the backup would be the constant G if the EMS doesn't work. It appears that it's not the best thing to do to fumble around with the EMS and miss your pings alignment power up.
How long does it take to go through that?
We think it takes somewhere around 7 minutes or so. But that's where we're proceeding.
Okay.
Okay, everybody come up amber for me again, please, for just a moment. Retro, Fido, GNC, and Control.
Go Control.
Computer soup even. The network will take care of you. Well, okay. The point comes up that that there have been probably, I don't know, hundreds, thousands of people working on all these procedures, all these 3 or 4 teams that we have, and a lot of them will be interested in seeing the entry tomorrow, and they can't all come into MOCR. In fact, we're probably going to have to arbitrarily exclude people from the MOCR, and I think the same thing ought to apply to the SSRs. Now, certainly they should be able to see this, and we're making provisions, and I mentioned this to you so that you can tell some of the people before they go home to get a few hours sleep tonight, but we're trying to make provisions for, and it looks like there's no question, but we'll be able to do this, to provide the air-to-ground and the flight director loop and some limited displays in both 2 places. One is in room 210 on the 2nd floor, which can probably take perhaps 40 people or 50 people, something like that. And the other is over in the Building 30 auditorium. And there will be a guard on that door, and they will have to have a NASA badge to get in there. And if there's some other need to be made, I guess we can put a couple of hundred in there. And I mention that so that you can perhaps tell some of your guys here, and so you'll be aware of it, and can bring in some of these people that may otherwise not be able to hear the entry. And it may turn out that what they do is to be at home where they can almost see the same thing, since we'll have TV in the landing area. But anyway, that you have that data now. So I don't know when that'll start. Let me see. Al, perhaps about 5 hours. So that will be available. No questions, come back green. Thank you. I'm counting on you gentlemen to tell your the SSR people and the ones that you've been working with, including some of the people that are not normally in the loop, the MPAD guys, flight support, flight crew support, etc. One last word on the Building 30 auditorium. When we say NASA badges, that includes contractors. Weather this flight, meet me on your loop.
This is Apollo Control at 131 hours, 14 minutes. Our last conversations with the spacecraft came at about 129 hours, 39 minutes, a little more than an hour and a half ago. Since that time, it's been relatively quiet here in Mission Control. Within the next hour, Flight Director Milton Windler plans to review again the procedures to be followed during the re-entry with each of the flight controllers. These entry procedures were passed up to the crew prior to the time they began their rest period at At this time, we presume that all 3 crewmen aboard the spacecraft are
Retro
resting.
Capcom CNC recovery, come up green again, please.
At the present time, we show Apollo 13 to be 68,857 nautical miles from the Earth. The velocity increase
And Telmu control.
Now up to 7,346 feet per second.
We have a revised page
and
28.
increasing ever more rapidly as the spacecraft nears Earth.
That, I hope.
Roger. Roger.
Making suitable numbers of copies.
We're now 6 hours 25 minutes from the scheduled mid-course correction, which will put Apollo 13 in the center of the entry corridor. And we're 11 hours 25 minutes from the beginning of re-entry. At 131 hours 16 minutes, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Go.
How are we doing on the stowage list and all that sort of thing? Is that info been going up or?
And they reported that everything is stowed, with the exception of about 3 things: the probing dog and something else, and the 2 Hasselblads. So that's all secured.
Okay, well, a long time ago, must have been yesterday or the day before, Jack said come up with a few heavy items to take the place in the rock box. That were light down in that area. Did we take care of that one?
Well, let's find out. Did we? FAO? I assume we did in that stowage list because the FAO had that action item.
You wanted to put the TV camera down there if you wanted, but they couldn't fit it into the compartment he wanted. I think the suit. Let me check the stowage list twice.
In other words, are we going up to them with a stowage list, a recommendation, and they've applied their deltas to it, is that right?
If the stowage list that went up to them was a delta to their original stowage list. Okay.
But that was a question that was asked, and it might be well to research whether or not.
Retro flight.
If it's satisfied in there.
Go ahead.
You have the stowage list and all that, don't you?
That's a firm flight. I don't.
Excuse me, what kind of L over D do you expect?
We're presently carrying an L over D of about 2905, which is in good shape.
Man, that sounds like about as much as you could ever get, isn't it?
No, the nominal was about 3.1.
Oh, was it? Okay. And you're happy with that, huh?
We're happy with this. We would like to know any additional storage changes, though, if they occur.
Yeah, okay. We were just, Jack was on last night, and he was recollecting about that request to put something heavy down in the SRC area.
No need. We're in good shape.
Well, we got something in there, and it's heavy enough to give us that. Which one of those, is it the waste or the potable that gives you the biggest effect on the LOVD?
Well, they both affect it. One affects it one way and one affects it the other. The waste right now is 0, and the potable's got about 16.
Other way around.
Waste is 0, and the potable is 16.
The potable's 0. I guess. They said it was empty. They couldn't drink anymore. Isn't that right? Econ flight?
You're right. I'm sorry. I got
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Flight account.
Never mind. I found the answer to my question. Thank you.
FAO meets Fido on Mooker Dive. Guidance flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
The real guy, though.
True.
Hey, you guys did copy that docking angle index.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we changed that to a minus, right?
Yes, we
0.1,
copied that.
which is virtually the same as it was before.
1/10 of a degree mountain.
Yeah.
A little slightly different. But that's
Probably
the
within
noise
the
of the problem was
alignment.
on. Right. We've already factored
Okay,
it in.
I meant I got busy on the loop then, and I forgot to get back with you to be sure you heard that. Okay?
Roger.
Recovery, Ecom, Mocha 1.
tell me your flight?
Go ahead, flight.
We're looking at about 3 hours from now coming off of the lithium hydroxide rig we've got going. What are the procedures for doing that?
Okay, I don't really see any reason, but if you want, okay, I'll give them to you.
What? You don't see any reason for what?
Oh, we're only at 0.6 millimeters of mercury.
Well, that's the plan that I have.
Okay.
Your predecessor didn't brief you on that?
No, he did not.
Okay, I thought the thinking was to go ahead and get on the limb. That's easy to handle and all of that. Get that other stuff secured and out of the way, and then we were going to start that at EI-8.
Okay.
And I'm thinking that well, I need the procedure. Capcom and I were talking here, and he asked me about how you're going to take the load off the fans and some other things like that. But anyway, I think we should be aware, and I know of no reason if Rig gets up or starts talking to us and kind of indicates that he's looking for things to do. I don't know of any reason why we can't go ahead and change over.
Okay, the procedure.
The only disadvantage to that I see is the fact that ideally you'd like to be within your secondary cartridge capability, but we're so close to that now that it seems like we ought to be in good shape, and we'll start in the primary anyway.
Okay.
Yes, won't we?
Yes, if you want to do it, it's cabin return valve to auto and select primary CO2 canister.
Okay, what will that do for us now?
That will put the primary canister online, and it'll leave the hoses, exhaust hoses configured just as they are. And what you'll be doing is pulling through the CSM canisters and the LEM cartridge in series.
Okay, is that going to be okay for
I
the
think
6 fan?
I think it'll be all right. Yes.
And then what we do next?
That's all you have to do.
Well, how about that tape on the blue hose? Is that okay?
I think it'll be all right. Our water separator's still pretty high, so we can look at it and see what they have if we have to do any change. I don't think we're going to have to.
We don't have to cut a hole in the bag on our CSM canister or anything like that?
No.
Well, wait a minute. I thought we don't have a cartridge in the secondary hole now, do we?
That's correct. You do not.
Well, I thought the whole plan was to put one in there.
Well, we can if you'd like. We'll have to pull it out of the plus.
Why do we need one in that hole anyhow?
We don't, but I guess I'm a little bit confused now because I thought if we were trying to protect, to get within our secondary cartridge capability, so we can, presumably we need a cartridge in that hole that we can switch to. I thought, but...
Well, it looks like to me, the way the CO2 is holding up now, that you can, if you need to use the secondary, why the secondary is the CSM canister that's already on there.
Yeah, I guess it is. I didn't understand that earlier, though. I thought the whole plan was to disconnect the primary, I thought the plan was to go to primary and disconnect all this jury rig and plug a secondary cartridge in, and then so we'd have a backup. But you're saying that you don't see any need to do that.
I do not, and if we disconnect it, I mean, you got to find a place to put all of those goodies again. I think it's simpler to.
Sounds to me like we don't want to do it either. Okay, I misunderstood the intent of all that. How about running that around in your back room there, and whoever else gets a vote on that from you?
Okay.
Because I guess I didn't understand what I was being told before.
Okay.
Inco flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay, when we want to turn on the engine and all that, we have to push the power amp circuit breaker in.
Yeah, push the power amp circuit breaker in, go to normal voice.
And that'll do it.
That'll do it.
We already got the ranging switch on, haven't we?
Yes.
Is the ranging switch in ranging now?
Should be there, flight. We didn't turn it off last time we put it down.
No, we were getting ranging dead earlier. When we were reading up all those pads, we went to the power amp on.
Okay.
Recovery flight. Recovery flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Ecom and I and you are talking about the power amplifier on the S-band, and right now we read the checklist, as you know, and Ecom been talking. We read a month to turn it off after blackout. You can get the S-band signal on in the low mode, can't you?
It's pretty marginal, very marginal. I don't think it's will be worth much of anything. We've had, maybe 75% reception with the high mode just due to the direction of radiation. If I understand it correctly, they're only on one omni antenna during entry, and the thing's rolling around. If the aircraft happens to be away from the direction that antenna's pointing, it probably won't pick it up.
Yeah, and they're telling me that that really is going to be off.
Okay, well, the last I heard from Ecom was that to have it on, it would cost us 3/4 of an amp hour on post-landing power end of it, which is a half hour on the water. It just seemed to me it was a good investment to have the S-band on for that half hour on the water.
Where do you figure the black oak is? What, you got that on 49?
No, we don't. It's usually about 400 miles uprange in the blackout. It's not on it.
Where can you point to that?
Right, stand by.
I mean, can you put your finger on the 400-mile mark?
Right, he's doing that now. He's looking down.
Okay. You've got two 130s down in that area anyway, haven't you?
That's affirmative. There's three 130s uprange of the target point and one 130 downrange.
Well, I'm inclined to think that we don't want to turn it back on again. I guess based on the fact that getting it is semi-marginal anyway, and you're going to have it on until you get the blackout, which you've got probably 3 airplanes that'll have an opportunity to see it. Certainly those 2 that you've got a beam of the ground track down up on the uprange point ought to have a good shot at it, shouldn't they?
They'll have a good shot at it coming out of blackout. That's what we're asking for. Into blackout the main.
Wait a minute, hold on. He's telling me they don't have it on blackout either. Oh, okay, I didn't understand what he was saying to me. I thought it was going to be on until blackout, but he's telling me now it isn't.
It's just the idea, flight. You're just operating in the dark until main parachutes without that S-band. They could go 200 miles past the target point. We'd never know until that recovery beacon comes on. Is the main reluctance to turn it back on, changing the procedures been voiced up, or is it the power consideration?
Supposedly it's a power consideration. Take in flight. I was talking to the recovery.
Okay, well, it seems to me
power,
that
you came to attention it isn't. Yes, it is.
it seems to me like a good investment in favor of the S-band for me for a half hour on the water.
Yeah, let me ask the Ecom what the 3/4 is on.
This is Apollo Control at 131 hours, 47 minutes. Apollo 13 now 66,596 nautical miles from the Earth, traveling at a speed of almost 7,500 feet per second at the present time. And we're some 10 hours, 53 minutes from re-entry, 5 hours, 53 minutes from the scheduled mid-course correction maneuver. Course correction 7, which is targeted to put Apollo 13 in the center of the entry corridor. Our last communications with the spacecraft was at 129 hours, 39 minutes, when we completed passing up the lunar module pre-entry checklist to Fred Hayes. And we presume that all 3 of the crewmen have been resting, or at least relaxing, since that time at 128 hours 17 minutes, or about 3.5 hours ago. Fred Hayes and Jack Swigert and Jim Lovell were scheduled to begin a rest period. And although we did hear from Jim Lovell once or twice after that time, we have not heard from Jack Swigert. since the rest period began. At 131 hours, 49 minutes, this is Mission Control standing by.
Retro flight.
Go flight.
Okay, what is the time of blackout?
Say again?
What's the time of blackout?
Time of blackout?
Yeah.
Second. Flight retro.
Go.
Okay, GET of blackout is 142 plus 40 plus 58.
Okay, 142, 40, 58.
That's assuming the mid-course.
Right. Do you happen to have real handy the end of blackout? If you don't have it, that's okay.
It's 142 plus 44 plus 03.
Okay, and then have you got everything else there too? Have you got mean shooting there?
I got stroke 142 plus 48 plus 53.
Okay, thanks. Okay, for everybody's information here, another checklist discussion going on is concerning the S-band
turning the S-band amplifier on. That's the wrong nomenclature. What nomenclature am I looking for there, Enco?
S-band power amp.
Okay, S-band power amp on. After blackout to help the C-130s get a hack on the spacecraft while it's still moving through the atmosphere and to get an idea whether it's short, long, or what have you. And I think that that's probably a good thing to do. It costs us apparently about 3/4 of an amp hour, which translates into 30 minutes on the water. And I believe it'd be to our advantage to have a hack on the spacecraft early in the game. Otherwise, we have to wait until it gets on the main chutes. And if it's long, for example, it might be we might not get it. Although we think we would, because the array is, it looks pretty good there for 130 there. But that seems to be a fair investment of 3/4 of an amp hour to perhaps 2 amp hours, even if we didn't turn it off until after the uprighting, or after the, yeah. So we're thinking about that, and that seems to be the way to go, and I'm standing by for other opinions. And Telmu and company, let's go through our LEM prep thing here just real quickly. Flight control about 5 minutes. Okay, control, you want to get your people on the loop?
Roger, on.
5, 6. And AFD, Capcom, and French. Go. I'm ready. Okay, let's see who needs to be involved in the LEM discussion. Guidance, you should be. Go ahead, I guess, would you come up, Amber, and stand by to run over this LEM entry LEM prep procedure real quickly. I expect this to take about 10 minutes, no more than that. And Telmu and Control, come up, Amber, and y'all are with me, FAO, ENCO, and ASD. And Fido, you probably ought to be listening also. Capcom, are you on?
I'm on play.
Okay, did Charlie get a headset yet?
Stand by, one to go.
How you doing, Charlie? Okay, what I've got in my hand is the entry LEM prep, which is signed by our flight data file manager, Tom Holloway, 4/17/70, 23 hours, 2300. And it has been read to the crew. However, the format that he's given us here is cleaned up somewhat, and it looks to me like it's represents the best baseline for us to work from, and I'd suggest strongly, in fact I'm telling you, that you ought to use this checklist that we have here instead of any marked up copy you might have, because we need to use absolutely the best thing that we have to follow the cruise through. Okay, on ELP1, all that looks fairly straightforward. Starts at EI-6, and I think all of that looks pretty straightforward there in that block. EI -5 is MCC7, and that looks like right now it'll be required for sure. Excuse me. Then we got the pre-entry procedure, which we go through, and I think that's fairly clear. If anybody has any questions there, it looks like what we read to the crew already. You might be comparing those two documents if you wish. And probably should do that. Okay. Maneuver at DI -430 rather. See the things scratched out there, configure for SEP, etc. No 470 to 0 after SEP. EI -3 hours, we attitude hold for the moon view, which angles will have been given to him, I believe, by the ground here. Okay, 230 is when he takes the power removal from the limb umbilical.
Flight Tony.
Go.
I presume we'll have been in high bit rate all this time, but we do need it for that power removal procedure.
Well, what makes you think we'll be in high bit rate?
Because you've got the ags up. And
yeah, but do you see that somewhere in the checklist?
No, I don't.
Charlie, you have a comment on that? Or anybody else? If we, Charlie, you with me? If we go to that modified 30-minute activation at 6 hours, does that put us on high bit rate?
Roger, boy.
And it looks like it does. We'll end it. No, that's what Charlie did clearly, but...
I was looking at a chart, flight. What do you want? Does it, are we on high bit rate?
The question is, are we on high bit rate all this time? And it looks like that we are. The 30-minute activation puts us on high bit rate, it looks like to me, because you get over to page 28 and it says...
That's right, on page 28, right.
So they will have done that at that time. Okay, tell me?
Roger, copy.
Okay, fine. Okay, and we do need high bit rate for this procedure here at power limb umbilical. Power removal. Now the question comes up, we already passed up to him some changes here, and we told him that he had to wait for the misfit go in between these two steps, and that's not real clear on this particular page that I'm looking at, but we should make a little note on what that means. Battery 2 low voltage off reset and battery 2 high voltage off reset. Now somewhere in here, the configuration is satisfactory for the crew to manually disconnect the umbilical. We don't see any reason, as I understand it, we don't see any reason for them to do this because we're going to do the pyrotechnic type separation. However, they mentioned that they wanted to do it, and the question comes up is, when is it okay for them to do that? And tell you, I guess I'm asking you to answer that.
Anywhere after that power removal.
Flight FAO.
The best time we probably have to close the hatch in about the lead.
Yeah. Oh, on the next page, flight, there, just about where they get ready to go into the command module and close the hatch on. The very last item would probably be the best place for them to do it in a sequence of events.
Okay, that really isn't my question. I'm asking when is it safe to do it from a power stand? When is it not hot anymore?
After that.
After limb transfer, after CB16 EPS battery feed tied to closed?
That's right.
No, wait a minute. CB16 EPS now sent EPA
yes.
control open?
Yes, anytime after that.
Copy that, Capcom.
Well, there's where Telmeal says it's all right to do it. I think what FAO is saying that there's probably a time in there when he's closer to that location.
I understand that.
More likely,
but I guess
get it done.
The LMP could do it when it says LMP transfer to CN. Good show.
We're just putting a note in there, as I understand it, so I think we ought to go with what Telmeal is saying.
Yeah, the only point here that we're trying to make is I don't propose that we say any more to the crew about it, but the Capcom and everybody should be aware when it's safe to do that. So if he calls down and says he wants to do it, then either we passed that point and it's safe, or we haven't been safe yet. And it's FAO point to it and somebody else. This is a good place to go into the transfer to command module. It's a good place to do it, or whenever they choose. But we don't even care other people.
That's probably fine.
I think that's a good place to put it.
Like, let me ask you a question. How long is it going to take Miss Ben or us to confirm the go before we put that 2 high voltage back on? About 5 seconds or so. Okay, it'd sure be nice to hurry up and get Fred across there because I could be busier on one-legged. Yes, we'll get it to him as quickly as we can.
We'll be spring-loaded to do that.
Okay. Okay, one comment here, Flight. In the event that this thing does not work, then we just want to see the umbilicals connected, and we'll just power technically separate.
Okay. And you looked into that?
Yes, and everybody agrees to that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we ought to be thinking, particularly any time from here on in, that the things that we could do, that we could eliminate. And you just mentioned one. In case the timeline gets tight, tell me what I get out of what you just said. Is to skip this entire step. Power umbilical.
We could, but we prefer not to.
Okay, I understand that, but we're talking about where we're coming down and the timeline is going smoothly enough to suit us, and we got to give something up. From the LEM point of view, this is a candidate.
Yes.
Very good.
Like
Okay, then go ahead.
Just the LEM portion of that. There's a CSM where it says full of power 1 and 2 main beam breakers. They want them to do that, but they could drop the LEM portion of it.
Good. Okay, thank you. Okay. On the next page then, EL Flight. Go ahead.
You mean to tell me we don't even have to do that in the LEM? All that stuff?
I'm saying, I guess what we're trying to say is that it would give us the greatest chance of success if we did do it. However, if we get in a timeline box, no, we don't have to do it. It's not mandatory. I guess that's your question.
Right, starting with, it's not mandatory, starting with LEM on the bottom of page 10.
The line is, the way I understand it, is LEM, CV, 11 and 16 EPS, cross-tie balance, loads closed. Right, Kelby?
That's correct, Mike.
Everything from there down to the note that's way over on the right about the CV, 16 EPSS and ECA control over.
That's correct. Okay. However, if they don't do it, we don't want them to break the umbilicals. Leave the umbilicals connected if they don't do that.
Okay. How much time is involved in that, Charlie?
It'd take Fred, depends on how fast we are, not more than a minute.
Okay. What we're saying is that's a good investment, I guess. We should be spring-loaded to that. Okay. On the next page, ELP2, configured jettison, and we changed some of that in real time, and we came up with one other change to that. And let's talk about that a little bit. That's in the ECS section.
Okay, what we want to do is to close the descent O2 valve, because when we deleted all those steps, we're in a position now where the cabin regs are open to the cabin. The cabin repress valve is in the automatic position, and it's also got power. The repress circuit breaker is closed, and both dump valves are closed. And in the event we've got some kind of oxygen flow to the cabin, we would have no way to relieve it, except for it to just build up until something gave. So, we'd like to close the descent O2 valve.
Yeah, except it's worked fine now for 80 hours. Okay. Close the descent what?
Descent O2 valve.
Does anybody see a problem with that? Go ahead.
I just suggest instead of forward dump valve closed, just say forward dump valve auto. How about that?
Well, that was originally discussed, Charlie, that the idea was it didn't want to take any chance of getting that thing relieving or getting some sort of propulsive venting from the LEM, and that's why it was closed. Yeah, I think that's a fairly good point.
Because we're going to be jettisoning with a fairly low tunnel pressure, and the LEMs might not go too far away.
Anything we can do to keep that LEM from tumbling around is probably to our advantage. Okay. Does anybody else, I know the background can't talk to me very rapidly, but well, this man can if they have any comments back there. So we're at closed descent O2 valve there in the middle of where all that scratched out essentially. In between forward dump valve closed and overhead dump valve closed, or is that good time as any? Yes. I only wrote that in there, I guess, because I had a blank space. Okay. On the next page, which is ELP3, 30-minute activation, I think that's fairly straightforward. We've externed all that top stuff down to line 4. Line 4 then has those 2 steps on it. RCS systems, AV quads, 4 auto, verify X status, switch off. That may be a hang-up there because that was one of the places that was scratched over and re-scratched, I believe, in the timeline. So we might pay special attention to that. Or brief the white team to them tomorrow. Okay, then they got the EPS activation. I have everything scratched out except EPS. Well, y'all do too. EPS display is closed and everything else should be X'd out. Okay, on page ELP4, all that first stuff is X'd out. Step 3 there. Step 4 is pretty well still in there, and that should be pretty straightforward. Primary glycol loop activation. Most of the steps are eliminated from that, and we say crew option for that display is closed. And then we got the circuit breakers for 30-minute activation, and there's a couple modifications to that. I got some X's and some zeros for open and closed. And I think all that's pretty clear. Everybody agree that that is Capcom. It doesn't look like there's any problem with that, does it?
I had a question before that I was just looking at.
Okay.
I presume that all the CSM and LAM procedures have been pretty well integrated, and that at 2:30, that what Fred is doing with the LAM is not going to conflict with what Jack's doing in the CSM, right?
We think that's the case, and we're going to talk about the CSM in a minute, but there's a lot of work going on to integrate those two, and they've been integrated in some way, as I understand it. Charlie, that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, Mike, at 2:30, there's really only one thing. Jack comes up and said 2:30, he's starting to power up. So he wants to get the command module power on main B. And he just opens those 2 breakers, or opens those 3 breakers, and at that time he says all open. And then Fred powers, sets those relays, and via the procedure on the bottom, and that's the only coordination there is, and then he can ingress it into the home.
Okay, but we're not sending any power across that anyway, are we?
Yeah, we are.
For this time? Okay.
As far as I understood it, we were.
I guess
we're powering main B off the limb until 2:30.
Yeah, but I didn't know what we were using on main B, and apparently there is something. Okay.
There is something, Mike.
All that's stuff for 2:30. Okay, should be coordinated with CMP. Alrighty. Or LMP, I guess, in this case. Okay, anything else, Capcom, on that particular page? Looks fairly straightforward. 25. Page ELP4. We got ELP5 and 6, circuit breakers, and they are pretty straightforward. One of them says crew option.
Flight control.
Display one, go control.
One question I have, we left ourselves flexible when we read this up to the crew that whether it be a DIPS or an RCS burn. And so all the circuit breakers in our checklist has things in it that, for doing the DIPS burn. I guess at this point we decided definitely that it's RCS. We need to tell him what he can scratch and what circuit breakers for controlling the instrument he will not have to close.
Well,
don't think that's necessary.
Won't save really any time, will it? As far as circuit breakers are concerned.
Flight, it'd probably be quicker just to let him go with the breakers he's got, so that way we don't have to stop and ask questions like we did the other night where he went through breaker by breaker as if we wanted to do it. The ground watching it probably go a lot quicker.
Yeah, the only question, I guess, is that right now we can say that we're going to do it RCS.
Okay.
And I don't know of any reason to change that whatsoever. But
okay,
RCS falls off. and I guess we could change this a little bit, but it almost seems like that he can take this list and run through it in a minute or so anyway. Is that what you're saying, John?
Yeah, that was our philosophy this afternoon when we made it up, that we said he's already got one marked up copy, and in the morning when we decided it's an RCS, if we go back through and let him mark it up a third time, I think it's just hopelessly confused for him, and it doesn't cost us anything to push him on.
Right, and then if at the last minute something's wrong with the RCS, you can still you don't get the translation.
Okay, well then the only thing there that really seems to be needs to do something about being a drop right when it comes time for the burn itself, or when to start the ullage and when to cut it off and so forth, a burn time and all that. The way it says now, we start ullage at -9 seconds. You still want to do that?
But you know he's not going to do that if it's an RCS burn.
Yeah, we need to tell him the burn time and all that
We'll
stuff.
do that. That'll be part of the maneuver path.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm now on page 28, and you should have a new page 28. That looks neater than the old page 28. If everybody's got a great big X across the bottom of their page, they can turn that one in and get a better one. The one I've got looks real good. Capcom, you have that, I guess, the new one.
Confirmed.
Okay, and so on line 4 there's a couple of RCS regs that are scratched out. The VHF part of that's scratched out in the com check out there, and we go to S-band primary, etc., etc. And we don't have to do any contact with the CSM. We run through a little exercise with the things, turn it on, and those things are clearly scratched out. That page looks very good now, FAO. I think that's much better.
The only thing that's not clear on there is in the com area there, it's range under off reset there. You can't read it. Mine was clear.
Okay, here's a good point. Thanks, Fred Scott. He was real specific about that one. Okay, and then my copy of this next page, which is something or another, page 29, I've got verify RCS heaters in auto for 15 minutes. Is that really the top line?
That's right.
Okay, that's kind of, you never know whether it's something else. Okay, and then that was on that list. The next things are X'd out. Then we go to AGS activation, ASA circuit breaker in, etc. And the next down to RCS pressure, all that stuff's done. That looks pretty straightforward. Page 30. A little bit weak there, but I think we can get everything marked out. Talkback tray is now barber pole. And the dip pressure, we're not going to do that anyway, so we're not too worried about that page. Then we got a maneuver to burn attitude. We've already done that some already. You should have that really squared away. Guys, you're all happy with that, and that looks like it's very clear.
Right, that's what
Page 31 is about dip burn, which we're not going to do, and the bottom part of that next to anyway, you want to be aware of that. Page 32, all that looks pretty clear to me. Where it says verb 76 enter, and it's scratched out, and now it's unscratched, that's not real clear, but it says do this, so that ought to be fairly specific. Boat control boat, attitude hold. Then we got verb 41 now, 20 enter. 3 enters, is that 4 enters?
3 enters sure is, bud.
Okay.
Those are entering 0.
Okay, so we got 41 now, 20 enter. Okay. 400 plus 5, etc. Do not go out of D10 on ACA again. Wouldn't you ever love it? Okay. 33. All that looks pretty straightforward. Engine symbol off. Motor control boat. Jets, etc. See the things that are scratched out there. What's this? Oh, it's 9 minutes there at manual Lily.
Seconds.
9 seconds, I mean. And then it says, okay, that's for the dip though, isn't it? That's the thing we're going to do. Okay. Page 34. looks fairly straightforward. A little bit buggered up there. Shut down on burn time. Record 470. I guess that applies to whatever kind of burn it is. Okay, then it says return to entry limb prep. EIMI in 5 hours. Get PTC and all the stuff after. That looks to me like it's a fairly reasonable baseline document that people can read and understand here on the ground anyway. Anybody have any problems with it? Okay, and control, let's go back and ask you in the ecom, I guess, tell me rather. Other than this power removal, that's the only thing. The other things that we mentioned that could be eliminated in this list are when you get ready to configure for jettison, you can forget the pinks if you had to and go with the A's. Is that right, Control?
Roger, flat.
And there's some time in there for that.
Wait a minute. You could, at limb jettison, you could do what now?
I think during the power ups, when you save the time, bringing it on. That's when we bring up the thing.
No, don't you do something here right after you maneuver to the jettison attitude? Aren't there some procedures they just have to fiddle around with to set that up? Is that not so?
You just go to attitude and put the 3 attitude controls, which is the mode control, verify maximum deadband, and you got it. And this is on the AGS control.
Roger.
Okay, so the only time that's not significant then. You're saying that the only time you can save is back up here at 6 hours. We don't see a problem in that time period.
Right.
Okay. In fact, it'd probably be bad managed. I guess Charlie would have to see stuff in anyway. It'd probably make all the rest of it considerably easier.
Well, it's if we didn't have the things up when we lost the AGS, we'd be in Gilbert.
Okay.
But we don't have any way to steer to the required attitudes for the command module alignment.
Okay, so that is the limb entry prep, and it sounds like we have 2 things that we need to tell the crew about this. One is we need to, well, I guess we don't really need to tell them that either. Yes, we should. We should tell them at what point the power is off the umbilical. At least that's the way it seems to be. That's going to be obvious, Todd or Jack.
Well, it won't really be obvious.
I'm talking about Jack Loud and Capcom.
Yeah, they asked for the information. We can make it available.
Okay, I think we're going to say something to them. We ought to say it. We're going to early here sometime when it's convenient. And the other thing is close the DCNO2 valve on the second page. And other than that, we don't see anything else in this chapter. Sounds like okay, real quickly then, if we could go to the CSM stuff, and that really is pretty clean. Unless somebody's got some questions, I don't think we need to go over that except that there's one open item. Let's see, limb should go green again, but we ought to get the econ GNC. GNC, are you with me? Okay, what's the story? Y'all have spent some time here now looking at the 3 checklist things that I read up to the crew. Y'all have comments on any of those? I don't see any point going through them. If you leaf through them, you can see that it looks like that it's pretty clear the things that belong in the checklist and what things are marked out. I don't see any problem with that.
So, I don't have any comments other than what we discussed earlier.
Okay, now the FAO has put out a thing for that some people may find easier to use that has it all on in the right kind of sequence in one book instead of having to have three of them. So you may find that convenient when it should be exactly the same. However, we'll consider these three, I don't know what you want to call them, three separate ones and not as the real bona fide baseline thing. So,
our comments are really just notes to ourselves. We did find a few places where he would get C&Ws mentioned, and we noted them to ourselves.
well, let's run through those. Where are they? Maybe we ought to just run through the timeline. Let's do that, just because we want to talk about that EMS anyway.
Yeah, we did reposition that.
Okay, EI, it's 6:30. We got LEM pads and we got command module pads, and we already said that guidance flight.
Go flight.
Okay, which one of these is it that we're not going to provide them as a pad, but we're going to have available on the ground?
The one that says, well, there's two things under the CSM pads there that need to really be corrected. One is the first thing, it says course line angles for LEM attitude during moon and sun sighting. All that first line should say is during moon sighting, not moon and sun. And the second thing is course line angles for intra-REFSMMAT. That is not going to be passed. But we're going to have them standing by on the ground.
Okay, Kevin, have you copy that?
I got it.
Okay, the second course lines for entry are available, but we don't plan to send them.
That's tough.
Okay, then we, what is this installed lithium hydroxide canister?
Flighting, huh? What was the question?
Install lithium hydroxide canisters, what's that?
That means put lithium hydroxide canister in their slots so that they got CO2.
Well, pardon? Why haven't they already done that?
They pulled them out to keep them from swelling.
Yeah, okay, I thought that was just, I guess I misunderstood that. I thought it was just the wet ones, the ones that had been used would swell.
Well, there wasn't any particular need of putting anything back in there, but
okay, I guess that's a minor point. I just curious as to why we would.
In any event, they haven't done it.
They probably have now. Okay. But there's no big deal on the dry one, obviously.
I don't much think so.
Okay, that should have gone into the storage test, I would say. We should have said something about that then. All right. But anyway, they do that at 6 plus 30. You might make a note to yourself, Capcom, that or whoever's on, that if they're looking for something to do early, that's something that can be done early.
Flight number.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a handover in about 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. And when we do that handover, we want the power, Aquarius power amp, FM power amp in normal voice. So we can get a shot of range here for about 15, 30 minutes.
Right. Flight plan.
Go.
Now check in another update. Gamma negative 6.03. Delta Zeta maneuver 2.81.
Okay, I guess Capcom might be interested while you got his attention there that the camera's staying the same. Minus 603. I think it's getting that way for the last several hours. That's the thing.
Okay, I got it.
Then we get ready to hand over the honeysuckle. We'll get a little better tracking geometry and we should get our final update for the midpoint. I guess we'll wait for you to translate in and we'll start again and check what's going on real quickly.
This is Apollo Control at 132 hours, 29 minutes.
Fred, are you sleeping? Fred, in a couple minutes we're going to hand over to Honeysuckle, so there'll be, our uplink will be terminated. We'll contact you when we get it back.
After that, I got a couple minutes to work with.
All right, go ahead.
Let's wait till after the handover.
Like we've handed over. Are you there, Jack?
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear. How many, Fred? Okay, we want to get some ranging data on you for about 15 minutes. So close the power amplifier circuit breaker and go to normal voice.
Okay. Yeah, you ought to have it now, Jack.
Okay, you're coming through good now, Fred. I've got 3 deltas to the checklist. They're minor changes. I'd like to pass them along now. One of them is to the CSM checklist. So if you pick that up, I'll give it to you.
Okay, which one?
Okay, stand by.
Flight one, Jack wrote them all in. They go on speed out. He also wrote the flight guide and then
go.
We also noticed that a thing has been eliminated
in
from
the
the
big long one he wrote out at
CSM check. That's why he's going through.
EI minus 230. EMS entry check.
Okay, he's coming back now. This latest one we got.
Meanwhile, Fred, I've got 2 for you on the plan prep checklist.
Okay, Jack's doing that all. Okay, okay, Capcom, here's another thing here. On that guy, I'll tell you what it is. For everybody else's benefit, we're saying we need an EMOD jump, was agreed to, as I understand what he's telling me, was agreed to this afternoon, right after the EMS entry check. Okay, Houston, Aquarius.
Hello, Aquarius. I got a couple changes for you on your CSM checklist.
Okay, stand by 1. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Jack, the timeline between EI minus 2:30 and 1 hour is real crowded, so you're really going to have to hustle. And we've decided to delete the EMS entry check at minus 2:30. That'll give you a little more time in there. What we've decided to do with it is wait until after EI minus 1, just before you initialize the EMS. If you have time, and only if you have time, do the EMS entry check. Otherwise, forget it and go right on.
We've got an indication here the chute relief valve has gone to auto. Now, this apparently happened a couple of times during the last shift.
Okay, you're going to...
And I'm not sure what causes it. Maybe brushing against it or a hose is brushing against it, but we need to have him put it back to close when he gets an opportunity.
There. And you're going to add it if there is time, only if there is time at EI minus 1 hour where the EMS initialization occurs.
That's right, you got it correctly.
What's the story on the verb 74?
Okay, Jack, one other item. Just before EI minus 2 hours, 15 minutes, we need an E-memory now. Verb 74 entered. Over.
Okay, stand by 1, would you please?
Does anybody have any problem with that? We didn't have a chance to really coordinate that very good.
Okay, right before 2 hours and 15 minutes, I assume that's before Investment gets their P27 update. I do a verb 74, right?
That's affirmative, Jack.
Okay, econ flight.
Flight econ.
Okay, does anybody have any reason for not giving a shot of S-band data after blackout?
As far as I know, negative flight.
Okay, where's
How much sleep did you get, Jack?
Just the S-band power amp. About the PMC, we figure about 7.5 hours. Let me take a look.
Stand by.
Tell me your flight. That suit fan back.
I guess maybe 2 or 3 hours. It was awful cold and it wasn't very good sleep.
Right, is you plan to try to get any more?
What PET do you have?
We got 132.37.
It's got back to close, is that right?
That's correct, Mike. Chute relief valve to close.
So you might mention that then also in Capcom. That's something that's happened before. We're looking
well,
at
if I get everything done, I'll try, but I tell you, it's almost impossible to sleep.
Okay, econ flight.
Flight econ. I'm checking now, flight. Looks like we get FAO with me on this too. Looks like E2-5.
Roger, the way we're looking at it,
8-page here.
Looks like you ought to have a couple, 3 hours in here before you have to really get with it.
Well, we'll take it easy, but we'll try to sleep, but it's just awful cold.
Present data indicates that your entry angle is minus 6.03 degrees. Your delta V and the mid-course is going to be 2.8 feet a second.
Okay, copy.
Jack, this is Jim. I understand it's going to be an RCS burn.
That's affirmative, Jim. It's going to be an RCS burn.
Okay.
And we need the suit circuit relief valve back to auto. Back to close. Correction, back to close.
Hey, Jack, that didn't work. And one thing, comparing Jim's checklist with my own, I find one difference there at EI minus 230. His checklist has me opening a EPS sensor signal circuit breaker right prior to turning off LEM power. I'd like to find out which checklist is correct.
Whose checklist has that going? They're talking about Jim's and Jack's, or don't indicate the same, and I don't know what that means exactly.
It says just before EI 230, we're tearing off the EPS sensor signal circuit breaker.
At EI 230, yeah.
Okay, let me take a look down here.
Got it on page 5 of this.
Yeah, I got it open.
Hello everybody, good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Apollo 13 real-time simulation. I have to talk low volume because it's very late or very early here, depending on how you see it. Last flight day, or better said, last segment of the last flight day on Apollo 13. Entry day. Today we will be able to do entry, and we have to do a lot of procedures, new procedures, fresh out of the oven procedures.
I guess the point there is that we want to be sure before
I hope that they conclude with a successful ending. We are all hoping that. Procedures will start approximately in 20 minutes with the start up of LEM systems.
All of them. Okay,
Let me do a quick save to check the battery levels on the scenario lines.
What about the maneuver pad? Let me check on that one. Okay. Okay, tell me, flight. Our point here on this was that we wanted to be sure that before the guys in the LEM started to remove
we will have to reload orbiter again later.
The CSM had already gone off of main B. Had already taken
next pass through
LEM power circuit breakers open, right? They're open. Yeah, they're shown to be open for.
Will be in 10 minutes. The spreadsheet we developed yesterday seems to be working because the moon is there, and I know it was like in 11 minutes to get
be sure that the CSM circuit breakers, LEM power circuit breakers are open before they
Hello
start.
Flight Seat Day, how are you? I am going to have a breakfast now, so see you in a few minutes.
Well, even before they start activating these circuit breakers. Can you turn around just a minute?
Yeah, well, I've got that right on my checklist.
Flightplan. Yes, that's right. That's the only point to that. I guess we haven't said it in so many words, John. Doesn't seem like it. Perhaps we have. Go, Fido. Okay.
Where we figure all checklists are going up to minus 6:30.
Okay, all the pads due in 3 hours and 26 minutes. EI minus 30. 6:30.
Aquarius, all of your pads will be coming up in about 3.5 hours at EI minus 6:30. And one thing we want to remind you of, when you remove power from the command module LEM umbilical, is to be sure that you open the LEM power main B circuit breakers, both of them, before you start throwing switches and circuit breakers in the LEM. Do it as we've outlined it in the procedure in that order. Over.
Okay, that's the way we planned on it. We'll let Jack do his 3, and then he'll tell us when we're go from there. What stages are the changes on?
Okay, Fred. One I've got for you is at the end of power removal from the command module LEM umbilical. And just for your information, after you go through that entire procedure and about the time you're ready to transfer the command module, at that time power will be removed from the umbilical and it's okay to disconnect it. That is after you've thrown the switches in the LEM. Is that clear?
Roger, that's where I got a remark here to check with you to see if it's all right to proceed.
Roger, and that would be just after panel 16, you open the S and ECA control breakers.
Which step number is that?
Capcom, I think we've got him confused here on this point. We told him that we had to wait for misspin go between battery 2 low voltage and high voltage. Seems like that's what
thing is, Jack, where they told me to wait for misspin go before proceeding was that bat 2 low volts off resets and on.
Still Charlie.
Okay, that's still affirmative. We'll give you a go after waiting 5 seconds. And then down from there just a few steps. After you have opened the S and ECA control breakers on panel 16, at that point, the umbilical is not powered, and it's okay to disconnect them should you care to do so.
But we don't see a need for it.
Okay, after the last step, then I'm free to disconnect.
Right. And one other change we have is shortly after that, what we're configuring for jettison, we have closed both the forward dump valve and the overhead dump valve. We don't want to get in a locked up position like that, so one way to get around it is to, after we close the forward dump valve, turn the descent oxygen valve off. Over.
Okay, after the forward dump valve at a step in, it says descent ox valve off.
Okay, Fred, that concludes the deltas, and perhaps you heard that our gamma is still minus 6.03, and our delta V will be at 2.8 foot per second RCS burn.
Roger.
Capcom? Yeah, there is. We ought to just access this line from the checklist where it says the CSM thing. It says EPS sensor signal main B open. That shouldn't even have been included in the checklist. That's the confusing thing that he mentioned earlier, and we don't want him to open that. And that's you told him the right thing to do in the command module checklist, and it ought to just been eliminated, or it should never been included apparently in this other one.
Fredo, we've got one more change we'd like to give you to clarify a question that Jack asked earlier at EI minus 230.
Okay, hold on a minute, Jack. I'm going to have to call Jack back down. I'm not familiar with the previous discussion.
Oh, negative. This is on your checklist.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, at EI minus 230, during power removal from the umbilical, first thing we do is 2 steps for the CSM. We open the main B, LEM power to main B circuit breakers, and then there's a 3rd step which says circuit breaker EPS sensor signal main B open. Just delete that step. Over.
Okay, delete the 3rd step. Okay, Capcom, what I'd like to do now is to go ahead and soak up this range and then run over these command module checklists again, be sure that we've got all the deltas that we need to send them out. We haven't really done that yet, and then we'll be squared away, I think.
You got anything more immediate to tell them about while we got them on the hook here with the comm?
The comm will stay good because we're going to stay with the power amp on for a while. But no, I don't think so. We've told them all we need to tell them right away. We're not completely ready to tell them everything. That's command module thing. So it sounds like we're done. Has anybody got something to tell them? I don't remember. Okay, the ECOM is running down a change he's got now, so we'll postpone our command module checklist discussion for 5 minutes.
For your information, as far as our water supply is concerned, including our plans for power up, we have an additional 18 hours of water remaining from this point.
Okay, 18 hours of water remaining from this point, Jack.
Okay, play.
Okay, the econ is over here looking at that power amp business, so it'll be about another 5 minutes before we can start back in with that checklist thing. We didn't wake Jack.
Hello, Houston, Aquarius.
Hello, Aquarius, go ahead.
Okay, Jack, this is Jim. I just want to make sure that you filter any of the changes to the checklist that come up to make sure they're absolutely essential. When we learn our procedures, we can only do it one time, and we can't make changes at the last minute. We like to do the best, the safest way possible, but unless the changes are really essential, don't bother sending them up.
Roger, we won't. The chairman of the CPCB is still active, and one thing we're trying to do is to save you all the time we can in between EI minus 230 and 1 hour.
That's affirmed. That's a real important time.
Yeah, for your information, Jim, I don't know whether you heard that originally, but that time from 2.5 to 1 in there, it's been run about 3 times, and it's pretty tight. So we've tried to weed out what we could, which isn't much, but I think the other message you might impress on Jack when you get around to lining that platform, don't try to get it down too neat. It doesn't have to be all that good. Just do a nice quick and dirty one, and it's going to be good enough anyway.
I concur. I think for re-entry, we don't have to have a real accurate platform, and I have to tell Jack that.
Roger. Hey, Jim, while you're up and things are nice and quiet, let me give you a couple other things to think about. One specifically, I know none of you are sleeping worth a damn because it's so cold, and you might want to dig out the medical kit there around 135 or in that ballpark, and pull out a couple of Dexedrines and B's and try one about then on another around 139 to 140.
Right, I brought that up. We might consider it.
Okay.
That was Donald K. Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, interjecting some comments to the crew from the Capcom console.
Wish we could figure a way to get a hot cup of coffee up to you. It probably tastes pretty good about now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it sure would. You don't realize how cold this thing becomes. We're in a PTC mode that's slowing down, and I just clocked the cycles when I see the Earth. It's about 11 to 12 minutes now, and the sun is directly overhead, so it's shining on the engine bell of the service module and not getting down on the spacecraft at all.
Hang in there, it won't be long now.
That's right. As a matter of fact, doing this alignment on the Earth this time will be like making a landing with a fogged up windshield.
Flight better.
He's off console fighter.
Okay. Go, Adam.
Okay, flight. If we're in a power critical phase here, we've got enough range. But, look what take all we can get. So.
Well, we'll leave you with some more. We're in good shape here.
Roger that.
Okay, let's run through, see if there's anything else that we need to say about these chips. Go ahead.
The S-band power amplifier recovery. We can mark, I got a checklist marked up with that in there. To turn it on and to turn it off. You want to read it to the crew now, or you want to just wait till later?
I want to talk about it right now. I think we ought to tell them all we're going to tell them right now and quit bothering them.
Okay.
We may not want to tell them this either, but okay. Let's go through our command module thing. Have I got everybody with me? Guidance, you there? Guidance, like? Go play. Okay, you're there. We're going over this checklist again real quickly. CSM, ECOM, GNC.
ECOM's here.
GNC, you there?
Roger, Mike.
Okay, and the FAO's on. Capcom must be with us.
Right, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
The command module timeline.
132 hours, 57 minutes.
We already said that there really wouldn't be any sun sightings here, and that those course and line angles for entry would be available, but they don't plan to send it up. And that's probably something that we could tell them later. I mean, just when we give them a pass. But anyway, we'll see how it goes here. Okay, then we got all these switch changes to do, or switches to do. Guess there's any problems with any of that. So we come on down to 505, we do the terminator axe alignment, which let them do this in 5 hours mid-course, and it's an RCS.
And we're working on a pad on that, or will be shortly. 440. We do page E6, and we don't have that handy, but anyway.
Flight GNC.
Go.
Did you want me to tell you where those C&Ws that we
Yeah, tell us as we go through.
Okay, you turn C&W power on. They're on page 2, about the middle of the page.
I got you.
We're expecting CMRCS 1 and 2 C&Ws. Because you haven't armed the system, and the C&W is seeing a value lower than what it expects for the manifold pressures.
Okay. Okay. And nothing else on that page, huh? Then we got page 3 is really stuff that's excerpts, I guess. Sure. Then we go to page 4 is 430. Limb configured for RCS hot fire. All those switches that I mentioned there. RCS check 2-1 step 4. Lock RHCs. Power 1, limb plus X. Half a foot a second. Hit the step. 96, so half a foot a second. I'm on page 5 now. All those things ought to be okay. EI minus 3 hours, then stop maneuver to moon, new attitude. We've got all that. There's the NN stuff. A whole bunch of circuit breakers. This is the tight timeline now. EI minus 2 plus 30. We've already we turn on all that stuff. S-band transponders on at that time. CMC's powered up. And we just passed to the crew that we would delete the EMS entry check at this time. And we also passed to them that we wanted to burn 74 in it. Keep them right down. And we owe them some P27 updates. And retro, I sure don't... those really ought to be something that we really need to tell them. That's a thing that I think we could avoid doing in this time period. Sorry, what was that again? I'm down here on page 7 where we're talking about the P27 update. I think we ought to really need those to plug them in there. If we're talking about just a difference of 5 or 10 miles in the landing point, I don't think it ought to be worth it. Some logic ought to go into send those up. What? Okay? Right. Alrighty, and on page 8, we've got all that stuff there. DSM course of line angles. And values and all the marks. GI minus 130, all that hat stuff. Happy with that. No more MC&Ws, DNC. Are we going past any of the MC&Ws?
Where are you, Flight? You're not on page 9 yet.
I'm on page 9.
Yeah, we'll get some PMAG ones there when we go on the PMAG.
On the warm-up, we'll get MC&W?
Right.
Okay. 10, go through all that stuff. Go from this in for the power 1 there at 1 hour. And we told them that they could do that EMS check there at EI minus 55 minutes if complete. And then we go into the entry check. There's no more MC and W. PMAG 2. That already been on.
It comes on page 11.
Page number. Does that mean you're going to get MC&W there too?
Right.
Okay. Okay, then we go to the entry checklist, and let's real quickly look at that. Okay, entry checklist. 1-1 has just got a couple of changes in it. They may be kind of hard to read. DSE powered, activate VHF is gone. Okay, 1-2, all that stuff with the logic says. circa, NP attitude, all that business. The FDA on page 1-3 with the first several lines are gone. All that's pretty straightforward, looks like to me. It's pretty easy to follow, so we ought to have all that. EMS entry check, 1-4. Note there may delay to -55. Secondary only is the primary fail. RCS preheat is there, and we said we're going to do that at -630. Terminate RCS preheat, and that is on both systems. We're going to tell him when it's okay. There's no way we can do that.
No, we don't have telemetry flight. He has to monitor the meter.
We looked at that, and we've got a preheat all the way up to the nominal amount of whatever it is, 2.9 or 3.9, something like that.
Well, we probably will, but the procedure is to use the meter anyway, so.
Okay. That's what we told him. We told him we don't have any relief from that 3.9 number. That's what I'm really asking.
That's right.
Okay. Accept that. And all that stuff on 1-6. 2-1. Now, somewhere along in here, we were talking about this, RN 2-2. All those things on 2-2 at the top of that are X-days. Move it to the moon check attitude, and we owe them an ankle, Gato. But that's later on.
It's on the pad.
Be on the pad. Okay. 2-3 looks pretty straightforward. 2-4, all that stuff down, the power down is on. 2-5, set begin flight code, power FCC off, power CMT is off. It's been on all this time, hasn't it?
Right.
Is that right, Econ? Econ flight.
I copy flight. Yeah, it's been on since 2.5 hours when we put TM up. If I read that right.
Flight tell me.
Go.
We've come up with a procedure and checked it out with span. It might help this cold coolness problem and involves turning the window heaters on. And I've given the procedure to Charlie Captain.
The LEM window heaters?
The LEM window heaters. That won't help anybody in the CSM, but it might help the guy in the window.
Hold it.
Okay, now we are ready for business. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Let's get ready to conclude flight day 6 in around 10 hours and a half from now.
Well, the total effect of this, if we implemented it now, is that our lifetime would reduce.
The first thing that I am going to do is to check where my entry interface is right now.
Is there nothing in between the window heaters and anything else? How about turning on the IMU heaters, or they're already on? Or nothing? This is the best thing you see to do, huh? There's nothing that we can turn on that we're going to turn on later on anyway.
Not that would be particularly effective.
And let's see, we're talking about 30, we are talking about, what, 45 amps, aren't we? Isn't that what it was? To bring up the pinks and all that other stuff?
As I remember, it was running about 25, so.
Yeah, but it was right after we did that
Right.
course, that DC plus 2, that's right.
142.39.10 at the moment.
I guess the only thing it might help with this a little different perspective is if you look at it on a percentage basis. So I would
Exactly 3 hours and a half for starting of activation of the command module.
We demonstrated that we were fat on consumables. Tell me if you that deal. Yeah, we can. But that's a bad thing to do? No. Think about some other things. But the first thing comes to my mind is think.
All right.
We're so fat right now. It's like we can bring the whole thing up and let her run.
Well, let's check if indeed we are fat or not, as they are saying.
If I even skate out of water in 3 hours, it wouldn't hurt you. It's already demonstrated that the system fails for 3 hours.
Yeah, we've got a 100% margin on it anyway. If you're 305 or even 6 pounds an hour, which we've never seen yet.
Right. And we only get about 30 electricity from the phone. We're looking into bringing the whole thing up right now, but okay, let's look at it rather quickly if you can. We ought to do that right away if we're going to really get you done at this month. Okay, while we're doing that, tell me, ECOM, what is this power amp story? Tell us about that. I think we ought to turn that duty on because we may get into some kind of an unusual here and help us to have some of that good long range.
Flight ECOM, I have no objection, amp hour wise.
Well, where is it now that we bring that up at what time? 2:30?
Let me double check that flight.
Minus 2:30 on page 6, I see that we turn that FCE on.
I don't think we bring it up at all.
Sir? Put that on page 6. I'm looking at the timeline.
This is Apollo Control at 133 hours, 11 minutes. At 132 hours, 28 minutes.
Came up at all.
Capcom Jack Reisman put in a call to the crew. Fred Hayes responded.
That's the signal
and we had him turn on the power amplifier, which in addition to greatly improving the quality of voice communications we get, also gives us ranging data, which the flight dynamics officer is using for
isn't that affirmative
making final computations of a mid-course correction to be performed in about 4.5 hours.
Now the only requirements for the power amp are going to be verbal. That's the
Jack Swigert reported that he received gotten about 2 to 3 hours of sleep, which he said was not very good sleep due to the cold in the command module.
That's an agreement that they made working on.
Swigert said it is almost impossible to sleep because of the cold. Donald K. Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, who's been at the Capcom console a good part of the evening and into this morning, came on the circuit and advised Jim Lovell to consider taking dexedrine tablets for each of the crewmen. This is a stimulant contained in the medical kit. Lovell said that they had considered that and would think about it.
But for step 9, it says...
At the present time, Apollo 13 is 60,249 nautical miles from the Earth. The spacecraft velocity is up now to 7,900 feet per second. And we're some 9 hours, 27 minutes until re-entry. We'll continue to stand by for any further communications with the crew. We don't have anything planned to pass up to them in the next few minutes or so. One of the things under discussion, however, at the present time in mission control are procedures which might possibly be used to increase the temperature in the lunar module. And the LEM environmental and electrical systems engineer is looking into the power status right now. As far as consumables are concerned, with the possibility of mine perhaps bringing some additional equipment online in the LEM to bring the temperature up there.
It's some LEM expert around.
Yes, not in that part right there. It's not where they want to turn it off.
Flight time. What we do during entry is we go to low power before CM7 normally, and I give the NCO a go on the main bus voltages, and then we're in good shape. Then it goes to
disregard, it's fine.
But the crew powers all that stuff down sometime after that. What I'm saying is that I just think
we're presently showing a cabin temperature in the lunar module of about 54 degrees, and although we do not have a measurement on the command module, we presume that it is lower than that. And we'll continue to keep you advised on the status of the discussion going on at present in mission control on the advisability of powering up the LEM more fully to bring up the temperature.
Volunteer with this TC lift.
GNC's got to get something to email. What was your question?
Is there any problem with a GNC lift here? GNC on checklist, those 3 pages, I believe it is.
No, sir.
That's okay. All right.
We've been through the whole thing. We said we had some places where we're probably going to get CFWs like...
Yeah, he told me those.
Okay.
At least he told me about 4 of them. Stay in flight. Okay, we're sitting here now in some attitude that we don't have any idea what it is, and he said that the sun was directly on the SPS engine bell. Why don't we get out of that attitude, out of that PTC, and go to an attitude where the sun shines in the command module window? Is there anything wrong with that?
We told them yesterday that there's no problem with that, and we give them a go up for 4 hours at a time.
Okay, but I'm proposing that we do that right now, and we stay there until we have to start maneuvering around for service module SEP and all that stuff at EI minus 5, 6 hours, or whenever it is for the MCC, rather.
Well, that's just about 4 hours from now.
Okay.
Or less.
All right, why don't we do that?
Flight, tell me.
Go.
We can power up right now and go all the way.
Power up, you're assuming a 25 amp hour?
I'm assuming a 40.7 amps.
Okay, and how much margin will we have?
371 amp hours.
Margin?
That's right. That assumes that we got every bit of the battery capacity available. It does not include unusable. It does include unusable.
Okay. Yeah, but
we
don't really think
40 amps.
Yeah, we don't really need them to go to 40. Okay, let's tell them what we want to power up if we can here. And do you think we need a checklist procedure for that, or can we do it in plain language?
Probably the easiest thing to do would be go through that 30-minute activation, or at least those portions of it that are applicable.
Yeah, like, go. If we just tell them to pick up the entry LEM prep at EI minus 6 hours, and then go through the second step is use modified RCS 30-minute activation, and go through that checklist, except for the attitude maneuvers, and we're up.
Would you repeat that, John?
I say go through the activation checklist, except for the attitude maneuvers, and we're up to speed. Everything is activated.
You're saying you want to go ahead and bring the Agnes up now?
And the tools, the whole checklist.
And I'm suggesting furthermore that we stop the PTC and go to a mode where the sun starts heating up the inside of the command module. What's wrong with that?
That would be fine.
All right, people. In a moment we will start activating the lunar module in a very similar fashion to what we did for MCC5, but with a few improvements. We will get the pings back.
Okay, I'm just saying it's a suggestion.
Yes, it is. And the only other thing I could think of that we could, if we really were worried about the temperatures, we could turn on the instrumentation command module, send some power across the way.
Well, if we power up the lamb in a couple hours, we go start getting the glycol temp up in the suit. Then turn the suit temp to hot and vector some of that air over to the command module. It ought to start coming up a little bit.
Okay. Okay, Span, I'm considering we got to go for this. Say again? I'm considering that we're going to press on that basis.
Yeah, we agree. We've already run that through on that. We agree 100%.
Okay, does everybody agree that we can go ahead through the 30-minute activation thing down to, did you say step 2, John?
No, sir, I said go through the
Except for the
activation
attitude.
except for the attitude maneuver. And then we ought to come up with an attitude to put the stack back in the PTC mode. And not in PTC, but just in an attitude perpendicular to the sun.
Yeah, but he's in that position to do that.
Oh, yeah, he can come up.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and guidance flight, we don't need anything from him, do we? If he starts powering up the thing, do you want to get that E-mod?
Do we have an E-mod for the thing?
Oh, that E-mod was for the
CSM.
CSM, wasn't it? Okay. Right. So you're not worried about the limb?
Negative. Well, we're not planning on using it right now for these maneuvers or monitoring.
Okay, but when we get ready to power it up, there's no point to you. There's something we can punch down to you. Yeah, we might as well.
Mike,
So,
one more point on this. This 30-minute procedure does not have the window heaters on, and that's the fastest way to get that cabin warmed up is to turn those on.
how many amps does that take?
About 7 amps.
Okay. You got that procedure in there? What is that?
Just tell him
to turn the window heaters on.
Just tell him to turn the window heaters on.
Okay.
Be able to circuit breakers as soon as you got his AC up.
Okay, why don't we do that now?
Flight econ.
Go.
It looks like as far as the power amp is concerned, we shut that down page E3-3 as far as the power down.
Okay.
It'd mean that the power amp probably be on for as long as 15 minutes. It costs us an amp hour. I think it'd be wise to get the thing off after maintenance.
Go ahead, use it.
Okay, Skipper, we figured out a way for you to keep warm.
It costs us 3/10 of an amp hour.
We
Three
decided
quarters
to,
included the
start powering
PMT.
you up now.
It's 4 amps.
And what
Power is 4 amps by itself.
What we want you to do is take your entry lamp prep checklist.
It's not the checklist, like turn it on.
Start at the top where it says FAT 5 normal feed on.
Okay, fine.
And then jump over, as it says, to your 30-minute activation. And do all of the 30-minute activations up to, but not including the burn. You copy?
Okay.
Up to burn attitude, but not including burn attitude, right?
Okay, we will start activating the lunar module in approximately 7 minutes.
Which would put the sun in the windows to warm the place up.
Sounds good, and you're sure we have plenty of electrical power to do this?
Okay, give me a number. That's affirmative.
Yes.
You've got plenty of power to do it. I can get you a number, though.
Well,
We'll have
about a 6.3 hour pad.
That sounds encouraging.
Right. At 25 amp hours, no, 40 amp hours rate.
CSM right now.
Sorry, 40. At 40 amps rate, he has a 6 hour pad, Capcom. At 47 amp rate. Sorry, 47 amp rate.
Flight number.
Go.
Sometime at convenience in the next 45 minutes, we'd like to recycle our CPs. We're building up low-speed queues. We'd like to clear them.
Okay, anybody have a problem with the CP recycle right now before we stop firing up? Go.
Roger.
Okay, okay, FAO, tell me what page you say to put that
Right, you're talking about turning it off now, right?
Right.
That's 3-1. At the bottom of the page, it says 10K main shoots deployed. And put a note in there, sometime after the main, S-band power amplifier off. And it's a pretty busy phase right in there after the main, so it's hard to specify.
I am, however, going to start calculating things.
S-band power amplifier off.
We're done with the recycle.
Okay.
All right. Let's calculate the REFSMMAT that we will need for later. Let's see if I have time to do it now. It's a procedure that Indy developed last month, I think, or 2 months ago, because I was doing the practice incorrectly, and this is the correct way to do it.
On page 2-5, entry checklist 2-5, did you copy that S-band power amplifier?
I have the checklist here. Tell me where you want to put it.
Okay, so halfway to step 9 there on the page, you come on down, it says 152 degrees pitch at 05G.
Right.
In there, S-band power amp high. The idea there is to turn that on after blackout so we can let the recovery aircraft get a good hack on where he's going. And then along with that, in the entry checklist, on a page that we have not yet updated, which is 3-1, at the very bottom of the page, and after 10,000 feet there, sometime after main shoot. Have you got that one? Maybe it's my hand before.
I've got it.
Okay, at 10,000, 10K, at the somewhere after the main parachute deployed, S-band power amp off.
Okay.
And the only other thing out of all this discussion, I guess, is the pad business, where we say that some of those pads are not going to be available, but that seems to be, in fact, I don't really think we need to tell him that. We can tell him when we give him the pad, unless you think we should go ahead and tell him now.
Flight FAO.
So.
The only other thing in here we might discuss about changing things, just before flight and after the onboard data was stored, there was a change that was supposed to the one of the cue cards to be updated real time. It's an entry card for the CMP. and it's mostly a recording card, but on there they had an angle for the horizon in the window, and the angle was wrong, and that needs to be updated. There's no big rush to update it now, between now and the time they get the command module. That is something.
What we are doing with this input is to set a custom star.
I've already discussed it with Retro when it needs to be changed on its cue card to 36 degrees instead of 31.7.
I guess what I'm trying to ask you is that we're giving him so much new entry data regarding angles that he is not going to pay any attention to that cue card anyway, is he? And won't he be expecting this? We could even include it on the tail, couldn't we?
That's a possibility.
This is not a part of any of the entry paths. It's a separate thing.
This is a card that he doesn't use for procedures and such, but it's a check and information sort of card.
Flight tell me you just turned battery 5 on. He's currently starting in the checklist. Okay.
We need to go back to the lunar module in a bit.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Okay, question. The short turn on step 3 on page 24. As is only turning on the RCS system AB2 quad. And the breakers are still out on panel 11. Did you want those in too, or are we just going to use one set of heaters?
Stand by.
Control?
We use the switches to turn on the quad heaters, they're flying.
Okay, let's go to the lunar module.
The four circuit breakers are in that are controlled by switches.
So you're saying put the other ones in. So later on he's going to be using all sets of heaters.
Right, later on the checklist we get all the heaters in.
Okay.
I am going to do a quick save now because he used battery 5. I didn't expect that.
So as the checklist recommends for now, when you get into the circuit breaker panel configuration, you're going to get the number 1 set of heaters on anyway.
Okay.
Okay, battery 5 normal fed. On. And let's go to the checklist.
Guidance light. Go light. You got any entry REFSMMAT thing? For the limb? Supposing we're going to power up the limb here now. And I guess that everybody go green again, by the way. And we're going to kind of probably point the windows at the sun and start heating up. And we're going to be sitting around thinking about how this limb has got all the good pings running, and we may even want to line it up. Right way. We can get those. Okay, why don't you do that? Just might want to do that.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, looks like he's on page 25 now. We've got our inverter voltage.
All right, how's it all look?
Looks good.
By the way, we got low bit rate still?
High bit rate.
We're on high, okay. What's your channel there?
Channel 15.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 133 hours, 34 minutes. We're following the progress of the crew as they power up the lunar module according to the checklist. And at the present time, we show the total average current.
Okay, Houston, we'd like to get a hack to set our mission timer here, Jack.
Okay, Fredo, set it at 133.35 straight up. You got about 30 seconds to set it.
Elmu, control, how does it look there so far?
Look good so far, fine.
We're looking good, fine. Okay.
Our quad temps are starting to come up now.
Got AC voltage.
Okay, standing by.
Elmu, we already got all the power
I'll
on
give
line.
you
We'll put on it right now.
30-second delay in there. Stand by to start.
Stand by.
Start.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, I'm counting 133.35. 10.
Right on.
We're showing about 34 to 35 amps total current now.
Flight tell me. Go. It looks like there's maybe a few things yet to go. I don't know if he's got to his pings and ags, or his ags bring out that yet. Okay.
Aquarius Houston, one other way to warm things up in a hurry in there is when you get your AC on to turn on the window heaters.
Okay, I guess the only question I have is what cloud will do to it with the, looks like almost a frost on it now.
I had him stand by on that Capcom. He's using plenty of power right now anyway. We might wait till those heaters go down, but let's see. What do you say, tell me? Stand by, Mike. Okay, you're talking about the frost, right?
I'd like to let it maybe warm up just a little bit more before hitting it with the heat load.
That's not a bad idea.
Pings is on road 3, okay.
Shadow flight. Like you're going to get a ton of ranges.
Okay. Let's see.
Let me know when a good honeysuckle geometry data comes in, please.
And as you can see, Houston, turn on, we got our old friend downlink too fast.
Roger, flight.
Roger, we see the set.
Sorry, I didn't understand that. What did you say, guys?
You got an alarm downlink there, flag. That's power up, so that's no problem.
Flight, tell me.
Go.
They had a question earlier about turning them on with the frost on the windows. No problem with that at all, and no cycling required on these things, on the window heaters.
Is that right? Okay, well, I just soon wait a while. We're sucking up 58 amps right now. Let's
Yes.
wait till it comes down.
I concur with that, flight.
Okay, let's go with row 4.
In fact, tell me, like, when can I expect to see that current go down?
We're looking at that right now, flight. Maybe about 15 minutes, flight.
Okay, how much is it going to drop?
Okay. Row 5.
Flight, guys. Flight, go. Go. Gonna have to watch that middle gimbal angle on the LEM platform.
Cross tie bus open,
Okay,
rest
Capcom.
as shown.
Go.
Middle gimbal angle is getting high. It's 81 already up there.
Aquarius Houston, looks like you're proceeding towards gimbal lock there. I'd like you to check that, please.
Flight, tell me.
Go, tell me.
Okay, with all those heaters on, it's about
Roger.
27 amps delta.
How many?
How much are you
27.
doing about it? We can't use the filters, Houston.
Okay, I am leaving it as is.
Okay, forget it now. We'll get it
Next
later.
page. 16.
So what's that 10-minute thruster limitation here?
Roger, flight. We're almost up to flight temps here.
Okay,
It's a
you can
15
give us a
minute.
go before that, can you?
Roger. I'll give you a go when they're all over 120.
Can't do that.
And also, they're just about through their circuit breaker activation, I think. Their ASA temps starting to come up.
Alright. Naming fields open, track open. Edit logic open.
Hey, flight, yeah, the pressure's on me one.
No, he's going to give us a go. Just control still. Watch.
this one open. Yeah. CS display crew option. Second display open, VHF and B open. Power amplificator for the moment open. Okay, PMP, TV, displays.
And Houston Aquarius, I guess the next thing for the paint will be across the line 000, but just let it hold up now when we get enough time on the RCS thrusters. Flag control.
Pump sec.
Roger, we're looking at
Okay, all of our quad CMs are above 120.
Go for the quads, both of them. Huh?
Right. All four.
Quads up to speed.
Okay, Aquarius, your quads are 120 to 133 now, so you're cleared for thrusters.
All right.
Guidance flight.
Go flight.
We can pump this data from the LEM thing back across to the CSM, can we? The TNM.
In what way, Frank?
I mean, if we get an alignment here with the
Oh
LEM.
yeah, sure can. That's exactly what we're doing in the other pursuits anyway. The one that's set up.
Oh, is it okay? All right.
That's exactly what that is.
Okay, how long before you have all the stuff that he needs to do this with, should he want to do it?
You pass it to the CSM?
No, to the tanks here. You're working on a REFSMMAT, stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, right.
How long will it be before you're ready?
Okay, I'm asking, what day do you want me to pass to the LEM?
I don't know. Tell me. Supposing we want to, if he can fix ours, we can get an alignment here. And you're going to get all the stuff we need to do it. I don't know what that is. I'm asking you, can you do that? And I thought the answer was yes.
Aquarius Houston.
Go ahead.
Raj, did you get my go for RCS?
That's the part we're going. What we're doing now, Jack, is letting the spacecraft drift in its mode to pick up the Earth again.
Okay.
I don't want to just go blasting around the sky and get high rates because I don't have anything to know the rates on until the Earth comes back up again. And once I get the Earth in sight, we have no strain on knowing rates. That's part of the Earth, that is.
To hang up, buddy.
Flight control.
Go.
Looks like he's starting the noise rates now.
Okay.
Then press on the preamps. Okay, PM, prim down voice backup, PCM off, off reset, off and high bit rate. Alright. Pings turn on, now attitude light on. Page 29. Verify RCS heaters in auto for 15 minutes. Correct. Balance couple off. That's one minimum. Attitude control pitch and roll to pulse. Yaw to direct. Add control axe. Add hold. Dump rates. But we have to wait for the Earth to appear. Well, not that much. Let's stop the rates now. And point towards Earth.
Rotation translation.
It's going to be interesting today, Jack. The Earth's a lot bigger and the crescent's a lot more pronounced than it was yesterday.
Well, you're going in the right direction.
That's right.
This is Apollo Control at 133 hours, 55 minutes. Jim Lovell has stabilized the spacecraft at this point using the LEM reaction control system thrusters. We're showing a power level on the lunar module right now ranging between 45 and 50 amps. The power-up procedure followed by the crew will have another effect in addition to warming up the LEM. That is that they're beginning.
Okay, let's continue with our REFSMMAT
checklist that had been
calculation.
scheduled for 6 hours prior to entry interface. That was begun at about 9 hours, so they'll be getting a bit of a leg up on that portion of the timeline. At the present time, Apollo 13 is...
Jack, I guess we hadn't changed our angle much with respect to the sun, 93 million miles away, so it ought to be about the same place in AOT, isn't that, Charlie?
Hold one on that, Fred will get an answer.
Guys, what, do you understand his question? Guys, flight. Go flight. Okay, the question that he has is, should the sun be in the same spot for this new burn, this last new course as it was on the one he did earlier? That's a firm flight, crescent at the top.
That's 12 o'clock and D10 2, right?
What was the question? Okay, what was the question? Where was the what? Sun in AOT. In the AOT. Let me check and see where the sun is in the AOT, but the sun is above them along the x-axis like it was before. You want to know if it's in the AOT?
He wants to verify he's got the right attitude by using the sun in the AOT. And he thinks maybe it ought to be the same as it was the last time, which was 12 o'clock and D10 2.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, his ASA breaker's been in long enough. He's go for AX activation.
Okay, go for AX activation.
Aquarius, your ASA is warmed up now. You can activate the egg.
Okay. tell me you'd like.
Go ahead, fly.
Okay, everything still looking okay?
Yeah.
Okay, do we expect it to come down some more here? We're just down to 40 times.
Yeah, I think it'll come down a little bit more.
Okay, why is it more now than it was the other night? I understand about the heater part, but the other night it was about 25.
Yeah, but the pink was not up either.
Well, I thought it was, really.
It was, that's like the pink was up.
Are you on this loop?
We're talking about dumps.
Well, my mic was around behind my ear. We had the pings up, but we didn't have the eggs up the other night. If I recall, for that plane
I'm
change.
going to save
I mean,
some
MPC plus super.
Yeah, we didn't have the ags up, but did the ags take 20 amps?
Eggs take 7 flight.
Okay, maybe it's the heaters and all that, but
I
okay.
think so.
Okay, tell me, how about the temperature? What do you see there? Is it warming up any yet?
Our glycol limit now is 48 degrees.
Aquarius Houston, when you look at a D10-2 and the
It's
proper
going to take a while, flight
burn
footage, all
attitude,
taken
what you ought to
effect.
see is the sun at 12 o'clock, about halfway between the top of the AOT and the center of the pipper. You ought to see the Earth at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Capcom, I guess seems like what we should suggest here is that Jim try to get a little bit of sack time, and might even I don't know whether this all this activity with Fred might prevent him from resting, but you might suggest that after a while here we could support an attempt at aligning the tank if he would like to do that. And Fred ought to be able to do that by himself, shouldn't he? Guidance flight.
Duck blinds are always warmer, Jim, when the birds are flying.
Right. Go flight. How long will it be before you can support an alignment?
Okay, I am getting quad flags. I don't know why.
Okay, tell me exactly what we need to do, because I probably don't know.
I'm not sure what kind of alignment you want to do. Does he want to go ahead and do a complete P-52 flight?
Yes, I want
I know why.
to settle with that. It's not clear yet that the crew wants to do that, but don't panic.
One moment. There we go. Okay, let's continue with the REFSMMAT calculation. Few steps now to do.
Like, go tell me.
Okay, he might try putting his super temperature control valve to full hot if he hasn't cut it here already, and see if that helps.
Okay, you glycol temps, you're saying the glycol temps come up now to where you think it'll be worthwhile to do that?
think so, yeah. It's at about 49 degrees now. Okay. Capcom flight. Okay, we see his glycol temps come on up some now to 49 degrees. He hasn't already got slide gun.
Fine attitude with the BGPA, I'll be able to do it normally.
Slide gun, go. The location of the sun and the ALT is about halfway up from the
I
center.
said I can't still use the fine attitude with the translation of the controller. I won't be able to do it with the ACA.
And the center front detent. Detent 2. Okay, front detent and halfway up, 80 degrees. That's right.
That's the sun, right?
Yes, sun and AO2. And Capcom slide didn't finish for a while ago, but
Now I
if he
need
hasn't
to
already
do
done
an
so, he might
input
go ahead and
here.
put his suit temperature control on and increase. We think that'll have the normally expected effect.
I bet it's been here for 2 days.
No, it's been on cold because it turns out that if you put it on cold, it gets warmer. I don't have to explain that, but they did see a 3-degree increase.
It's like an unrepulsive minute. Aquarius, we see your glycol temperature getting up there. If you want to make it a little warmer, you can try putting your suit temp valve high if you haven't already got it there.
Flight control.
Go.
Okay, I heard you discussing the P-52 a while ago, and I wanted to point out to you that we're a little shy on RCS propellant here. Right now, as it stands, to complete the entry part of the limb, we only have about 12% RCS pad. And so I don't think we want to be dipping into that doing a P-52.
12% above all your uncertainties. What time
Roger.
is that on?
Channel 64.
Okay, but that already includes some P-52 stuff anyway.
For the CSM, yes, that attitude for doing the CSM alignment. That's what the...
Okay. I'm not proposing any doing radical thing here. I'm just suggesting that if he looks at it and he can see stars, he can probably tell us how easy it is to do that. And we wouldn't suggest that he spend a lot of RCS running around the sky. But
Hello, Madison. Hello, Residuals. How are you?
We should be able to align.
Roger, I just want to make sure that we didn't do a maneuver into particular stars and all that. We can really use the propellant.
Right. Perfect. Here we will be busy for the next 7 hours. Thank you very much, Madison. I enjoyed flying it. The Earth goes big indeed. No time today for human weather satellite reports, at least for the moment.
Capcom flight. Okay, sometime here you might tell them what we were thinking about the alignment, that we don't want to spend a lot of RCS fuel here. We have about a 12% margin, which is not just a whole lot. We don't want to, didn't say this in the right words, but anyway, we don't want to hold that gas. But we figured we'd put us somewhat ahead of the timeline, and we're looking pretty seriously at seeing if we can't give it a go and make it difficult.
Okay, let's go with activation. Verify as a CV.
Aquarius, something we're thinking about right now is if we can do it without using a lot of RCS, it'd be to our advantage time-wise to try to get the alignment.
Okay, you mean a P-52? I'll take a look around.
Combination 51 and 52.
As a CV has been in.
Okay, and we plan to use the moon and the sun for that.
Okay, let's make sure to know the rates properly.
Go ahead, Pat. How about thinking about a
Looks like a nice picture.
kind of have that number in mind. Let me know.
We don't want to use more than 1 or 2% on it, fine.
All right.
Well.
Max activation, max status standby. Master alarm normal. AC bus B. Max close. AEA close. Max warning light is off. Max status operate.
Flight control.
Master
He's starting to think stuff now. He's got his upload in. That's good.
Caution warning reset.
Auto flight.
Red flight.
Okay, brief me on that status here for the 52. What do we have a problem in 40?
Going the way we are.
Black guy.
Don't want it to get in our way.
All right.
Go guy. Okay, to support this 52, we're going to have to close the nose on board the rest of it. Right. Okay. Yes.
We'll be ready shortly to do that.
Okay, so you guys don't see a problem right now?
And that's it.
And what, 10, 15 minutes?
Okay, we got one question, and that's which REFSMMAT we're going to do a 52 to.
Which is the one you're going to use at the end? You want to end it later on? Is that a good one to use?
That would be a good one.
Okay, we have LEM activated.
Light jump. Go.
We'd like that checklist, if they were going to go to this 30-minute activation checklist, the download circuit breaker on panel 16 is open, and we would kind of like to close that at this time since we did get started early, because we're getting a fairly significant unbalance.
Okay.
Panel 16 download circuit breaker closed.
It's closed for me.
You good to go on that flight to Valload breaker?
Yeah, go ahead and tell them in a few minutes we'll be ready to report the P-52.
Aquarius Houston on panel 16.
I want to keep battery for running for a little bit more.
Valload breaker, please.
It's in theory sharing load with battery 5.
And looks like we could support an alignment in a few minutes if you'd be willing to go ahead with that.
Jack, it sounds good. I think from our position here,
I could say some amps this way also, right?
Maneuvers, I think we can do some gas. I'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Roger.
Guys, right, go flat. Okay, they're telling me that probably we ought to do it to the entry, I mean to the burn. So that'd be fine. Okay.
Well, but they are not printed, they are in these kinds of devices. It's a Kindle. These papers here are just notes from the transcripts.
Okay, we're looking pretty good flight. The currents are now
And scripts, more scripts. Remember, this is not a recording. This is not a recording. Because if it was a recording, you will not be appearing on the chat overlay. And I could not do this with the cam. Okay, it's not a recording.
The reason that when you go to full hot on the thing, when you go to full hot, you circulate glycol, which is normally hotter than, or normally supposed to be hotter than cabin air. However, at the position that we were with a very low power level, it was colder than the cabin air, and that's why the temperature will go down.
Yeah, I got that explanation. It's just kind of odd. And I'm not too keen on turning those windows on.
Probably my pre-launch script.
We're up close to the 40, and that's striking me as being plenty right now. Roger.
The LEM activation checklist. It's over there.
Go ahead, Pat. Everything's looking good.
Yeah, the only checklist I have in paper,
up and ready now.
in real size also, it's the LEM activation checklist, which I needed for the accident. Okay, Apollo 13 human weather reports. We are seeing Asia, I think Africa also a little bit. Our trajectory is going into the sunset, and there is a cloud coverage over the green areas, which are the areas with vegetation, and that is a good news, because if not, plants cannot grow. And also I am seeing something very strange. Turns out that the Earth is round. It's not a plane floating over a flying tortuga. 1 second. Turtle. A flying turtle. I don't see the flying turtle. Okay, I think I am going to body align to here. If you are in well, I think that it's international. It's size A5, 85, but that is not exactly correct, because there is some millimeters of difference with A5, but it's the most similar that you can get today.
Houston, Aquarius.
Okay, 400 plus 5.
We're good to go. Are you going to ship us up REFSMMAT?
Yes, wait,
we are
stand
standby.
by. We said stand by at the same time.
Okay, we're not quite ready to give it to
Okay, I guess we gotta get the up that link for
you. Flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Turning to the rendezvous window.
We're ready to, we're in
Okay, let's release the land platform.
Not on the ground, no.
No, I'll put a third flight.
Can we get there?
Yes.
Then we follow.
It's being done right now.
And Aquarius, before we can ship you a load, we'll have to have on panel 11 under comm the up data link circuit breaker closed.
Good close.
Roger, it'll
We're
be
in
a
full
few
data.
Okay, and it'll be a few minutes yet, Jim. We're still cranking it up.
Okay, stay with Jack and I'll go back to data.
There we go.
Roger.
Okay, now I will need to calculate let me check one thing.
Flight intel.
Go.
Okay, to get this load in, we're going to have to put a circuit breaker.
You already did that. Up data link?
Yep, data link,
about
circuit breaker.
33, third percent on that uplink too fast, on.
Flight procedures.
Go.
Ground's configured for uplink.
Okay, when
Not yet. I am not yet configured for uplink.
Flight guide.
Oh, I just got another uplink too fast and I took the data switch back off. It's happened again about a third percent.
Roger. You ready, bud?
Go, Flight. That's Flight.
Becky?
We're doing just fine. We're getting out 2 REFSMMAT loads and a state vector load, Flight.
Okay. Ready to fly.
Okay. Flight guide. After we finish uplinking this REFSMMAT, we need to do on the contingency checklist, page 8, steps 5 and 6. That's to set the REFSMMAT and the drift flag.
Page 8, steps 5 and 6?
On the contingency checklist, ma'am. Under step 5 and 6, which sets the REFSMMAT drift and REFSMMAT flag. You understand what that means?
Okay, set the drift and REFSMMAT flag.
Right. That's the page and the 2 steps.
Okay, just give us the go.
Flight guide, go. We're ready to uplink.
Okay, doing data. And Capcom, you copy that about after you get the loads in. Let's see now. Guys, did you say after you finish all the loads?
Aquarius Houston, we're ready with your load. If you'll give us data, please.
Going to data.
He's ready, Flight.
Go, guys. Okay, and Capcom, did you copy that about the setting the drift and REFSMMAT flag?
I did.
Oh. Guys, fine. Go for it. You copied, he's ready, didn't you? Right. Okay.
Wrong. That's like, we've got some attitudes that want to decamp to us this sun and the moon. We get them to Capcom. But it's REFSMMAT, you got it.
right, so we got a good clock update.
Very good.
Okay, now for the desired REFSMMAT.
Control and tell me his flight. Go flight. Tell me go flight. Yeah, you might be thinking, since we are doing these goodies a little bit earlier here and everything a little bit over the order that we had planned them in previously, you might be thinking about any effects on your checklist that we read up. We can't. FAO was sitting here and he couldn't think of anything. He ought to be pulsing it a little bit.
Okay.
1 sec.
Best we looked at it now, the only effect on his checklist will be that he has closed a circuit breaker right now that he would not have closed until later. So it's all right.
But when he gets to the checklist, he'll go to it and he'll see that it's already closed. Right?
That's correct. That's a bow load breaker.
Okay. Keep looking in case there's anything else. Turn back.
Right.
Aquarius Houston, after the uplink, you'll have to set the drift and the REFSMMAT flag as on page 8 of the contingency book, steps 5 and 6.
Okay, better.
Page 8, just 5 and 6 under.
Question. Okay. Let's do a course align to 000.
Let me have the word when you're finished with the uplink, please. Right.
We should be finished shortly here. Roger. Okay, does he know he has to do those 2 steps on the contingency checklist?
He does.
Affirmative. Okay. Flight, we're finished. Okay, here's the computer. Capcom is still computer going.
Okay, are you done with the computer now, Jack?
Affirmative.
Negative, we'll give you the word.
Affirmative, we are done.
Roger, Aquarius, we're through with it. It's your computer.
Thank you.
All right.
Flight guide. Go. When he does his P-52 flight, that'll be an option 1. Option 1 on P-52. Okay, have you seen him set that flag yet? Yes, flight. He set the flag.
Oh, that is nice.
Okay. Jack, you want to tell him, remind him it's an option 1 on the P-52 when he gets to it? Option 1 on the P-52 when he gets to it.
Okay. And Aquarius Houston, take option 1 on a P-52 when you get to it. And I've got some ball angles for sun and moon.
Okay, we went an option 1, and you got some ball angles for sun and moon. Right now, Jim has the sun pretty well squared away right in the middle of the AOT.
This is Apollo Control at 134 hours, 42 minutes.
How are we doing on Apollo?
The crew began
we're hanging there right
powering
now,
up the lunar module
we're about
at about 133 hours, 29 minutes. A
we
little over
used
an
about
hour
2% since it started.
ago. We've since seen the currents in the lunar module come up from about 10 to 12 amps to their present level of about 40 amps. These currents actually went to a high of about 70 amps before stabilizing out at the lower level as heaters came online, brought the equipment up to the proper temperature, and then dropped
Probably
offline.
recommend it's a drift flat.
And the crew reported it is getting somewhat warmer within the lunar module at this time. The cabin temperature reading that we have on the ground is based on the temperature of the glycol water boiler, which is related to the amount of heat being transferred into the water boiler, and is about the best indication we have of cabin temperature. And that shows us that the cabin temperature now has come up from about 54 degrees to about 56 degrees. This temperature, however, does show some lag, and we would expect that the cabin temperature has probably come up a bit more than is indicated by the temperature we're showing on the ground.
And have you got some planted vectors for us, Jack?
Okay, Fredo, for the sun I've got 246. For the moon I've got 250.
You talking about fall fade angle?
Flight, the code for the sun
Negative,
is 46, for the moon is 50.
I was reporting the code for now 70.
Sun is 46. And for
Okay,
the
let's go to P52.
Oh, okay.
He understands. Okay. Got it. How's all that looking to you guys?
Option 1.
Retrograde. It looks good, Blake. Oh, okay. Do we expect him to do it after he does this and all that? Folks, are we going to go to some star for a check or anything like that? I don't think he can see it.
Standby 1.
Okay, Houston, we have the sun marks, and I'll start a pitch now.
I don't like to get behind here.
Roger.
I think I used the moon again. God damn it. I think I used the moon again for this.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Just as a note of interest, in this dock configuration for B-52s, the command module docking probe is right down the middle of the docking light, rather, is right down the middle of the D-pin. And when the sun flashes on it, it really makes it difficult.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control at 134 hours, 56 minutes. In mission control at this time, we're in the process of handing over shifts. Flight Director Gene Kranz is taking over from Flight Director Milton Windler. We will not have a change of shift briefing. The Flight Director plans to remain in the control center through splashdown, and we therefore, as I said, will not have a change of shift news briefing for this shift. In summarizing briefly the events during the past 8 hours, from about 127 hours until about 130 hours, we passed up the command module and lunar module pre-entry checklists to the crew.
God damn it, why 180 roll, why? I don't understand.
The crew was advised to attempt to get some rest. Fred Hayes remained on watch, but we limited the number of calls to the spacecraft to allow Fred also to get some rest. And at about 128 hours, 17 minutes, Jim Lovell and Jack Swigert indicated they were going to begin a rest period. Fred Hayes began a rest period at about 129 hours, 39 minutes.
This part.
And at 132 hours, 28 minutes, we put in the first call to the crew after Hayes began his rest period. All three crewmen responded shortly thereafter, and Jack Swigert reported that they'd gotten about 2 or 3 hours of sleep. He said it was not very good sleep, that it had been quite cold and almost impossible to sleep. Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, who had been in the control center during the night and early morning, advised Lovell at that point to consider taking a Dexedrine tablet. This is a stimulant carried in the medical kit. Lovell said he would consider it. We've heard no report from the crew at this time as to whether they have in fact taken any medication. In response to the crew comments on the cold, we began looking at some methods of bringing the LEM temperatures up. It was decided that we had adequate power margins in the LEM batteries and also adequate water margins to power up the LEM early.
Don't like
it. Had been planned to occur at 6 hours prior to re-entry, and we began the procedure about 3 hours earlier than that, beginning the power up at about 9 hours prior to entry interface.
Okay, going to try the B-52, but I have a problem there. I don't know what is.
Levels in the LEM came up from about 10 to 12 amps, which is the normal power down.
Go flight. Chuck, have you got has anybody plotted up the footprint showing the nominal landing point back on 4G,
the heaters began to drop
landing point and all that jazz? Roger, right, chart 1066. 66 has got a very nice grid on it.
Within the LEM,
it's hard to read, isn't it? No, not hard to read. You, 66? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, 66.
Temperature we were reading in the cabin prior to the power up was about 54 degrees. Since the equipment has been turned on, we've seen the temperature come up about 2 to 3 degrees.
I see it. Okay, I got what I wanted. Okay, you can see the cask on this thing. See the constant 4G.
Yep. We're 7 hours,
EMS
40 minutes,
target.
54 seconds from entry interface,
and
2 hours, 40
we've
minutes,
got
51
two
seconds
things here we're looking at.
from the
we have a problem
mid-course
with
correction.
We've got an alternate target and we want to go to it to about 50 miles downrange.
To re-entry.
Just because the
flight dynamics
so let me ask you a question. About a mid-course, what are your entry conditions? Right now they're 5.95.
Mid-course correction. The preliminary information on was that it would be about 2.8 feet per second.
That's above the lift vector orientation limit. That's not right. How about your velocity of the
stage, actually the LEM reaction control system thrusters, and burning them for about 21 seconds duration. We expect that we will get an update to this when the flight dynamics officer completes the final computations for the maneuver.
And what's the EI time, timeout entry interface? For the no burn? Yeah. I'll have to get back with you.
We also have some preliminary numbers for the entry. We suspect that these will change once the mid-course correction is completed. These are the same numbers which were passed out at the previous change of shift briefing, and they are as follows. We are predicting entry interface at the point at which the spacecraft reaches the 400,000 foot level to occur at 142 hours, 40 minutes, 40 seconds. The drogue chutes would deploy at 142 hours, 48 minutes, 53 seconds. And the main chutes, the main parachutes, would come out at 142 hours, 49 minutes, 43 seconds.
Okay, I am going to uplink the REFSMMAT again.
Hours, 54 minutes, 40 seconds. As I said, we expect these times will shift.
I don't know what happened. I don't know what the hell happened.
Has been completed.
I just don't understand.
We also have times for the beginning of blackout and the end of blackout.
And I lost a lot of time already.
Roger, all flight controllers, if you don't want a checkpoint, give me an
time we show for beginning of blackout is 142 hours, 48 minutes, 58 seconds.
Here.
Time for ending of blackout is 142 hours, 44 minutes, 3 seconds.
Well, Jack, that's what it says the torquing angles are.
We haven't got them yet.
Yep.
Flight guy.
Go, guys.
Would you have him hold the torquing angles?
Roger. Capcom, have to hold the torquing angles, please.
Aquarius, hold on the torquing angles, please.
We're doing that.
The checkpoint already started flying.
Roger.
Jim, the reason for the delay is that we're not seeing the data yet. We're having a checkpoint here, and as soon as they come up, we'll let you know what to do with them.
Okay, we had a large 905 of what's 112, and our torquing angles, Jack, are minus 01713, minus 03278, minus 01395.
Roger, minus 01713, and we see him now. There they are, flight. What do we tell them?
Okay.
Guidance, what do you want to do here?
Now the other REFSMMAT.
Yeah, let's go ahead and torque them, Capcom. Guidance, I don't think we really had much of an option. Second?
Okay.
This doesn't really matter. Ah, shit.
At 350425.
Yeah, this doesn't really matter. Okay. So many questions.
Flight, what do you want to do now? Star check, maneuver to
It's heads down.
a bad idea to
Okay,
get started.
calculate.
Yeah, we can.
Terminate going to Puzo.
Pardon?
I am not even started the B-52.
Oh, he's recycling the program.
flight, Retro. Go Retro. Okay, time with no mid-course at entry is 1:42:40:54, which is just 14 seconds after the nominal time. I mean the planned time.
Aquarius, do you have a star close by there you can check?
He's on. I think he's already maneuvering attitude. I'll look around, Jack. I was just trying to get a check on the moon again to see if those angles were indeed true when we got the moon back again centered.
Roger.
Control flight.
Go flight.
How are we doing for gas there?
We're still hanging there pretty good, flight.
How much we used in B-52?
About 3%.
Okay.
Flight fighter. Go fighter.
Gene, if we get this pings up, we're going to give consideration to doing a pings control maneuver. Still be RCS. Manual control, but if you pings that whole
52, option 1.
P41.
I like that more.
And the thing is, see, they're aligned the same way they'd have the AGs aligned, just like the way we would have done it. The only difference is we now have the pings up. I just wondered if you were considering doing it with the pings.
I think we might consider doing it with the pings. Let me check with control guys, and let's see if we've got all the proper DAP initialization and everything else.
Okay.
Pings control. Control flight.
Go flight.
We got about 2.5 hours prior to the mid-course correction here. What is the take for mid-course correction, Fido?
Go flight.
What's the take for MCC-7?
It'd be about 137, 39, 37, I believe. That's 137.40, okay?
Okay.
Let me tell you what we've done, Gene. If they're going to do it manually with the AGs, we round that time off to the nearest even minute. But if they're going to target it, then we would go ahead and give the exact ignition time, in a pings P30 load, which would change the ignition time to the exact time that we really want.
Okay, let me talk to guidance and control.
Okay.
Control flight.
Go flight.
What's your opinion on making a pings control maneuver?
That sounds good. We're all set up on the thing.
Okay, do you have any DAP constants?
No, the DAP is all set up.
DAP is set up. Guidance and flight. Guidance and flight.
Flight.
You see any reason not to make a pings control maneuver here?
Not at this time, flight.
Okay.
Looking at this for a couple things here. When it gets through, one will be an EMOD, but wait till it gets through.
Okay.
Okay, Jack, what you're reading now on the angles, we have the moon centered, and it's pretty close to what we have on the 8-ball, I guess. Close enough for any entry that we'd like to do.
Roger, and I'm told that the nebula and Regulus are nearby if you wanted to make a star check.
Okay, I'm going to start pitching around again and see if I can pick them up. I have Orion out here to my left a little bit, but it's pretty close to the... Oh, here, I've got Sirius. That's a nice one. How about that?
Sounds good here.
Apollo Control, Houston, 135 hours, 11 minutes now to the flight of Apollo 13. That was Apollo 13 Commander Jim Lovell talking with capsule communicator Jack Louse while Apollo 13 is aligning the platform in the lunar module. Our digital displays now show Apollo 13 at 50,905 nautical miles away from Earth. The spacecraft velocity reads 8,670 feet per second. We're at 135 hours, 12 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Okay, got the sound marks. Okay. I'm pitching up to get them on.
Retro flight. Go, flight. You happy that you know everything that you need to know about the CSM stowage? If they haven't done anything they told us yet, we're satisfied except for things they haven't told us about. And I think they've told us everything. Roger.
I know why I am not getting... because of that. Okay.
Aquarius, is Jack sitting on the rumble seat there?
He was. He just headed upstairs to take another look around.
Okay, I got a minor addition to the entry checklist for him. This time it's in the entry book.
Okay, stand by, man. He has that in his pocket.
I am sorry guys for being nervous before, but that was completely unexpected what happened. I don't even know what happened when calculating the REFSMMAT, but I must have done a typo somewhere. This is a critical step. It's very important, as you might understand, because from this REFSMMAT, from this alignment, we are going to transfer later this alignment to the CM, and if something is wrong, we die.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that the platform's fairly decent.
If I get this alignment also as Jim is getting now, I am in the same opinion as him.
You happy with the alignment there?
Second flight.
You happy with the alignment?
Well, as I can tell, it looks okay. Fine. Yeah. What kind of report did he give on the star check?
He didn't maneuver around too serious because he thought it'd take a bit too much gas.
He re-maneuvered back to the moon though, instead of brought him right to where he thought it ought to go.
Go good.
I would like the verb 74 in the lamb.
What do you want, EMOD?
EMOD.
Okay, Capcom, flight.
Go ahead.
Like a verb 74 on the limb, get the EMOD jump.
Okay.
Hang up a little, Aquarius.
Verb 74, when you got a chance, please.
Come on, Aquarius, please.
Okay, coming to you.
Hang up just a little bit more.
Coming down, you guys.
It's in progress.
Okay. Control flight. Go flight.
It's battery
okay,
4.
now how do you want to configure for the LEM here while we're waiting to move into the mid-course 7 attitude?
7.
Okay.
Flight control. Go control.
It's okay.
Okay, what we're planning on doing is getting that procedure here to go to ping that hole.
Just a little bit more, Aquarius. Come on, you can do it.
Normally 1.4. Go to a 5 degree. We used this after we came around the corner of the moon, and it worked real well. Had very, very low usage. That way it holds the attitude form. They don't have to worry about keeping that gimbal on.
Okay. You got a procedure there you want to give me?
I don't have it in my hands right now. I'm in the process of getting it.
Okay. Take your time and make sure it's right. Roger.
Okay, marking sequence, moon. There we go.
Control the flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
Capcom up here is suggesting just stay Ag's pulse here.
Yeah, that's another option. But what that means is he's got to keep an eye on the ball and keep it out of gimbal lock.
Okay, but you got 4 or 6 more eyes down here. We can do the same thing.
Okay. Yeah, he can. I was just looking for something to keep his task at a minimum.
Let me ask you a question. Would you have to go back in with a different tap load for the maneuver again?
Yes, you would.
Okay. So why don't we just stay with what we got?
Okay, fine with me. I was just looking for something to ease their load flight.
Now Jim Kranz was in the re-entry shift on the mission control as depicted in the movie, but he was not on
We can go up
the
on
launch.
the first entry, but there's no need to make the second entry at the main chute. We'll get to the main bus tied at 800 feet.
I'm not with you, Tom.
I don't remember the name of the flight director who was on launch, but it wasn't Jim Kranz.
Second entry at 10,000 feet. Turn it off.
Okay, and what you're saying is just get the...
Just get the first entry and second entry will be done. Automatically at the main bus tied off.
But remember, we are all here because of the Apollo 13 movie.
Okay, Jack, go ahead.
You concur with all that, Flight?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Okay, Jack, on your entry checklist on page 2-5.
One more mark on the moon.
Down there on step 9, where it says 152 degrees pitch at 05G. Adjacent to that, so that recovery can see you better on the way down, we want you to turn your S-band power amplifier to high. Over.
Okay. Let's know the rates
Okay, turn
and get
S-band power
the
amp to
score.
high at 05G time.
That's affirmative.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, is that it?
That's it, Jack.
Flight over flight. Go flight. Roger, will you give me the status of the course setup?
Roger that, Flight. We've got an updated process right now, though. Still 3.35, Flight.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Big angles, but it's okay. Yes. Yes. Okay, P-52's complete.
Control for flight.
I don't know what happened with the REFSMMAT calculation,
What's our time of burn for that?
but it's okay.
7 minus 3.35 feet per second. About his control. Were you calling me or about control? I was calling. Oh, the burn time. I've got the new number coming in. Fine. I just haven't started. Okay.
All right. Let's go to 000 on the ball and figure out if the Earth is there. Whew. That was a bit intense.
Flight control. Control. That's 5.6 seconds. 5.6 seconds. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Madison. Yeah, this was one of the hardest parts of today, because the other hardest part is that the CM has to keep up.
Tell him you can fly.
Tell me.
I'm monitoring channel 64. As soon as they finish with it, could they move your
Houston, 135 hours and 27 minutes now into the mission.
Only look at the ball. No spoilers. Let's see if going to 000. The Earth is right in the middle. I think what happens is I got a confusing note here for calculating the REFSMMAT, the actual REFSMMAT. I have a confusing note. And I think that is the part that killed me a little bit. But I also should have done a mistake inputting something. And I don't know where. I have to debrief it later or tomorrow, I don't know, or next year. Sorry for being nervous before, guys. I can breathe again.
Go by. One other thing I'd like put on that chart you've got.
Alright, back to the flight
would
plan.
be a red line for the service module photos. Roger.
Bird 74 in a bit. And relax for a little bit. Alright, on fuel we are doing good. We are doing good on fuel.
Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, fly.
Now that he looks like he's got a good line LEM platform, are you preparing to go through the dock course line with CSM?
I have a question. Is that what we plan to do, fly?
I'm asking you what your recommendation is.
Well, I would prefer to stick with the timeline we already have formulated. We could do the course line, though. No problem there. We go ahead and do a course line. That's what we'd do anyway. And the numbers that we pass for our moon sighting time, you should already be course aligned too.
Okay.
Seems like we might save a lot of time. Flight guidance, is that going to be done on dock?
Go ahead, guidance.
Are we going to do the course line on board in a normal manner?
Well, I'll have it on the anyway. We should stick with our timeline. Everything won't work out right. It will be, of course, aligned to what they already have in the limb. That's what we had planned to do. He has an alignment in the limb now. Okay, the same alignment we would have had in the other timeline. We would have passed course line angles on the pad for that alignment. So the procedure is still the same.
Wait a moment. Do I really have 197 viewers? Thank you very much, guys. I am a small guy. Where are you coming from? I don't understand. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guys. You're putting me in a lot of pressure.
Go ahead, Fido. We made the decision yet, Gene, on how to burn the mid-course? I think we should go ahead and make it a phase mid-course. Okay, with that, we're at the point now where we'll need to know one way or the other. Okay, guidance, you got a recommendation here?
I'd say go straight on the ping.
How about shoot control?
I'll vote that way.
Okay, let's go with the ping.
How's the crew feel? They want to do it that way too?
But we can ask them.
Thank you very much for the subscribers during this real-time simulation. I hope that the other content I do on the channel doesn't disappoint you.
With ping, much you'd rather do an egg.
No, ping's fine with me. I just line myself up with the old ball again. So I've got you four-sided again,
right.
But any way you want to do it.
Yes.
Like you say, might as well go first class.
Yes.
I guess you're right.
Now wait a minute, Jack.
Let me see the pad again. I cannot believe it. I solved the issue myself.
I just lost a lot of friends there.
I know at every moment what was going on. I knew what was going on. I am so happy right now. I hope that the lunar module doesn't get out of battery. Okay, the pad, roll 0, pitch 0. I am calculating the pad again, 1 second. Yeah, roll 0, pitch 0. Interesting.
Guidance flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Why don't you come on up here, because I'd like to talk to you about our CSM platform alignment. That's what you're talking about. Why don't you talk about it, and if you want to continue on for a couple of minutes.
Yep. Reference to check. Yeah.
And
Jack, you can tell.
Well, it's 2 hours for the burn. The sun must move a little bit, and the Earth too. So this may be correct.
Rod, we'll pass the word.
Apollo Control, Houston. That was Fred Hayes talking to Jack Lousma. Owen Morris, referred to in that conversation as the deputy manager for the lunar module at the Apollo Spacecraft Program Office here at the Manned Spacecraft Center. We now show Apollo 13 at 48,822 nautical miles away from Earth and at a velocity of 88.
Yeah, of course it's good, because the Earth is tilted,
at 135 hours, 37
and
minutes.
as the Earth is tilted, this is the line, I think. Well, it's okay. I am going to do it like in MCC5 anyway, doesn't matter that much. Okay, if you like that P52 troubleshooting there and REFSMMAT troubleshooting more precisely, please hit the like button. We are listening on the background to Apollo in real time interactive experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description.
Span for flight.
Aquarius Houston, we think we've figured out a way to save you some time at a very critical...
Did you ever get some kind of verification of this attitude profile from your thermal people that we'll be going through after the service module jettison?
Stand by.
Span for flight.
Go flight.
Let me refrain that. Are we constrained in any way from the time of service module jettison from a standpoint of attitudes and thermal control?
Okay, we'll have you an answer shortly.
Okay, done. I want it for both the service module and the LEM. LEM, I understand there is no constraint.
Right.
Houston, Aquarius, it seems to me a dock course line might be quicker for Jack.
Yeah, we think it would be, and save you quite a bit of time at a place where you're going to be pretty busy. Also save you some petrol.
Firm.
Thanks for the likes, guys.
Okay,
let's make it 100. Can we make it 100 before we start activities on the CM in 29 minutes?
Okay, so we'll be going to the service module step attitude, at which time we'll do a dock course align. And then you want Jack then to do a P-52?
P-52 sequence stays exactly the same flight. Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
In reference to the alignment, of course, the platform doesn't come up until minus 230.
That's
much later.
That's affirmative.
The way we'll do that in our timeline, Jim, is to go ahead and do the service module jet, and then we'll just stay in that attitude, and when it comes time in our timeline, as we've outlined, to bring the platform up, we'll proceed with the P-52. Course line and then P-52.
Capcom for flight.
Okay, are we going to use the same techniques that we normally do for LEM activation? In other words, I try to maintain an attitude, give him some angles, and then are you going to give him the angles? Then he does the next two.
Be quick if we use the same technique we use for the
same procedure, just reversed, Jim.
Okay.
Another nice thing about this is it's one we've done before.
Capcom for flight. I think we ought to remind the crew here it's essential they don't try to beat the power-up schedule on the CSM to get into this alignment sequence. You got to follow that right to the nose.
Flight control.
Go ahead, control.
Okay, we're going to jettison the service module. Are we still going to get the photos of it? Understood to say we would stay at that attitude.
Okay, we're going to get the photos and then move right back into the service module jettison.
Okay, so we're going to move back to that attitude.
That's affirmative.
And Aquarius, one thing, however, that we do not plan to do is to proceed with the command module power-up prematurely.
I reckon.
Flight guide.
Go guidance.
I understand.
Did we make it clear to him that after the course align, he should still do the steps where he sets the two flags and then goes right on into 52, the same option we have now on the checklist?
Yeah, I think so. You might go through the dock course align procedure he's got there and see if there's any...
Well, the dock course align, of course, goes...
7 hours and 10 minutes for splashdown.
The CSM procedure that we had where we set the two flags and proceed on into the 52.
Okay, they were in the checklist, weren't they?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Flight span. Go span.
Right, there are no constraints on any spacecraft after SM jet. The only consideration is the CSM RCS engine temp must be greater than 20 degrees, and that's called out on page 2 of the checklist.
Okay.
Okay, this is the Apollo 13 human weather satellite report. We can see the Himalaya, we can see China.
Guidance flight.
On Himalaya they have a pretty good clear skies.
Any problem in generation of your path data?
I can see India also. The west of India is bright blue skies, nice weather.
Go ahead, Jack.
the east part of India is a little bit cloudy,
Flight plan here, due to Jim's P-52.
and over China is now nighttime.
Roger, Jack. Since we've got the pings up, we plan to use that information to give the CMC a dock course align. And then when we're in the service module jettison attitude, we'll wait until it comes time to power up the CMC, and we'll give the CMC a dock course align, and we'll pick some good stars to give you a final line with. And it looks like we can pick some stars that are looking away from the sun and what you can find in that service module jettison attitude. So we'll save you quite a bit of gas, save you some time in a very busy time.
Hey, that sounds good. Really fine.
Keeping warm?
Hey, it's warmed up here now. It's almost comfortable.
I'm looking out the window now, Jack, and that earth is whistling in like a high-speed freight train.
Yeah, I like that comment a lot. He said the earth is whistling in like a high-speed freight train.
I don't think there's been many left that speed it like this. I'm still looking for Fra Mauro and Cove Crater.
You're going the wrong way, son.
Yep. I think I am going the wrong way for Fra Mauro.
That was Donald Cake Slate who came on the captain.
Have to keep the morale up. Jokes are healthy. Jokes are healthy. Have to keep the mood up. Somehow, this is a very difficult situation. I cannot imagine on real life. Even they are trained for this, but I cannot imagine how this was in real life. We are just scraping the surface with this real-time simulation on how it really was up there.
Okay, Jack, it looks, just looking over what I may expect here.
And they are performing incredible. I am amazed.
41 now 20, right?
I mean, I said it yesterday also. We have an Spanish astronaut here, one of the 4 astronauts. She's Sara Garcia Alonso, and she is very active in social media and describes how her training is. She says that she likes to do for pleasure 1 hour of sport a day, or 2, I don't remember, and then the mandatory 2 hours of physical training as required for an astronaut. And she does it for pleasure. And on social media she has described various times how her training process was, and it's incredibly hard. She was recently in December on a survival training, I believe on the, I don't know how it is in English, in the Pyrenees, in the north of Spain, between Spain and France. Yeah, imagine how trained are these astronauts. And in the 60s, there were all the best of the best. Test pilots, war veterans, Navy pilots, USAF pilots, the best of the best. And we are seeing here with this mission that indeed they excel in the performance on changing really difficult situations like this one.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Okay, in addition to what we've already planned, I will go ahead and compute the alignment pad we had planned to use, but we will not
pass it on. Roger.
Yeah, for sure. I will probably link. I will better, not here in this chat, but better I will after splashdown, if we get to splashdown. I will put a post in my community section of the YouTube channel talking a little bit about Sara Garcia and linking a link to a podcast in two podcasts I will link, one on YouTube and one on Spanish National Radio, something similar to BBC 3 it was. Where she talks about her training. I mention her because she is the most active of the two astronauts that were selected. She's the most active on the social media. I don't know very much about Pablo Alvarez, which is the other astronaut, but I haven't seen him very much on social media, so that is why I always talk about Sara Garcia Alonso.
Okay, Fred, stand by. Need the FSAP's FAO.
Copy that, FAO.
Brought the lunar module power up about 3 hours early this morning because Apollo 13 now has the luxury of margins in both power and water. This does give an added bonus. It puts the 13 crew a step ahead in what could be considered a very busy timeline. We're now at 135 hours 54 minutes into the flight. We show Apollo 13 at 47,312 nautical miles away from Earth. Velocity now reading 9,010 feet per second. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Regards to the camera settings for black and white 3400 film, the settings were f5.6 at a 250. Over.
Okay, I'd guess right then after all, but thank you.
5 hours and 24 minutes remaining aboard lunar module Aquarius.
Tell me how you looking down there.
Looking fine, flight.
Okay. How your batteries holding up?
We look real good. Battery 3's slacking off a little bit. We're going to leave it on fine.
Okay.
Checking something on the transcript now because I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Flight guidance.
Go guidance.
We have a go on the limb. E-mod. Then check.
Raj?
Let's see, why don't we, when you get yours all ready, why don't we just put the SEP and jettison with them? I'm not going to pass the alignment pin at this time.
Okay, in 10 minutes we will enter the command module for power up. For starting to power up things on the command module. That timeline has not been altered.
LMU and GNC from flight. Raj, in your checklist, we should be about 10 minutes or so from coming up on the RCS preheat. So you'll probably be supplying some local power.
MCC4,
Flight retro.
Go retro.
Yeah, I got the P30 pad for the CSN, or for the LEM. I reckon we ought to get that started reading.
I think if we can stay ahead of the timeline, that's a good thing to do.
Okay, I'll give him that one, and we'll get the rest of it.
Okay. Go ahead, Jack.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, I got an MCC7 pad when you're ready to copy, over.
Here is Joe Kerwin that will accompany us until splashdown. Listening to him during this last flight day is what it's why I think he is my favorite Capcom because he sounds very nice on a stressful environment. His voice is so relaxing.
We'll take care not to change this. You ready to go?
It's a bit weird because he talks very slow, but it's very nice to listen to.
4839er minus 00031 plus all zeros plus 00001 n/A plus 00205 00031 023 008 359er. The rest is n/A. Remarks plus X 4-jet RCS. And your weights for the DAP load, LEM weight 25181, CSM weight 62468. Over.
Okay, Joe, MCC 7, 137, 39er, 4839er.
Yep.
Minus
Apollo in real time.
Plus all balls. Plus 00.
Apollo in real time by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
Plus 00031.
Thanks very much to them for allowing me to use their website audio on this live stream for more than 80 hours continuously. Thanks very much to them. Thanks very much to them also for the tool itself, because without it I could not it's very difficult to do Apollo 13 if you are not listening to what is going on. You have the documents, you have the flight plan, you have the mission report, the flight director loops, the transcripts, but these tools allows for context, and that is very important on this kind of environments.
And Aquarius Houston, I have a service module.
So thanks a lot to them. Links in the description. apolloinrealtime.org.
Roger, Fred, I have a service module SEP pad with the attitudes. You don't need a pad sheet for it, just any old blank sheet will do.
Okay, I was going to say, we don't have to carry a service module SEP pad.
Yeah, we'll have to change that.
Flight control is on 64.
Okay, I'm using a P27 here. Go ahead.
Force 29%.
Okay,
Roger, I got your red line.
The pad reads as follows, and then I'll repeat the angles for you so you can copy.
Flight retro.
Go retro.
Following MCC7, maneuver the LEM to the following FDAI attitudes.
Come on, let's get an entry pad.
000, pitch 91.3, yaw 000. Now, do you want those attitudes repeated, Fred?
Okay, following MCC7, we're to maneuver to the following attitudes. Roll 000, pitch 091.3, yaw 000.
Okay, that's correct. And the last part of the pad is at GET 1381000, which is EI minus 4.5 hours, execute a push of 0.5 feet per second, 4-jet plus X, perform SM SEP, then execute pull 0.5 feet per second. 4 jet, -X, over.
Question, any LEM expert around, please? Any LEM expert around? When I last practiced this, I couldn't do -X translation on the lunar module. I don't know why that was. If any LEM expert could help me there, I appreciate it a lot.
Okay, that last, Joe, was
Because there must be a path load somewhere, but I am not seeing it.
VI -4.5 hours. Execute a push of 0.5 feet per second for jet ullage. Then execute SM step, followed by a pull of 0.5 feet per second. With respect to nomenclature on the TTCA, I think we really need an up of 0.5 and then a down of 0.5.
That's correct, Mike. That's correct, Fred.
Flight time.
Go, guys.
Fluid accept and the LEM, and we'll put target load in for the burn.
Okay, Aquarius, the last pad I have for you right now is the LEM jettison pad.
Capcom.
Similar to the standby one, correct?
Roger. Could we have who and accept so we can get a load into the LEM for the burn here?
Who and data for the LEM?
That's affirmative.
Flight control.
Okay, Aquarius, Houston, request poo and data for a data load.
Burn, they will use the TTCA rather than the +X fans overhead.
Okay.
They will use the TTCA.
And I was about to say the LEM jettison pad is similar to the SM step pad, Fred. Ready to copy.
They will use the TTCA. Oh, now I understand the question. Okay.
You have a go flight.
It's about the same number line?
Roger. Yep. You got foo and data now? Okay, go.
Okay, go ahead, Joe.
Okay,
Control,
Fred.
Go ahead. Why do you want to know that, just out of curiosity?
141
It's best if you use
40
the TTCA,
00,
which
is EI -1 hour.
thrusters.
Maneuver the
Flying
LEM
on
to
the
the
command
following
module.
FDAI
But that will just tackle off the bottom.
Roll
So you're recommending the TTCA for the mid-course?
Yes.
Okay.
Pitch 125. Yaw 012.4. The corresponding CSM gimbal angles will be roll 2-9-1, pitch 1-9-6, yaw 045, and that's the pad, over.
Computer says flight LEM. Computer says.
Roger, Capcom. The computer says.
And the computer is yours, Aquarius.
Thank you. Okay, LM step pad prior to 141, 40, 00, EI -1 hour. Maneuver the following attitude. Roll 130, pitch 125, yaw 012.4. The corresponding CSM gimbal angles are roll 2-9-1, pitch 1-9-6, yaw 045.
Read that correct.
Houston, 136 hours, 15 minutes down in flight. That maneuver pad for mid-course 7 was passed out.
Roger.
Shows a time of ignition
That was the problem, residuals, thank you.
48.39 seconds.
Both for LEMSEP, for service module SEP, sorry.
And a burn duration of 23 seconds.
Because LEMSEP is done with the CSM.
Jim Lovell reported Jack Swigert entering the command module. We copied that.
Maybe it's on the transcript. 1 second.
Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, we're so efficient down here that we've got
I am looking also in parallel with you. I am looking in the transcript.
Stand by. I'll have to try to borrow his book from him.
Roger.
Can we hold off on that a little bit, Joe?
Oh, absolutely, Jim. We're well ahead. I just wanted you to know that we had it.
Okay, I hope that when you set up all those uplinks...
Okay, let's go to the command module because I completely forgot about it.
For less than 5 minutes.
Not a big deal.
Sounds good.
We copied Jack Schweiger.
And are you still using the computer?
Negative. That's a negative, Fred. The computer's yours.
We copied Schweigert entering the command module at 136 hours,
Fred,
10 minutes,
the computer
49
has your
seconds.
target load in.
Okay.
Joe Kerwin, by the way, is taking over the position as capsule communicator here in the Mission Control Center. While in the command module,
Sunlight.
Schweigert will be warming up some of the systems, throwing the circuit breakers and main bus B and some of the heaters for equipment aboard the command module.
Alright.
Almost at the same time that Swigert entered the command module, Ken Mattingly came to the control center. Still in a apparently spotless condition. We're at 136 hours, 18 minutes into the flight. We show Apollo 13 at an altitude of 45,255 nautical miles and traveling at a speed of 9,200 to 222 feet per second. This is Apollo Control Houston.
See any indications down there he's preheating the command module RCS?
Not the RCS. It looks like the head on a little bit of instrumentation.
Okay.
CSM.
What'd you do? Pick up about 2 amps?
Picked up 2 or 3 amps.
Okay.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing. On the LEMSEP pad, it appears to me that in my configuration, I could probably use a Verb 49 loading at 622, yaw, pitch, and roll in that order, and then being able to fly out at 5018 and roll, pitch, and yaw. Is that correct?
Stand by, I'll verify it, Jim.
Those are FDAIs on that pad, I believe, fine.
Okay, Joe, and while you're doing that, I've got a question about the command
Oh, he has
module
the gimbals
checklist.
down at the bottom, I'm sorry.
Okay, Jack, go ahead with your question.
Okay, either I copied a circuit breaker wrong or I can't read it. Comes down just about the 20th one down. After panel 276, where it says CB instrumentation, power control 3 and 4 open. The next circuit breaker on panel 5. Would you give that to me again?
You got that,
Roger.
Yeah, that's right. Redo that flight.
CB essential instrumentation power main B. Over. And it's closed.
Okay, I just can't. Right, I just can't read my writing. Essential instrumentation power main B closed.
That's affirmative. flight guidance.
Go guidance.
Did he get an answer to his verb 49 on the set pad? He can do that.
Ken, I don't know. I was listening to the last query here.
No problem with him doing that.
What was he asking to do?
He wanted to know if he could load up verb 49 with these attitudes on here and do an auto maneuver to the SEP attitude instead of manually going with it.
Those are gimbal angles, right?
That's affirmative. In this case, they're identical. FDAI and gimbal are the same.
Okay.
Flight Capcom?
Go Capcom.
I copy that, but the word I have is that he cannot do that because those are FDAI angles, right?
No, what he's saying is that in this particular case, both gimbal and FDAI are the same, right, guidance?
He asked for limb jettison attitude, I understood, wasn't it?
Let me look. That's affirmed. He's talking about the limb jet maneuver.
And you cannot do that?
No, you cannot do it on limb jet because he has FDAI angles on this pad. You have to load gimbal angles. He can do it on SM SEP, but not on limb jet. Is that right? Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Joe.
Roger, the word we have is that you can't make a verb 49 maneuver to the limb jettison attitude because those are FDAI angles we gave you. They don't correspond to the gimbal angles for the load. It'll have to be a manual maneuver, over.
Okay.
And mind out for gimbal lock.
We will.
Flight Capcom.
Go Capcom.
I've got a question. I'm looking at the CM procedures where he gets to RCS preheat, and according to the checklist, if his temperatures are below 3.9 volts, he'll just press on with the preheat. Is that okay in his present power configuration, getting LEM power?
That's firm flight. He'll have limb power on main B, and he'll have battery C on main A. So he'll heat both rings if he wants to.
Okay, good deal.
Yeah.
Flight control.
Go control.
Okay, kicking around here with my guys about this procedure for service module jet. And it was our
I made the same mistake as him. I am impressed.
I've been hearing some discussions about doing it in ping.
No, I think he was just talking about maneuvering to altitude.
Okay, 5C.
Okay, because we were getting into a problem playing with the DAP and putting stuff in it.
That's affirmative.
Okay. So my planning will be based on doing it with AGs then.
Yeah, what we'll do is we'll move her into altitude, maneuver into altitude with pings, and then guidance select AGs for the maneuver.
Okay, then what about after jettison though? We still, if we're going to go back to pings, we still got to do this playing around with the DAP to get all the right numbers in it.
Well, what do you mean playing around?
Well, we got to go in and set it up force a 5 degree deadband and put a faked out command module weight into it. We got a procedure here from MIT.
Okay, why don't you keep that procedure?
I think it's because that was done in AX res.
After the service module jettison.
Makes it a lot cleaner.
Right. Well, you're going to be wanting to go back to AGS anyway. AGS on hold for the LEM jet anyway.
That's right.
Okay.
1 hour, 14 minutes from this time.
Flight Capcom.
Go Capcom.
30 minutes after the mid-course,
I know we
4.5 hours
tend to
prior
go to the moon view
time of
attitude.
entry interface, the
Why don't you
service
hold that?
module
Okay.
Keep
is
that data
scheduled
back
to
up.
be jettisoned.
I just want to
At
make
that
sure
time,
we've got
Jack
that,
Swigert will be in the
that
command
data.
module,
That's
Jim
perfect.
Lovell
We do
and Fred
need it
Hayes
now.
on the lunar module.
Okay, I think guidance generally
Lovell will
on this
fire
backup
the,
data. We generally
Okay,
hold it
let's
down.
go
If the
back
guy
to
don't
the
have it,
LEM.
we need it.
push the service
Okay.
module
Make sure we had it.
about 1/2 foot per second.
Oops.
Swigert then activates the pyros with a switch in the command module. After separation, Apollo 13
Careful there.
back off with the lunar module reaction control system at 1/2 foot per second.
We have gone
providing
sideways.
a separation delta velocity of 1 foot per second. All 3 crewmen will be trying to take pictures of the service module.
Hello, Hein. How are you? Good morning.
Command module. Lovell and Hayes out of the lunar module.
Just the last practice res, and I think it's because I was on pings when I should have been on AX.
That would be 90 degrees off the flight path
Does that
angle.
make sense?
And in time of entry interface or entry into the Earth's atmosphere, command module and service module should be more than 16,000 feet apart. We're at 136 hours, 28 minutes into the flight.
Okay,
We show
that's it then.
Apollo 13 at a distance of 44,395 nautical miles. And a velocity of 9,312 feet per second. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Okay, guys, I want 113 likes, 113 likes before splashdown. Can we do that? Hello, Petri, how are you? Good morning. I have a lot of pressure in my... Hey, who just disliked? Someone just disliked. Who disliked? If you dislike, I play the P23 song live again.
Flight tell me.
Go tell him yet?
Yeah, we're still waiting on the CSM RCFP.
Okay. Flight echo. Go ahead and cross. Flight take 2, please. Roger.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Have a good night. I'll be seeing you. I will upload a video after the big finish. Probably this afternoon or tomorrow or on Saturday, I don't know yet, but I will upload something soon for sure, talking about this flight, which has been incredible. Thank you very much, guys. With everything that is happening in the world, I was not in the proper mood to fly the mission, you know, with all the madness that is going in the world. I was not on the mood to fly the mission, but I had to fly it on the 55th anniversary. I couldn't miss it. So on December I really decided to fly it on the 55th anniversary. I couldn't miss the date. I mean, if I miss it, nothing bad will happen, but it's such a great opportunity, and thank you very much for helping me, and I am so happy that you guys are enjoying the flight. Thanks very much. Thank you very much, Matthew.
Retro from flight. Go flight. You got the pad data for all of the recovery call signs? Might be a good idea to get that up to the crew when they got some time. Okay, cover usually handles that. Let me tag with it. Okay, why don't you tag up and see if we can get that in here, and that'll be another thing out of the way. Yeah, and you know the entry pad hasn't gone up yet. Right.
Flight Capcom.
Go Capcom.
I'd like to verify with GNC that in the CM power-up procedure after EI minus 2.5, that Jack can perform the IMU power-up and the optics power-up while he is getting his P27 uptime. In other words, that he doesn't have to wait for the P27 to be complete before he does the IMU power-up. That's on page 7 of the CSN.
Yeah, the IMU power-up shouldn't interfere. CNC power-up would. You copy there, GNC?
Right, I copy. Okay, so we can have him go through the IMU power-up and the optics power-up, right? Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think it'd really help if once he gets down to the power-up, he'd let us know where he is. I mean, just give us periodic checks so we can more or less dovetail into him. We know exactly when to call him for the computer so we can uplink to him, that type of stuff.
Roger that.
Right, the recovery pad is at work. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we have a bit of a misalignment there, but really it's it's nothing, not a big deal. Okay, on the CM, let's consider the CM preheat as complete. Wasn't required, but I wanted to wait the minutes because that gives me more power. And since we started late, look at the texture of the master alarm. I have to tell this to Jordan. When we close this caution and warning breaker there, it changes to red. Yes, I know that, but now it's more blackish. This is on acknowledge, yes, but the master alarm triggers anyway. Good. We are finished on the CM for the moment until after mid-course correction 7.
Roll control. Recommend
What?
That prior to the burn, we do an AGS to ping the line so we can get the AGS platform.
What is this kind of magic?
Problems in the pings area, we can switch over to AGS and continue on. No problem.
Hey, I can go to the moon with this. Let's stay around. Yeah, remember guys that Apollo 13 is not officially supported by NASSP, so we might find things like that. And I thank a lot the guys for helping me prepare for this mission, because that is outside of their scope.
Like he's going through P30 right now, isn't he?
Yeah, I can go through P30, why not? But I don't want to use the event timer because it's not really required. Yeah, I am taking the freedom to deviate a little bit where I can from the actual mission, when I can and because I can, not just for deviating, but if I can and I can make it a little bit better, I like to deviate a bit, so that is why I am not calling P30 now. I don't need it for nothing right now.
Flight procedures, stop procedures. We want to process a checkpoint. I've cleared it with everyone.
Okay, go ahead. Capcom from flight.
Go flight.
We really haven't seen LEM current indicative of a RCS preheat. Why don't we ask the crew how they're going with the preheat?
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we're looking at LEM current to see if Jack has started his preheat. We haven't seen it yet. Is he doing okay down there?
Yeah, of course, and I know that, Madison. A lot of things in NASSP have been fixed since I started doing real-time simulations. I don't want to put myself big medals on it. I like to be humble, but yeah, a lot of things happened because of the real-time simulations. For example, NASSP 7.0.1 is my fault.
He's been looking at it, but they haven't been coming up so far.
We copy. You copy that flight?
Yeah, I said,
yeah, thanks very much, Petri, for that comment.
His test-meter voltages have not come up. He's got 2 volts drop on battery A indicating that he's powering something, but he hasn't had an indication of the temperature.
Yeah. Okay, Ecom GNC, let's check our configuration here. Flight.
Flight account.
Looking into our configuration here to see if we got a flag power over there.
Can we verify that circuit breaker's on 229?
Do you see the current now, Houston?
Flight's down here. I think we got to
Right.
Stand by one on that, Jim. Jim asked, are we seeing a current now?
Yeah, it looks like we pumped up about, what, 12 amps, isn't it?
That looks right, Flight.
About 10 amps. Okay,
That's
Capcom, tell them we're seeing heater current now.
Okay. And thanks for keeping us honest.
Okay.
Indy hates this picture. Nice delta base, right? And yeah, it's all a conspiracy. when I put those pictures on the display is when I am changing the recording, so
P40 and land flight set to the attitude maneuver.
Okay.
Being 41, I believe, flying to the 40.
Capcom for flight. Go flight. Might make a note here for the RCS burn. He should be in P41 here. Ice P40.
Flight procedures.
Go procedures.
Aquarius, Houston. Aquarius, Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, reminder P41 for the RCS burn.
Thanks for keeping us honest.
what?
We got to protect our jobs.
We've been dipping it so long here.
Yeah.
Apollo Control, Houston, 136 hours, 47 minutes. Flight control team here, mission control, monitoring the display. Noted that Jim Lovell had punched his onboard computer into program 40, which is the thrusting program from the descent propulsion system. Then came the reminder to go to program 41 for the reaction control system. Mid-course burn. We show that we're 51 minutes, 50 seconds from time of ignition. With Apollo 13 at a distance of 42,599 nautical miles away from Earth, with a velocity of 9,515 feet per second. It's 51 minutes, 30 seconds now from time of ignition. Mid-course burn. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 136 hours.
I am thinking that I need the event timer. Because if not, I don't have a burn time counter, and that is very important for this one. Okay, so let's go into P30. I am going to go to the checklist. Yeah. No, it's not that complicated. $137, 39, 48.02. Proceed. Minus 2.3 retrograde. Proceed.
Recovery, can you help us there? Recovery from flight. So, WAG is what they're saying. Recovery from flight.
Go flight.
Roger, what kind of a ship is the Hall?
It's a YAG, it's an auxiliary miscellaneous. It's a ex-Liberty ship built about 1944. It's basically a freighter they made into a Navy ship.
Roger, thank you. but it floats.
Roger.
Flight control. Go control. One reminder, he is in ping and impulse right now. He's got the energy controls, which is all in mode control. And the reminder is that if he goes back to ag, to be sure and put those to pulse prior to going to ag. Because if he doesn't, he'll be in ag, min deadband, energy and hold, and he really holds out the RCS. Okay.
Control from flight.
Go ahead.
What you're saying, he's in guidance control pings, and he's got app control to mode control, right?
Right.
Okay.
Remember, we are listening to the mission control audio and air-to-ground loop from Apollo in real time by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. ApolloInRealTime.org. Links in the description. Good count. Quick save. Thanks for the likes. Let's make it 113 before splashdown. Proceed. Okay, this is the Apollo 13 human weather satellite report. It looks like the night is progressing through the planet. I can clearly see now Himalaya, India. There is cloud coverage over south of the India, probably over Sri Lanka.
He's got a 1.4 degree deadband set up in there. He's going to be in a pretty high usage mode here if he's not careful.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I'm curious as to why he's gone to auto. Why don't he stay in that hole and stay in min impulse? Using quite a bit of RCS flight.
Finished up the maneuver, the auto maneuver in 41, but my roll and yaw needles need to be offset.
You want to go to what, at hold?
To get back in that hole, I can get min impulse. I use too much RCS.
Capcom, recommend pings mode control to at hold. He's using a lot of RCS there.
Okay.
Aquarius, Houston, recommend pings mode control to at hold, save a little gas, and stand by on the air needles.
Okay. He reported that his roll and yaw air needles were on.
Control, how's it looking? Control from flight.
Go ahead.
How's it looking now?
Oh, it looks fine now, fine.
Okay, now might be worthwhile talking through any precautions we want to take here. Now what?
Based on what I just saw, the in-flight when he went to auto.
Go ahead.
It looks to me like the least usage rate
The go-to is going to be do this thing in Ags. Doing the burn in Ags? Yeah. Okay.
Pings, Ags, pings, Ags.
I mean, cooking for the burn, let me put it that way, if we're worried about usage. So the usage is going to be eaten up in the energy control portion prior to the burn as you sit there and wait for time. Stand by one, so I'll be right back with you. Okay, once we got about, we got plenty of time here, it's like 40 minutes or so. Yep. Fido, you got a pad available for Ag burn here? Yes, sir. He has everything on board that he needs. Be the burn time, which was on the pad. And the only difference is, that would be if we went back to the old mid-course stuff would be that he'd drive his FDAI to 0. However, the most accurate way to do it, if he doesn't mind, is just leave the FDAI angles just the way we read it to him on the pad. If you follow what I mean. In other words, he's got the alignment in the pings. We go ahead and align the Ags to it. Then fly to the gimbal angles that are on the pad. That would be the optimum way to do that maneuver. It would throw the COAS off a little bit from being parallel to the terminator, but that should be okay if we have an Ags aligned. Okay, I'll be back to you in a minute. Okay.
Okay, meanwhile, while they decide, I am going to have an opportunity to go to the bathroom. I am peeing myself. One moment.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm with standing by for you to come back to me.
Okay, looks like right now the best way to go with the least perturbations on board is to stay in pings, min impulse at the burn attitude like he is right now, up until just a minute or so prior to the burn, and then go to auto, do the burn, and immediately back to add hole at the end of the burn.
Let me ask you a question.
The only other thing we can do...
Go, guidance.
Looks like just did a body axis align with the Ags on board. That's good.
Yeah. Isn't he supposed to be doing that at this spot in the timeline here?
Go ahead.
Guidance for flight.
Go ahead, flight.
When's he supposed to be going through that? Isn't that about this time?
I don't, let me check here. Flight control.
Go control.
The only other alternative is to go in and set this, force this deadband to 5 degrees to get us out of this 1.4 degree deadband, and that would help considerably. Do the burn in that mode, 5 degree deadband.
Flight Fido. Go Fido.
To keep your other options available to you, Gene, we really need to have him do that Ags aligned to the pings. I guess control has passed it to you, but it hasn't gone to the crew yet. That would keep your other option open to go to the gimbal angles that were on the pad and do it on time and DTA address 470 if you decide you would like to do that.
Yeah, I think that's probably what we'll do because I don't want to start fooling around with it now.
Right, and the other reason I'd like to have him do those attitudes is that entry pad and everything we have assumes he's going to be cocked out 8 degrees.
for the burn. In other words, we've assumed that Ping's guided burn, and we can duplicate that in the Ags as long as he goes to those gimbals. Roger.
Like Capcom, I guess I'm still waiting for an answer for Jim on
the air needles?
On his air needles, right?
Control from flight. Go ahead, flight. I think we'll make this burn in Ags, use the Pings for monitoring. Okay. I don't want to start fooling around with the DAP. I think we identified that earlier.
Let me make an input. He is now gone to rate command in Ping. Just now went there. He's still in mode control at hold. Everything looks nice and stable.
Flight, if control can stand it, probably best if we didn't perturb him, if he could just stay right where he is.
The problem that I think he had a while ago was he was in auto and he was trying to do a little maneuver in auto, and that just really hoses it out.
Well, he hasn't maneuvered to burn altitude yet, has he?
No, sir.
Let me ask you a question of control. Which way is going to be the cheapest from the standpoint of RCS usage? How much did the previous mid-course cost us when we did it in Ags?
Let me get the number. I'll get my plot back before I can see it all the way out.
Flight retro. Go retro. One point now, the maneuver we gave him has a yaw or a lem roll of 8 degrees, and he'd have to maintain that attitude. Where the procedure we used yesterday went to zeros on the FDAR. Okay.
Alright, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation with Apollo in real-time, interactive experience in the background, interactive experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist. Links in the description.
Whether he does it Pings or does it Ags, just to get to the attitude. Because he's not that far out for an attitude now. But I guess another option is if you could stay in Ags at hold until he got down to the burn and then go back to Ping. Yeah, I'll get that from control, Dave. Okay.
Okay, let's see if I miss something. Okay, now it's when he's going to ask what I am asking myself.
Flight guide.
Go, guidance.
I'm doing Ags Ping's line here, so we can have Ags gimbals that'll agree exactly.
Okay. Capcom, let's go ahead with the Ags to Ping's line. Go ahead and see. Looks like the heaters are off. Second? Looks like he turned off the heaters, okay?
Okay, understand, pass up to the crew Ags to Ping's line. Now that's only the 400 plus 3 flight, we don't need the vector transfer. Might take it as doing the whole. Could I have a procedure on that?
Yeah. Can
400 plus 3. Extra Ping's line.
Roger. Aquarius, Houston, did you call?
Roger, Joe. Assuming we're going to do this burn in Ping now, ought to give you an update on
control. Control.
Okay. Pages 30.
The maneuvers are going to take about the same, about 6 or 7% of RCS. But the unknown right now in my mind is how much we're going to use.
That's right. Let's
do it there prior to it, so I recommend doing it in the Ags, the old standby mode.
Okay,
Fred, stand by. We've been talking about
wait a minute, he's talking about
possibly having you do it.
burn itself is going to take the same amount of delta V, right?
This time that you do an
Roughly the same amount of RCS, the same amount of RCS, but it's just the configuration between now and ignition, right? That's affirmative. Well, wouldn't it, could we consider just going to AGS at hold from now to the burn and then going back to pings for the burn? No. With the pings, we get a better idea of what he did for confirmation. With the AGS, we're on time or delta V, both of which are sloppier than what we can get out of the IMU. Well, can't you set up for pings monitoring there, P47? Capcom, let's go ahead. Let's make this burn in AGS because I don't want to start fooling around with the jet bands. We're worried about RCS usage. We're right on the profile we need right now, and we use the same procedure we used for the last mid-course.
We just land the AGS to the pings line. Looks good.
Okay.
And Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we recommend that you perform this burn in AGS as you did the last mid-course maneuver. We think it'll save gas.
So just stay in P41 flight, landing, go right on down and turn average on with the target.
Okay.
Okay, Joe, you want me to line up the same way we did the last one, too?
Negative flight.
He's okay.
Stand by on that.
This is where we've got to have him go to the gimbals that are on the pad.
That was canceled.
So after he does the AGS align, he's okay. Then the balls will be the same. He's okay to fly to the pitch of 359 and a roll of 008.
And Joe,
and a yaw of 0. Do the burn there, just like we did.
Yeah. Flight FAO.
Roger.
He can go to the attitude with the pings, just like you can, and then he can body axis align with the eggs. He's got 000 on the ball to fly to. He's going to fly to the eggs, so you can go to fly.
6 Charlie, 4.2.
Hey, what? Guidance, we give me a recommendation what you want to do here.
But
Okay,
recommend
a body axis align flight, go to axis control and maneuver to attitude and burn.
Body axis align. That'd be after you're at the burn attitude though when it got it.
That's affirmative, that's right. Are we able to maneuver to burn attitude with the pings flight or not?
No,
Not all
I
of them.
don't
Do it in
recommend
info.
it
Yeah.
because I've been there on
Maneuver
my
to the burn
practices
attitude with the
runs.
Right.
Do the 400 plus 3.
Go ahead. 400 plus 5 for body axis align.
We want to do a body axis now?
That's what
400 plus 5 in flight. And then do the burn. AGS control.
Okay. You want to maneuver to burn altitude pings min impulse, right? Control? Roger. In the burn altitude, body axis align, 400 plus 5, and proceed with the normal AGS burn. Roger. Okay.
Okay, Capcom copies. I'll pass that up.
Okay.
Okay, flight Charlie tells me he should do a 400 plus 5, then a 400 plus 0 to release the platform at the burn attitude.
Correct guidance?
Second one.
Okay.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, our recommendation on this burn is that you maneuver to the burn attitude in pings min impulse, then do a body axis align, 400 plus 5, followed by 400 plus 0, and then do the burn in AGS, over.
Okay, now we're sitting at what the pigs, what you give us for a pig's attitude. Is this the wrong one? Do you want me to just align up the Earth as I did before the last mid-course?
Negative one.
No, we don't want you to do that. Read me your FDAI angles and let's compare them with what we have down here.
Okay, you're looking at them in the Disky. I've got a roll of 847, pitch of about 0.51, and yaw looking at about 3.750.
Yeah, well, all he has to do is tune it up, doesn't he?
Okay, you can trim it up.
Yeah.
Okay, Jim, those are very close. I guess all you need to do is trim them up a bit.
I plan to do a final trim, auto trim, and then a port jet translation.
Hard auto trim now, Fly. We want to move into altitude and then impulse, right? That's right. You said auto.
Okay, Jim, for fuel conservation, we'd prefer you to trim it up min impulse, and there's really very little trim required. And then go ahead and do it ags. We're on the expected fuel usage, but we're just being old ladies about it.
Okay, I understand. My only question, Joe, was the fact that both the roll and the yaw needles did not go to null when I did an auto maneuver. I tried to go manually to the attitude, and then went to auto, but the roll and the yaw did not come in a null.
Roger, I haven't got an answer.
Control, you got any feel on that? Negative, Mike? Working on it?
Okay, I can take it on.
Stand by.
Flight net Mayo.
Go ahead, Dale.
Those stars that I gave you there for the P-52 coming up in a couple hours in the command module, I just gave them to you to make sure we had them available.
Okay.
Flight net.
Okay.
Did we get the word through to him that keep engine 41? Cyclone feel like he's going to get the burn on.
Okay. Capcom, why don't you just advise him you can use P41 for monitoring the burn.
Flight, it really...
And Houston Aquarius, I'm not sure that if I follow and null the needles, that will be the proper attitude.
It'll be close enough, Flight.
I didn't understand his question there, Dave.
Well, wait a minute.
Okay, stand by one, Jim. We're talking about it. It's going to be very close in any event, close enough.
Okay.
And Jim, just for your information, I have the entry pad. I have a landing area weather summary, which you probably don't even have to copy, but which I'll read up to you when you're ready. And
Let's
some
go
stars
back
for
to
Jack that I'm holding for
the
him
entry
later on.
pad
Okay.
we had before.
Flight,
Go ahead.
can I say something about this burn? The attitude
Joe,
that he's got
Jackson,
now,
all the
P41,
temperatures,
5018,
all
is the
of them
correct
3.10.
attitude. If he knows the needles, the
And they're all
pings
over
needles,
3.9 now. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, Charlie.
You can tell them that it's looking good to us. They were
if
even
you
happy with the
know
previous
the needles in 5018, either in ags,
Okay.
min impulse, in pitch and roll, in yaw and mode control, or null the needles using minimum impulse, he's in the correct attitude. He can then release the ags platform 400 plus 0 at that point. He can then burn.
This is
either
Apollo
in
Control,
ags,
Houston, 137 hours,
control, pitch and
15
yaw,
minutes now into the flight.
correction, pitch and roll, and
We
minimum
show our
impulse,
time of
then
ignition
ECCA,
for the
yaw and mode
mid-course
control,
burn,
like last
a
night.
little over
Or
25 minutes
at a
away
minute
now.
before the burn, he can be in pings, do a verb 77 when in attitude, just like we
This
do
will
every
be a
RCS
burn with a delta V of
with only the rim
3.1
and burn that
feet
way.
per second.
And either way is acceptable.
Duration of the burn,
I think either way is
23
gonna take the
seconds.
same amount of gas.
It will be
And we're
done
just running around in a
retrograde.
circle
It's
here.
a relatively long duration
Either
of
way
And
the
my
burn.
only question, Houston, is do you want me to null the pings needle manually?
Okay, stand by one more minute.
That's affirmative, guys. We want to null the pings needles manually, right? At which time then you want to go
Relatively
through your
long
body
duration on
axis
the
alarm.
burn because of
correct?
the large spacecraft weight at this time.
Okay.
We show the spacecraft weight at 87,649 pounds at the present. Again, the mid-course burn will be done retrograde.
To do that, he should know his
We're at 137 hours, 16
But I
minutes into
cannot
the
do
flight.
that
We
as
show
they
Apollo
did
13
because
at
I did a
40,000,
mistake
81
before
nautical miles away
when
from the
calculating
Earth, traveling at a
the
speed
path.
of 9,814 feet per second. This is Apollo control, Houston.
Yes, we will advise him of that. Capcom, we've already advised him to go ahead with the burn in ag. It's the same as we did the other night. I suggest we continue down that path.
Okay, roger that. I'll come to null the needles manually.
I recommend if
I
we're
am
going
going
to burn
to
in ag,
P41 already.
we go to, no, P41 is fine, you can get average G. I recommend we go to ags right now and let him fly the TTCA in pitch and roll to null the King's needles. Okay? Now, and just take what he has in yaw, which is a 1.7 degree dead man in ags, mode control. And don't worry about the yaw needle. Pings doesn't care about the yaw anyway. So before he goes to ag, just make sure he's in mode control.
23 minutes
pitch
for
and
the
roll
burn.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Yeah, I guess the basic question is comparing the balls there, and out the window it doesn't look too unreasonable. I guess Jim says the coax is jawed and rolls slightly off of what he might eyeball. But yet the FDI air needles for Pings are showing full scale left and roll and full scale left and yaw.
Okay.
And here we go.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it appears if we track those, we obviously aren't going to be on the attitudes that we burned the last one, of course.
We're
right at
attitude. This attitude we passed is not quite aligned to the terminator. And stand by on this.
Should be off about 8 degrees flight. Okay, now guidance, let's go through this one more time. You feel that we're in the proper attitude as far as you can determine, right? That's affirmative flight. We're right on almost in pitch. Okay. So, you want to go through your body axis align with the ags here. That's affirmative flight. Okay. Control from flight. Good flight. Okay, now to switch into ags, what configuration do you want to go to? Okay, first, the pitch and roll attitude control switches. Default, then ag select. Okay, and we're back at the same configuration we were for the previous control. That's affirmative. So copy Capcom.
How about going through it one more time? I've heard so many different...
Okay, we are essentially in burn attitude now. Okay, we want to go through the body axis align, 400 plus 5 and 400 plus 0, right guidance? Guidance for flight. Go ahead, flight. Okay, we are in attitude now. And we are one more time. Attitude flight. Okay, can you go through your body axis align now with your ags?
And I guess flight, we still don't have a story for him on why those air needles are off full scale.
That's affirmative.
It's Apollo Control, Houston, 137 hours, 20 minutes into the flight. A goodly gathering of the astronaut corps in the Mission Control Center now. Donald K. Slayton is here, as is Tom Stafford, Chief of the Astronaut Office. Charlie Duke is here, Ken Mattingly, Gene Cernan. In addition to Joe Kerwin, immediately around the Capcom console. On the first row is Ron Evans and Tony England.
We're in pitch.
Meanwhile, in the back is Jim McDivitt manning one of the
and roll, which
one of
is
the
out of
positions
plane.
at the management console.
We're out of attitude.
Jim McDivitt, as you'll recall, is the manager of the Apollo spacecraft program office at present.
Going to do another axe
We're at a distance
body
now
alignment now.
39,635 nautical miles away
we're
from Earth.
getting there, Jim. We're all agreed that you're almost but not quite in the proper attitude, and we're just trying to
19 minutes
get you one
for the
recommendation on
barn.
how to proceed from here.
Okay, I have nulled the roll needle and the pitch needle now, and I'm yard, rolled left now. I'm rolled left about 9 degrees.
Okay, understand the
We
details
are going to have a roll there about 9 degrees.
The yaw isn't, but the pitch and roll are.
Roger that.
Is this roll error going to hurt your guidance?
We need to trim out the roll, Mike.
He says he's got the roll needle rolled now. How does his attitude look?
Not good in rolls yet.
Okay, what do you want him to do? How can you tell him what to do here, guys?
Why don't we trim with the pings to attitude flight?
That's what I
Ya
think
no
he's
stop,
telling
push
us.
button reset.
Flight control. Go control.
Earlier, we had a big discussion on this burn. The discussion said that we're relatively insensitive to attitude. We can be 30 degrees off.
No, not y'all, babes. Okay, stand by.
And we have got 3 feet per second here of minor burn. So if we miss it a little bit.
I agree on all that. I would like to trim it up if necessary, and we'll come to some conclusion here shortly. Guidance on
Flight guidance.
Go ahead.
I want the following FDAI needle angles for the burn. 350.
Go ahead.
0 degrees in pitch, which is right at that attitude at this time.
Okay.
For the roll reading, we need 8 degrees.
Okay.
The yaw is okay. You need to take yaw to 0 flight. The FDAI.
Capcom, do you want to see if they can trim the FDAI to those angles, please?
Roger, that's 0 pitch, and we're now there.
Okay.
008 degrees in roll and 0 in yaw. Is that correct?
Affirmative.
That's affirmative flight.
Okay, and where do you have him in a roll now? He just called that he was rolled left at 9 degrees.
Okay, he's rolled at, he's left 9 degrees. That's affirmative. He needs to go, he's about 16 degrees.
Okay. Okay, understood.
Once he gets into this attitude guidance, you want to go through your body axis align, correct?
It's affirmative flight.
Yeah, okay. Roll, maneuver to those attitudes in min impulse. Do the body axis align, and then what?
Okay, then we want to pitch and roll. I believe that's attitude control. Pitch and roll to pulse.
Pitch and roll the pulse and select ag. Huh?
That's affirmative.
And burn an ag.
That's affirmative.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, here's the big story. Your attitude really looks quite good, except in roll, and we'd like you to do the following. In min impulse pings, we'd like you to trim to 0 pitch, which is about where you are now, to 008 degrees in roll, which is about 16 degrees from your present roll attitude, and to 0 degrees in yaw, which is about where you are now. Then we'd like you to do the body axis align, 400 plus 5, 400 plus 0. Pitch and roll the pulse, select ags, do the burn and ags. How does that sound? Over.
Okay, I'm rolled the wrong way then is what you're saying, right?
That's right.
Apollo Control, Houston, we're 15 minutes away now.
I've got your TTCAs.
That's what we want to use, the TTCA.
That's right, Jim. Sorry.
Cycle P41 down and burn it out.
Less than 15 minutes away now from the scheduled time of the mid-course burn. 137 hours, 25 minutes into the flight, and Apollo 13 now 39,206 nautical miles away from Earth, with a speed of 9,927 feet per second.
Go in the right direction there, guidance. How you looking, guidance?
Okay, he's maneuvering now, Blair.
Okay.
He's almost to 0 in yaw. Pitch is almost to 0. And he's maneuvering over in the right direction in roll.
Okay.
Alright, welcome back to Apollo 13 real-time simulation with Apollo in real-time in the background. Apollo in real-time by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
You'll know what that is. He'll just bypass the trim.
Okay. What you want to do is bypass the trim.
13 minutes to mid-course correction 7 burn, which will fine-tune our trajectory towards an entry interface to a splashdown in around 5 hours and a half from now.
Looking very good flight. 2 degrees in roll.
Okay. How's our RCS looking, Control?
Looks real good, flight right on what we predicted now.
Okay.
He's in pulse in all 3 channels right now.
Right.
Now in ag.
Roger. See any duty cycle on there?
Negative. We're in infinity flight.
Roger.
Go ahead.
Just for your information, we see 3.0 in register 1. We read you up 3. And the actual delta V was 3.05, and it might come out 3.0.
Okay, flying.
Okay, that's a little burn.
It's right. Almost 8 degrees in roll. Pitch is looking good. And yaw.
Okay. Let me know when you see your body axis line. Okay, tell him his attitude looks good now.
Okay, flight Capcom, his attitude looks good to us now, right?
That's affirmative.
And I'll give him a mark at 10 minutes to the burn.
Roger.
Flight control.
Go
Now
control.
you've got yaw zeroed out. Recommend you go to yaw mode control.
Roger. Capcom, recommend yaw to mode control.
Okay. He's there now, flight. Speed us to
Okay,
it.
he's already there, Capcom.
Okay. Aquarius Houston, your attitude looks real good. We will give you a mark at 10 minutes to the burn, which is in 28 seconds.
Mark 10 minutes. Let me synchronize the times.
We're burning in the ag well.
Right.
Yeah,
I
this
was
is
looking
very
at the wrong
delayed.
clock, and
1 sec.
we're a little under 10 minutes now. I'll give you a mark at 9 minutes, okay?
That's fine.
Apollo Control, that was Joe Kerwin confirming the gem level spacecraft commander that the 7 hours, 30 minutes into the flight. Now showing Apollo 13 at 38,700 nautical miles away from Earth. Current speed 9,990 feet per second.
Okay, Aquarius Houston, we have 10 seconds, still 9 minutes to the burn. 3, 2, 1, mark, 9 minutes.
Perfect. Apollo 13 real-time simulation with Apollo in real-time in the background. Apollo in real-time interactive experience by Stephen Slater and Ben Feist.
Good attitude. Okay.
Telling me how you looking.
Fine, flight.
Raj. How about you, control?
We're okay, flight. Red line has dropped to 25% now.
Raj, guidance, you happy?
Lodge flight attitude looks very good at this time.
Okay.
He has not done the body axis line. I
Yeah.
he's waiting till he does the burn.
Yep.
Flight control.
Go control.
One reminder here is he's going to be monitoring 470 as a prime display as I take it for the burn. Or is he going to be, that's firm flight 470. Okay, he will need to go in at 0404, 45, 406, and to zero those out.
Okay, that's in the procedure. Okay. We're in page 32, by the way.
Okay, I was on the wrong page. Fine, sorry about that.
Apollo control coming up on 6 minutes to time of the mid-course burn. This burn performed with the backup guidance system aboard Aquarius. The burn retrograde will provide a delta velocity of 3 feet per second with a predicted burn duration of 21 seconds. We're at 137 hours, 34 minutes into the flight. This is Apollo Control, Houston. One correction, that burn duration is 23 seconds, not 21 seconds. We're at 137 hours, 35 minutes into the flight. We show Apollo 13 at 38,303 nautical miles away from Earth, and with a velocity of 10,045 feet per second. Less than 5 minutes now away from scheduled time of ignition.
Guidance, how you looking?
He's looking pretty good. He's coming back up, driving the pitch back down.
Okay.
He still hasn't done the body axis line.
He'll probably be doing that as soon as he gets back in altitude then. How you looking, control?
Looking fine, flight.
roll pitch and yaw to pulse. I can leave this in auto, doesn't matter at all. Not control both at hold, okay. Alright guys, ready for the burn. 3 minutes, 16 seconds, DVR 2.3. Quick save.
Okay, here's about 3 minutes to go. We're all right away.
Okay, roger that, Jim.
Need to get those data entries in, Mike. Yeah, Capcom, we should, I believe, have gone through our body access line, shouldn't we?
And Aquarius Houston, roger that. We're standing by for your body access line. You're 0 and 404, 405, 406, 147.
Okay, you'd asked me before, Joe, to go up 400 plus 3, which I did. I assumed you had changed the script again.
What was this coming? He said you should have asked him to go 400 plus 3. I think he said we had asked him to do that before, and I thought he got the impression that's all he needed to do. Okay.
Less than 2 minutes away now from scheduled time of ignition. We're at 137 hours, 38 minutes in the flight.
Guys, are you happy and figured down for the burn?
Okay, Fred, we did tell you to do that a while ago, and it doesn't matter. You're looking good.
Okay.
Okay.
1 minute away now.
1 minute.
0, and we're about 7.9 in roll.
Sounds like you're happy.
Thirty seconds.
Average to get on flight.
Roger.
Ten seconds away now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, it looks like we had a minus 0.2 bias, 470, we're burning.
Copy that, Fred.
We're burning? Roger.
Fred Hayes reporting that the burn is underway.
Roger.
We're at 137 hours, 40 minutes into the flight.
Perfect.
Still looking okay. Roger. Translation on.
Okay.
Good show, Aquarius.
Burn complete.
Wave shut down.
We're tweaking now, Joe.
Roger.
Flight vital. No vital. No trim, no nothing. Good right where he is. Capcom is good right where he is.
Aquarius Houston, you're good right where you are.
2.4, 2.3, perfect.
Okay,
No
okay.
trim required. And that is how you do it, gentlemen.
Okay, if you're happy, can we maneuver to service module step attitude now?
We're happy flight here. Roger.
That's affirmative, Aquarius.
That was Fred Hayes requesting
Okay, let's watch
the
over
13 maneuver to service module separation attitude
Roger, Blaine.
following this burn, which looked right on the money. We're at 137 hours,
And I'm
41
pitching up
minutes.
to the proper attitude.
Okay, we're looking at it.
And it's again necessary to use the TTCA to pitch.
Okay, affirmative.
Maneuvering to service jet module jettison attitude. Don't be disappointed if you see that service module jet is not like in the pictures or on the movie.
Separation, Apollo 13 will pitch about 90 degrees along the radial axis.
There was, looks like there was an umbilical between the service module and the command module, and that umbilical creates a physical effect when separating both pieces, and so creates a torquing on the service module. We will not be able to see that in NASSP today, so we will do the maneuver to take the pictures, but we will be unable to see the crack on the service module. Later, a lot later than this maneuver, we will be able to see a little bit of it, but please don't be disappointed for that. It's just that there was a wire connected between the CM and the service module. That wire, when separating, create a torque, and that is not modeled in NASSP.
Right, retro. No, retro.
It's and the service module also will be completely inert when we separate from it, for obvious reasons, but also because it has not electrical power. So it will not fire its jets when on a nominal service module separation. It will not fire the RCS quads. It will be inert.
Okay.
Have him terminate the program on board. He's still setting an average.
You want him to terminate P41?
That's a firm.
Capcom, let's have him terminate program 41.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, recommend you terminate P41.
Okay.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're moving to the service module separation attitude. Next event's going to be the CSM hot fire.
Perfect. Okay, there you stay, Mr. Lem Aquarius. Configure for CSM hot fire, that one max. 3 to pulse. Perform CSM hot fire. Alright. Quick save.
20% below our prediction on RCS right
Okay.
Let's wait a little bit. Check anti-interface minus. Alright, yeah. Yeah, we can wait a little bit now. Getting closer to entry interface, guys. Getting steps out of the way.
Hey, Jim, have you broken
so
into
that
the
we can
medical
get
kit for my
to
recommendation a few hours ago?
entry interface successfully.
Okay, fine. You might hit it again in about...
we already did 3 major steps today.
Okay.
The around 7 to 8 steps we have. We had the LEM power up, P52, REFSMMAT calculations and course align and all of that, MCC7 and CM initial activation. Now we have service module separation, CSM transfer of REFSMMAT, state vectors, course align, LEM jettison, CM activation, final steps, normal entry, 3 boot shoots, Turry unable to continue the mission because of the emotion, splashdown, end of stream. Now I understand the service module separation attitude. So the service module is that way, the sun is right in front, the sun will illuminate the service module perfectly. And I see it just now on the real thing, not on the practice runs.
Officer from the lunar module here. Mission control confirmed they're moving in this attitude now for separation.
Aquarius, Houston, after.
I beat you to it, Houston.
Yeah, I thought you did, but I thought I'd say it anyway.
Okay, in 4 minutes and 5 seconds, let's hop aboard Odyssey and perform the pyro battery check.
For this, Jack Swigert is in the command module. Jim Lovell, Fred Hayes in the lunar module. Commander Lovell will fire the thrusters, fire the thrust to push the service module at 1/2 foot per second. Swigert activates the pyros with a switch in the command module. After separation, 13 will back off with the lunar module RCS at 1/2 foot per second, providing separation delta velocity of 1 foot per second. we're at 137 hours, 52 minutes into the flight. And Apollo 13 now 36,616 nautical miles away. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Watch my RCS for me real closely when we're trying to take these photos. Roger. Got an Omni switch here, income. Info, how are we doing for comm? Flight, don't have any reservations. He's still on the best level. Okay. Just right to the plane. Roger. Flight controllers, you might stand by for any questions and pyro battery checks or the CMRCS activation. How are you looking, Telemew?
Let's check the flight plan.
Yep.
How are you looking?
Fine, fine.
How's battery 3? Looks like it's really tapering off.
They are ahead again.
How much longer are you going to wait before you pull it off the bus?
Okay, let's go into Odyssey.
When it stays below about 1 amp.
Okay.
Panel 250. Okay, these two are closed. This indicator.
He's at
Good.
720.
Okay, roughly.
And good.
Loud and roll. Flight Capcom, did I copy something about having him take the ACA out of D10?
He's already done it. Yeah, he's doing it consistently now.
Roger.
Flighty come.
Go we come.
For info, I have the steps checked. If we need to bring up comm, I'll just pass it.
Okay.
Okay, Aquarius, Houston, that attitude looks pretty good. How's Jack getting along?
He's coming along, all set to go, and I'm going to go into pings at home.
Roger.
You want to go into pings at hold here, Control? Negative, I'd rather stay right where we are. Capcom, we prefer to stay just the way we are.
Yes, but open.
Didn't copy flight.
We don't want to go
Post
into pings
landing
at
vent
hold. Oh, he's already
open.
there now, flight. Oh, just take a look at it, right?
Float back open. SPS pitch and yaw open. RCS hitters
pretty good right
open.
now. We get some activity, but it doesn't seem to be
Docking probe
too much.
open.
I'd prefer to use none if I can avoid it. I would too. What do you want to do? Go back to Ags?
I'd like to go back to the Ags mode that we were in.
Open.
Capcom, we'd
All
like to
the
go back
others
to the Ags
closed.
mode we were in rather than the pings that hold.
Raj, what mode is that?
The pitch and roll to pulse, Ag select.
Roger. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, again, for fuel consumption reasons, we'd like you to go back to the Ags mode you were in rather than pings at hold, over.
Okay, I'm at pings minimum pulse right now while we're firing.
Yeah, he just went to mid-impulse flight. Yeah, you want to leave
Then
that?
I'll go back to the
same
Ag
configuration here. It's his choice right now. Okay.
Okay, Jim, pings mid-impulse is okay, Ags is okay too, it's your choice.
As soon as we get rid of the service module, Joe, I think I'll be able to maneuver a
it's
lot better.
good.
Sure thing.
Sequencers arm close. Magic
Okay, Jack just
on.
reports that all thrusters fire on both rings.
Real fine,
Pyro arm.
real fine.
All thrusters fired in both rings. Is that correct, Capcom?
That's correct, Blake.
Okay.
RCS propellant are gray. CMRCS press on.
That was a test of the thrusters on the command module, and as you heard, they all fired. We're at 137 hours, 58 minutes into the flight, and this is Apollo Control, Houston.
And SM Jet at 138.12.
Roger,
That's okay,
and
Mark.
SM
That's
Jet
not correct.
138.12.
That's all right. Doesn't hurt us.
It's not that time critical, Jim.
Can we do it at any time, Joe?
I think so, but let me check.
Fido? No problem. Capcom, I have no objections to that. Tell them to press on at their leisure. That's
Okay.
confirmed. All flight controllers stand by
Aquarius, Houston,
for SM
that's
Jet.
affirmative. You can jettison the service module when you're ready. No big rush, but anytime.
Okay, sounds good.
Flight control. Go ahead, control. One thing here, since he's going to be staying in pings mid-impulse, if he did go to energy hold for some reason. No, I think he's probably gone into Ags here because he's zeroing out the... Well, he's supposed to monitor the maneuver. Yeah. What I'm saying is we may want to go ahead and put this new weight in the DAP load in the pings. Why don't we just recommend he uses Ags for the separation here? I think he ought to flight. That's the one that's got the address up right now. He's called it right. Said it. Capcom, tell him we'd recommend Ags for the separation here because we'd like to get the DAP weights in properly prior to using pings.
Roger that. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we recommend that you use the Ags for the separation maneuver because we'd like to get the proper weight in for the DAP before we use the ping.
Flight guidance.
Go
47 to monitor.
Roger, we will.
Roger.
Separation.
Stand by.
Let me know when
I am getting behind here, but it's a healthy behindness. Don't worry for it.
Joe Kerwin told Apollo 13 that they could separate at their convenience. That followed the time identified by Jim Lovell, which would be some 2 minutes after what we had earlier carried on the ground. We now show Apollo 13 at a distance of 35,729 nautical miles away from Earth, traveling at a speed of 10,400 feet per second. At 138 hours, 2 minutes into the flight, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Thrust off. -X. Thrust off. Okay. You get a little more puff, you just trim it down.
Copy that.
Okay.
We copied that report from Jim Lovell of service module separation at
we're running about
138 hours,
about 2 to 3%.
2 minutes, 8 seconds.
Okay. That's what I did. Let's watch it real close on this photo. Yeah, it'll warm back up.
And as you heard, that was ahead of schedule.
How are you looking down there,
We presently show Apollo 13 at 35,611 nautical miles away.
Oh, we got a problem? Yeah, he's going on forward out and out one. Moving back across the line. Right. How's he looking? Control? Heading ready data right now. Right.
Okay.
Guidance from flight, I'd like to confirm that you want to go back to the...
Jack.
That you want to go back to the separation attitude and hold that attitude until we get into our alignment procedure, correct?
Okay, CMRCS hot fire passes.
Roger, Capcom, recommend terminate average.
Flight control.
Go control.
They're coming up before too long on the RCS caution light, which comes on at 1700 PSI on our helium.
Roger.
Liner terminal.
Capcom, you might advise a crew they'll be coming up on an RCS helium caution light.
It'll be a little while, but this won't be too long.
Okay, Aquarius Houston, recommend you terminate average G. Over.
Pyro arm.
Okay, I've got her, Houston.
Beautiful, beautiful, and for your information, Jim, you'll be coming up on an RCS caution light for helium. No sweat, over.
And there's one whole side of that spacecraft missing.
Is that right?
No. Must be the other battery.
Right by the, look out there. Right by the high gate antenna, the whole panel is blown out, almost from the base to the engine.
Copy that.
How you doing in RCS there, control? I see it's coming down.
Coming down. We're going to let it go just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it looks like it got to the SPS
Looks like he's got the data he needs.
Okay, you beat through with the photos. We can stabilize right here.
Capcom.
Wait, look.
He's stabilized now, looks like.
Dark brown.
Okay.
It's really a mess.
You heard that report from Jim Lovell is...
Roger, I'd like to recommend conserving RCS usage for these photos now. Roger.
Okay, Jim.
Okay, let's maneuver to the attitude.
Want you to conserve RCS.
Slowly dose it. No need to run.
And Jim Houston in particular, of course, we don't want any translation.
Slowly dose it.
Right on now, Joe, you realize
No
that
need
when I
to run.
went up to the SM step attitude, I had
No
to use
hurry at
to
all.
do it.
Oh, that's a firm. We know that. That's okay.
Fred Hayes followed Jim's remark with the comment that it got through the service propulsion system bell too, that it was really a mess. We're at 138 hours, 7 minutes into the flight. Apollo 13 now 35,200
right down
nautical
in front of our
miles.
windows now, Houston.
Okay. Stable down there, RCS there, control? Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, Joe, I'm now looking down the SPS bell, and it looks okay on the inside. Maybe this is just breaking.
Okay, copy that, Fred. Was the bell deformed on the outside or just nicked or what?
I think the explosion, from what I can see, Joe, had changes. I don't know whether it did any actual deformation or not.
Deviating a little bit, but in the proper way, deviating from the procedures they used a little bit. Okay. Let's separate the service module.
Man, that's unbelievable.
Alright, let's go. Quick save here.
Econ from flight. Go flight.
Got to do a
Checking to make sure the firearm
plus 0.5 translation in the LEM.
We can check that flight.
Yeah, Joe, it looks like a lot of debris is just hanging out to the side near the S-band antenna.
Roger, Jim.
Alright.
Rotation.
Luz.
Capcom to flight. Go flight. When I get a chance back on the command,
Rotation. Translation.
we'd like a battery C and main A full feature.
This is the problem I faced the other day.
Battery C current.
Cannot -X and I am in Axe.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
I know you're busy, but when Jack gets a chance, we'd like that C current.
Any suggestions?
Rotation. Translation.
Cannot -X in Axe.
Flight network. Go network. Wouldn't stand a 2-minute data loss. I'd like to have both CPs recycled. Say again, you just had a 2-minute data loss?
Negative. I said if we could stand a 2-minute data loss, I'd like to have both CPs recycled.
Raj, telling you in control, could you stand a bit of a data loss here? Affirmative. How about you, guidance? Guidance?
Go ahead, fine.
Raj, clear me for a CP recycle?
That's affirmative.
Okay, go ahead. Take a look right.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead, Aquarius.
Okay, I fished up to about 180 degrees now, and do you want me to go to the left step attitude for his alignment?
Stand by and
Okay, gonna pitch up slowly.
Right, it's the same except in flight.
It's 91 degrees pitch.
Okay, it's the SM step attitude. Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, we want you to go to the service module step attitude.
Okay.
Just wait a second, I know what it
Jim,
is.
when you have leisure to copy, I have your noun 46 and noun 47 data load numbers.
I'll have him hold off and I maneuver, get data back. Okay, we
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, noun 46, 3,
Got it
1, 0, 2,
controlled.
Noun 47, plus 2, 5, 2, 4, 8, and plus 0, 9, 0, 5, 0. Over.
All right, Roger, 31021 plus 25248.
Okay, that's it.
09050.
Disregard, thanks guys if you were looking, but it was all me, sorry for that. Okay, pitch up.
Now, Houston, you still
balance couple was enough, needed to put it on.
Okay, I'm in Ag's pulse right now.
Looking real good. Rod.
Okay, we concur.
Going back to left step attitude. Or CSM step attitude.
Roger that.
I see.
Houston, 138 hours, 15 minutes now into the mission. Apollo 13 presently 34,350 nautical miles out from Earth, traveling at a speed of 10,607
Service
per second.
module, ladies and gentlemen.
Meanwhile, in the Mission Control Center, the crowd is
Service module 106.
beginning to increase. Already here, Dr. Thomas
Correction,
Payne,
109.
NASA Administrator. Mr. George Lowe, NASA Deputy Administrator.
With
Representative George Miller.
Oxygen tanks from
California,
CSM 106.
Representative Olin Teague, Texas.
Stand by, Jack's on the line, and he said he can't get the computer to go into standby.
Okay, have him tell us what he looks at.
I am not going to do Jack's mistake now
And
of
remind him
powering
that he,
up
won't see
the
light.
CM early.
Joe?
Go ahead, Jack.
Joe, okay, I get a flashing 37. I am in program 06. there is no standby light, but when I enter, I don't get the 3 ball 62 displayed like I was supposed to.
However, I am going to
Okay, Sherwin. Go ahead.
And this occurs on both disk keys.
Okay, understand. We're thinking about
Flight
it.
James, go guidance. We want him to reselect 06 with verb 37. Verb 37 enter, 06 enter. Okay.
Okay, Jack Houston, we'd like you to go verb
GNC
37
flight.
enter, 06 enter again.
Are we an hour ahead of our profile here? Affirmative.
Okay,
Capcom
inward.
flight.
Okay.
Yeah, it's rotating slowly a little bit, so, but yeah.
Continuing with those present in the control center now, Representative Jerry Pettis of California, General Phillips, who was previously the Apollo Program Director, George Miller, also a NASA alumni, formerly Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight. Dave Scott, Rusty Schweikert are among the astronauts in the viewing room
Yes,
at the present time.
MCC7 was
along
good.
With, Buzz Aldrin.
Thanks for asking, James.
Dr. Eberhard Rees, Director of the Marshall Space Flight Center, is in the viewing room, as is Dale Myers, Associate Administrator for Manned Spaceflight at present. Mr. Walter Caprian, Director of Launch Operations at Kennedy Space Center.
The IMU heater.
Dr. Kurt Debus, Director of Kennedy Space Center, is in the viewing room, as is Lou Evans, President of Grumman.
Okay, Houston, I'm back on the service module step attitude.
Okay, copy that, Jim. Looks good. Do you know whether Jack got any pictures out of window 5? Was it still fogged up? Over.
I don't think so. I think it came right down here because I think you saw it first in the left.
Okay, good deal. And whenever you get cleaned up, we got the entry pad and the landing area summary for you.
How's he doing on the computer, Capcom?
No further word yet. Jack is in the C. I'm working on it.
Okay.
Okay, Vance, this is Jack.
Go ahead.
Okay, during a verb 37 enter 06 enter does bring up the 3 ball 62 display, but I can't proceed on it on either disk key, and a verb 33 doesn't work either.
Standby flight message.
Okay. That's still just the flashing 5025 with the code 00062.
Okay, copy that, Jack. Standby 1.
Needless to say, all of the distinguished visitors in the control center were most interested in the report from Apollo 13 of the service module condition. As the 13 crew moved away following the jettison.
Jack Houston, how long did you hold proceed before you quit on it?
Flight man. Go guidance. Next recommendation is to do the pro key again.
Well,
just
it was
hold it
varying
down
lengths.
for a extended period of time and see if it
Is this supposed to be a long time
10 to
proceed?
15 to 20 seconds.
We think it may be, Jack. We think it may be 15 to 20 seconds. And our recommendation is that you pro and hold it down for a good period of time, probably half a minute or more, and see if the disk declines.
Okay, all right. I didn't hold it in that long. Maybe 2 or 3 seconds is the longest I held. Okay, inward.
Maybe that's good. Okay.
Flight unit. any reason why he's doing that now instead of waiting till the timeline is calling on?
I don't know, we'll, I guess, re-advise him of the timeline there.
Okay,
Yep.
the reason he put it in at the time it was is because of some concern.
Must be the cold, probably.
Okay, good to hear it. Copy, the computer's okay. And did you ever get that VAT-C main
Why
A
don't
reading
you
for us?
re-verify the number you're using?
I guess the heat of the battle, I forgot to give it to you. I guess stand by.
Okay.
Okay, let's wait here a little bit and see if the service module rotates.
VAT-C current was 2 amps and VAT-A voltage 30.2.
Copy, 2 amps, 30.2.
Sounds good, flight. 30.2.
And that sounds good to us, Jim.
Capcom, flight.
Go flight.
Might be worthwhile telling him to hold off on any further CSM activation items until 2:30 here.
Will do. Ecom.
Go Ecom.
Also verify that pyros and logic safe.
Raj, also verify pyros and logic safe.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like to have Jack verify that the pyros and logic are safe, and we'd like to remind him to do no further power up of the CSM until EI minus 2 plus 30.
Roger, he reports that the pyros are safe and we're standing by for 2:30.
Okay, real good.
FD, you want to take it a minute?
Roger that, Frank.
Well, I can't say that this weekend.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Well, James, if you can't take any better care of a spacecraft than that, we might not give you another one. Hey, Jim, Houston, you might ask Jack while he's down there to take a peek through the telescope and tell us whether he can see any stars, over.
Okay.
Hello, guys.
That time earlier identified.
No, that will be me on the 3 main suits successfully open, if they open successfully.
Command module batteries will be brought on the line.
Any stars? What do you mean?
The batteries would not be brought up until some 30 minutes prior to entry into the Earth's atmosphere. We show Apollo 13 presently 33,369 nautical miles away. Velocity now reading 10,757 feet per second. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Go ahead.
Yes, but I'll go as actual Amaryllis. It's what I practiced. I'll go as actual. Course align and then P52 with the correct REFSMMATs.
Okay, you want to verify that he hasn't got anything else on main
Okay.
what you called for, and then main A rather, and that he just
Have a good one, James.
There's still a lot of particles floating around, and he can't pick out any constellations that he recognizes so far.
I'll be seeing
So it
you
might quit here in a little while.
on the chats. Thanks a lot.
Flight Capcom.
Go Capcom.
Damn, I cannot fly the LEM now on the ACA.
List of the main A circuit breakers and switches that he does expect closed at this time.
P52, I see stars. The service module is away. There is no more debris. They could see stars now.
He shouldn't be drawing any power off there, should he, John? That's burn flight just down in noise. Yeah.
Course align, and then P52 option 1 with the REFSMMAT, the entry REFSMMAT in the desired slot, and that's it. Okay, I am going back to the service module separation attitude. Correct. Got to save power. And our lunar module is starting to complain.
Okay, let's give the Capcom.
I have to disable 2 batteries already. Yeah, but the movie is the movie. The movie is the movie, as you saw also if you were here on MCC5 or on the accident.
Tell me, flight. Tell me. Roger. How do you think the current profile you've got now compares with what you expect to be providing the CSM at this time?
Very slightly higher than what we expected right now, but it's no problem. We're okay.
Okay. Again. On that question, yeah, the 2 amps doesn't sound bad, but the main bus voltage of 38.2 indicates you are drawing 2 or 3 amps. Okay. Consider that battery's fully charged.
Okay, thanks very much.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Thanks very much. Have a good sleep.
Okay, Ecom is looking at that battery amperage that you gave us a while ago. He'd like to see it about a half an amp to an amp lower. I'd like you to ask Jack to just check the circuit breakers and switches that he's pulled in so far and make sure he doesn't have any extra loads on main A, specifically the floodlight configuration and his caution and warning circuit breakers and his essential instrumentation power circuit breakers. Over.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep.
Vital flight.
Go ahead, flight.
How's your tracking looking after that mid-course correction?
Let me talk to the guys, flight.
Okay.
We have to check that also. But I am sure it's fine. See the service module anymore. It's behind the
Go procedure select process at check
CM.
1. I'm cleared with everyone. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Jack reported that he turned out all the floodlights.
Okay. I'd like to have him check the amperage on there, see what you have now, and give us the voltage reading too.
Okay, will do.
Okay, Joe, this is Jack.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not reading any voltage at all on bat C, and the amperage looks like about 2 amps, but that could be kind of noise level stuff. I've got all the floodlights off, and can you think of anything else I can power down to lower main A?
Okay, I'm not reading the voltage off of main A.
Okay, well, this is Ken. Okay, Ken, it was 30.2.
Okay. We're checking out the floodlights we gave you. Actually, Jack, you ought to be able to go ahead and use the lights we gave you. There's no reason to sit in the dark. They're supposed to be coming off the main B. We're checking that now.
Okay, it's not bad down there. It's got plenty of light. But should I be reading a voltage on bat C?
Flight account, that circuit breaker's open. Use the main A voltage.
That circuit breaker's open, Capcom.
That's firm. You should not be because the circuit breaker's on.
Jack, you shouldn't be reading bat C.
Okay. Okay, can you think of anything else you want to get turned off to lighten the load on main A?
Okay, yeah, we're perusing the subject right now, Jack. It's really not that big.
Go ahead, Ecom. The only thing I can think of is something GNC's bringing up.
Okay.
Is we've got ring 1 selected to main A. It shouldn't draw that much current. But someone here can come up with it.
Okay.
GNC, you got any ideas there?
Only those autocoils light. We can't turn those off and find out if they're effective.
Well, that might be a good idea to try. Say again, boy, that might be a good idea to turn the autocoils off and see if that...
Apollo Control Houston, 138 hours, 38 minutes into the flight.
Okay, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
So Jim, yeah, something to try. You might have Jack turn the ring 1's autocoils, which are probably on main A. You have to turn those off and take a look to read.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, 4 hours and around 15 minutes to finish Apollo 13 real-time simulation.
Following the mid-course burn shows that
On the background we are listening to Apollo in real time by Stephen Slater and Ben Faced. Links in the description.
Now 32,000.
Right, retro.
12 nautical miles away.
This pad, some of this data we're not going to send up on the
With a velocity of 10,982 feet per second. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Capcom, I guess it's about time to read up the entry pad here.
Roger, what?
Okay, Jack has turned off ring 1, that was on main A, and he's still reading 30.2 volts.
Roger that, Jim. What's the amperage? Can you read that off?
I guess he says it's down in the mud, it's less than 2 amps.
Down in the mud. Okay, understand that.
How much press on?
Request
You want
the
to bring the autocoils back on?
That's
From ring 1 main A. Roger.
And
Bring the autocoils back on. Ring 1 main A, Capcom.
okay, Jim, that's the autocoils back on ring 1 main A. And when you get that done, I'd like you to copy the entry pad.
Okay, Joe, standing by to copy the entry pad.
Okay, here we come. Entry pad. Mid-Pacific 000-153-000. The next two lines will be the GET of moonset and the moon check attitude. 1423817 178. Now 61 minus 2166 minus 16537 067 36211.
Okay, gamma entry interface 6.49, so that confirms NCC7 was a perfect burn.
1424040.
I am going to check my
The next 4 are in/A.
Splashdown coordinates.
V sub 0 is 400, 0204, 0017, 0322, 0814, 33, 3531, 29er. Foresight star is Sigma Libra. Down 088, left 04, lift vector up. Comments. GDC for entry alignment. Stars 31 and 23. The roll align 041. Pitch 245. Yaw 024. Use EMS non-exit pattern. Maintain moon check attitude until moonset. Then go to entry attitude